Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to SuperJump 5. We are about ready to kick off day 2, and surprise, we're going live a little early with a little pre-show to get you hyped up for all of the action here today. Of course, we will predominantly be focusing on the alpha bracket, as it is the continuation of the actual tournament to crown our eventual major champion winners. Today, I am joined by Nox, Kyon, and Shara, but we'll have a rotating cast of characters on this desk throughout the day. Nox, I'll start with you. How did day 1 go from your perspective? What are some of the strongest storylines that you're seeing coming out of the first day of SuperJump?
Well, what I'm really excited about is we're seeing a couple new teams making it into Alpha Bracket, teams that we have not really seen at this level before. We've seen Mustard at this level before, essentially. It's essentially what Smoothie used to be, a well-known LAN team, but we haven't seen them all in a while, and we really have never seen them much online, so it's exciting to get to see them in this setting. And the other team I would really like to highlight as being very new to this level is Honkai. They're players that have been in mid-level for forever. Perhaps. So it's really exciting to see them get the chance to play an alpha bracket. I don't expect them to go particularly far today, but it's exciting that they're making this step.
Certainly exciting for a lot of teams, I think, to get that litmus test of where they actually stand in the grand scheme of things. Kyon, how about you? Surprises coming out of day 1 of SuperJump 5.
I think the big story out of yesterday in SuperJump is one of the more known teams, Black Lotus, not qualifying for that alpha bracket, which was, I think, to a lot of people who are tuning in, a huge surprise. Even one certain podcast, Broadcast Esports Every Play, I think I saw a few predictions for Black Lotus to make it out. And, well, that's just probably your biggest surprise coming out of SuperJump in day 1. So that was one of the things that struck out to me yesterday, K-Bot.
Yeah, 3 losses over the course of the day Black Lotus picked up. It sounds to me like they are still probably playing in beta bracket today, but obviously we won't be seeing them across the top cut, which is a very notable name that we just will not see at all. Chara, now to you, of course. You were probably looking at things more from the Moonlight perspective as their coach, but what are your takeaways from our first day of competition?
I mean, it looks like a lot of the groups did go smoothly, but like you mentioned, yeah, the group with Black Lotus was like very different from expected. I think another team that performed a little under expectations yesterday was Vanguard. Vanguard made it through, but they had to go all the way to Redemption Bracket, I believe, in order to make it happen. So they were able to be taken out early. I believe it was from Artifice, if I have it correct.
That sounds right.
Where was it? 556 is
I think it was
who originally knocked them off.
556.
Which is a match actually we're going to be taking a little closer look at in just a moment. But yeah, few surprises out of day 1. Of course, your usual suspects are still sitting there undefeated. You've got really, I think, what we're looking at here, Nox, is a story on history alone.
Yes.
Based off of our top 3 real teams here between PXG, Milk Duds, and Aura.
Yes, lots of legacy names in there. If you look at Milk Duds, it's top NA duos essentially from across the years, looking back all the way to 2019, I believe. And then with PXG, that's all the EU players that were at the peak around pretty honestly, a relatively similar time. And if you're talking about Gray, always at the top of EU. Never has left that at all, ever. And then with Aura, it's less, I mean, they're still very established names, but Volti's definitely newer compared to the rest of the people we just talked about, which feels wild because Volti's now been around for, 4 or 5 years at top level?
Something like that.
Yeah. Which is new for top level players somehow.
On occasion, yeah, absolutely. Chara, I want to focus a little more on this PXG team starting off first, because as Nox kind of mentioned, right, they've been at the top. Some of them have been at the top of the European scene for a while, but even recently, Gray in particular, in combination with you, the backline player there, have picked up the 2 past Sendoku championships in the span of the past 4 months. Now entering this tournament as well together, adding Goss to this roster. How does it look like this roster is going to keep gelling together, and where are their actual chances of winning despite this being a next iteration of a different roster?
I think PXG has a very good chance to take this, of course. Jordan has been playing with them for a bit recently, and I think like having one of the best buckets and one of the best S-Blasts together, obviously a very strong Slayer duo for the longest time, gives them a high chance of success. I think Goss is a little new to the support role, but they obviously are on a star lineup to make it happen and have plenty of experience on frontline weapons, so I expect that they'll transfer very well here. Really just, I think they'll probably play the most standard out of any team here. I'm not expecting too much new weapons and such out of them. So I think it's going to be, a bit of a testament to, can the other teams play to whatever game plan they're playing? Because in order to, beat the standard meta stuff, if you want to do better against it than them, you're going to have a solid strategy that you're able to really play around, force them to play your game. And I think today will just be a test if any of those teams are good enough at forcing the opponents to play the way they want to play.
Absolutely. Controlling the pace of the game is incredibly critical. But I wouldn't be surprised to see, something random that Gray pulls out at some point.
Yeah.
He was posting overnight about the Rapid that ended up winning a tournament. I doubt that that's going to get pulled out by him, but maybe it gives him ideas looking towards the new Rapid Pro kit or something of the sort. Probably not with you as the anchor there, right? But let's give things to think about. Yeah, right. Once you pull in a pencil player, you're kind of locked into those roles.
Yeah,
exactly.
Wouldn't shock me to see Gray pull that out sometime in the future, though, at all. The new Rapid Pro, it kind of fits Gray pretty well.
I think that's the other thing that's worth mentioning here, Keon, is in this tournament, given by the fact that we are only 3 weeks from these third kits being released, I wonder just how much players are actually putting stock into some of these third kits, because in reality, I've observed, even with some of the teams that I've watched, a lot of teams are just going right back to comfort in order to lock in completely for this event.
I think we're at a point when you mentioned before the 3 weeks for this third kits to be released. It's going to take a lot of time. But you have a bunch of weapons that just suddenly got dropped on us. It's going to give a lot of players a lot of time to try to figure out, all right, what are some of the strengths and cons of this weapon? How does it work with our team comp as a whole? Leading into this SuperJump tournament here, I think you'll get, if you see players picking that up, they're very much sold on those weapons from the very start. But I think you'll probably see maybe a couple weeks, maybe at least a month from now, I think you'll get a much better picture of which third kits will come out of that pool.
And we'll get some more idea, of course, as we continue to talk about things over the course of this little show. But to start off more fully here, I mentioned that we would be taking a closer look at the 556 versus Vanguard match. And in fact, we've gotten some of the replays from those matches to take a look at. And we want to point out some particular elements of those games to you all and bring them more completely. To start out, of course, we'll start on game 2. Now, in this set, 556 actually was able to pick up game 1, and now they enter game 2. Let's take a look at the compositions and loadouts here. Shara, what stands out to you when you look at these two teams' compositions?
I mean, not too much from the side of 556. It seems like a pretty standard comp on their end. For Vanguard, though, I mean, this is obviously a big change. I've seen a bit of Crab Charger, a bit of talk around it for tower control, but typically I don't think the opinions on it have been that solid. But I do like the idea of putting, I believe that's Urza, on the Rapid Blaster. I think Rapid Sword is a very good pair to do together. But running that with Pen is very tricky. I guess this might be their workaround to try to do something with Charger, or maybe this is just something they want to run for tower control. I'm not sure. But I think the Rapid Stamper could be very interesting, even if it is something like Rapid Deco, whereas normally we tend to see Rapid Pro Deco since it synergizes a little better. And it doesn't have a jetpack, really. It can keep your main weapon a little more active. It's a little more consistent on the retake. But I think that Urza's probably more comfortable with the shorter Rapid, especially with Inkjet. I know that's a special that they feel very familiar with, so it seems pretty interesting to see.
That's right, folks. You heard that right. Urza is the one playing in with Vanguard in this roster. Of course, they've had to go through a couple of roster changes entering this tournament. Urza was the one that answered the call, but we're going to actually flash forward to the very end of this game. The largest reason we wanted to is to show some of the reasons why 556 was actually able to become victorious overall. This is game 2. They're up 1-0 in the set, and they're about to go ahead and start out with this push. Kyon, if you're looking at this first, what do you think is the most important thing that 556 has to think about to set this up?
Well, patiently speaking here, it's a lot. It really comes down to just where are the players at this stage. If you look at the overall picture in 20 seconds, around 20 seconds in, you have the three weapons. You have the S-Splash, the Pro, and the Splash right in front, and you have Kiki pretty much running the tower there. That's exactly where you want to be in that position. So you have to figure out who you need to start singling out on Vanguards, and in order to keep this push going forward. And I think that's really who I'd be very much focused, especially on your S-Splash and your Splash, to deliver a lot of value right away.
And actually, one of the things we're already seeing set up, it might be a little bit hard to tell, but Echo did in fact just pop the Crab Tank, is going to start looking to buy out even more space for these members of 556. It looks like Erza might be a little bit overextended, and so we'll watch as this one continues to play out. You see Echo kind of swings around. Katz is able to pick up that first pick onto Erza, and the cooler immediately comes out. Now, the interesting thing here, right, is that as the tower continues to approach, it's a little difficult to break fully onto their plat. So at this stage in the game, Nox, how would you think that 556 should be going about trying to make this push happen?
Well, I think the first step is just going to be using some specials to start pushing people out of that top right area so you yourselves can move into it. We see them having 2 really great specials for that online at this exact moment. They have the Booyah and the missiles. And I don't think they need to be used. I don't want to see them used at exactly the same time, but instead a little spread out, probably one before the other, just to kind of continuously keep that pressure moving. In Splatoon 3, we don't typically want to see specials popped at the exact same time.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to keep going on here with this one, and you see those specials actually both coming out pretty sequentially in order, but also notably very specifically targeted. And for some reason, the thing that I want to do is not showing up because I was meant to be able to draw on the screen and it's not coming through. I don't know why that's happening. So that's
but I mean, the key thing there is that things are being focused on that upper right area, allowing them to start moving in there, allowing the blaster to set up there, creating that space.
And the most important thing you want to pay attention to is because you're at that second left. If you want to start mounting that comeback right away, you have to start getting those advantages. You see the Booyah and the 10 missiles already thrown right into Phoenix's direction. You eliminate your Zap user out of the picture. Obviously, no cooler is available at that stage. So now you got Erza with that. With the rapid, and they now have to start fighting for Vanguard to see if they to prevent this push from getting out of control.
The other thing, right, obviously with that Booyah bomb getting thrown up towards that top right side, Katz is able to go right underneath this canopy here and start getting set up. Now, notably, there's not a lot of people that are approaching from this side, but it does enable Echo also to get up there with a second Crab Tank already in this push, continuing to buy even more space for the members of 556. Awaken tries to get shots towards the tower with the extra range of the charger here, but at the end of the day, the second that you see that S-Blast starting to come towards you, you're going to start to be pretty scared if you're the charger, right? Just sitting like a sitting duck there empty. Some of the other members, of course, of Vanguard try to approach from the top side, but at the end of the day, it doesn't actually end up panning out, and 556 goes up 2-0 in this set here early. Chara, how do you think 556 now, is it going to be able to replicate that? Or what adaptations should Vanguard need to make in order to continue on for the rest of this?
I mean, I think for Vanguard, the start of the game was definitely good for them. Like, most of that match seemed to be in their favor. I think tower control, one of the bigger problems for defense there is just kind of staggering. It's a lot easier to panic when specials are flying, especially since you don't get them as fast on the defending side. So it's really important to remember to take some kind of alternate route or space. You want to try and contest tower from 2 different angles. So for Haggle, it'd be, either top left or bottom right by your 10 securing it first. It's very easy in these high pressure tournament situations to forget about that and try to rush the tower and stagger yourselves like that to the point where you're not able to get back in. I think 556's game plan is looking pretty good so far. I think their main problem is going to be aggression. They have both Pro and Splash together. So the S-Blast is the only, true front line there. They're going to be really dependent on getting good value out of their specials and being able to hold space before those come back online.
Well, as the set continues to develop, it does go all the way down to a Game 5 situation here. You'll notice some small adaptations on the compositions here. We see the Rattler Mini Splatling held down by Phoenix here, paired with Erza going back to the Machine. Now, obviously, the Machine, out of context, looks completely out of place, Nox, but I don't think it's a very large surprise that Erza would favor this.
No, Erza has played it on and off since Splatoon 2. Oftentimes when it has been, in Splatoon 2, not even at the top of the meta, but extremely usable in the meta. And in Splatoon 3, it was the weapon to play for a while, and Erza has not played as consistently since then. Probably is just a weapon that feels really comfortable mechanically for him. Probably just a weapon that seems like a good idea. The nerfs just have hit it really hard, but Erza is one of the few players that could maybe still make it work.
Potentially still make it work. The other adaptation, of course, here is Echo actually going over to the vanilla splatter shot, opting for the Zuka in place of the crab tank, maybe looking to pick up the pace of the game a little bit here. But as we start getting towards dangerous territory for Vanguard, it feels like 556 is able to regroup. Echo pushes through the zone, and maybe a high risk, high reward kind of play here. Echo ends up finding 2.
Yeah.
Now, Shara, would you advocate for one of your players to go for that play ever?
I mean, not particularly. I think the main problem here is Echo ran behind them. All of Vanguard saw the shot doing a flank, and then all 4 of their players, you'll notice, turn around and walk into this bottom left corner. And that's really the big problem here. When someone goes for these kind of hero plays, or this is typically a play you'd see like a Wiper or a Brush make, but the shooter has enough mobility to go for it sometimes, right? You cannot panic and give up all your positions to deal with it, because as much of a free kill as it looks like, and you might even kill the shot, like here they do, end up taking them out, but now the entire map has flipped. We've given up our top left high ground. There's just way too much space being given up here, so you have to make sure you don't allocate too many resources to take care of a player behind you, or you might just end up giving up more ground than it's worth it by the time they go down. And from here, it's just, the other benefit of that is this was basically a case where no specials were invested. I remember, again, earlier I was talking a lot about how this comp is a bit more dependent on specials because they don't have as much fighting power. But here they got to take pretty much the entirety of mid, skip the mid fight, and get a hold where they already have a lot more of their specials available than they normally would in this case. So they have a lot better of a setup for this future fight. And if one thing goes wrong, they're going to have huge potential to just keep momentum rolling into the final fight up on resources.
The other thing I think to notice overall is just how much space they're able to take with their main weapons, right?
Yeah.
They're not likely just to sit back on the zone. In fact, Kiki here might be a little bit too far back on this pencil to actually provide support to the rest of the team. Cat's moved up incredibly far, looking to try to perform this lockout situation, which on ship shape is kind of hit or miss at times, right? But even still, you're going to have a lot of players coming right through this funnel. And so what they're able to do is build out enough space here early on, and each player individually finds an advantageous 1v1 while Vanguard is just looking to try towards the zone. Phoenix was swapping that Zuka, just trying to look for maybe Kiki on the zone, or just laying down paint on the zone, really is what it looks like, right? And the rest of the push coming in from Vanguard, a little bit disjointed, and 556 Kyone here is able to capitalize on it very quickly.
And that's the big thing too. It all goes back to Echo basically just diving in and finding the 2 picks, obviously trading for their own lives by the end of it. If Echo doesn't get 2 or even 1, I feel like the story is going to flip the other direction. And I think to what Chara mentioned, I believe earlier as well, is the fact that the Vanguard overcommitted very much on Echo, and of course the kick to add insult to injury, Erza also went down on the bottom side of the map as well. So they went in 3 down. And as you noted, you give up so much space, and especially when you had a good enough lead, you didn't need to necessarily overcommit. You just need to just play your fights correctly. And I think that's just one of those cases where 556 did a fantastic job of taking advantage of what Echo provided to the team.
Interestingly enough, of course, that's the push that kind of sells the game for both these teams. There's plenty of penalty built up, and now they take turns training the zone for the rest of it so that the final score is down to 18, wins over down to 31. And that, of course, was game 5. So 5-5-6 ends up winning over Vanguard. Now, of course, we'll see Vanguard today. Even still, they were able to qualify out of the redemption bracket, but just gives you a little bit more context in terms of what was going on there. Now, want to move on to our next segment here, little show buy or sell. This goes whether or not you believe that you would take where things are right now. As in, do you think that things are undervalued or overvalued, like you are buying or selling stocks? To start off, we'll start off with weapons, and we've got to run through these pretty quickly. So try to explain yourselves, but be brief while you do so. Nox, I'll start with you. The Rattler Mini Splatling is a new weapon that has been added and has been hyped up quite a bit. Buy or sell on its effectiveness?
Buy. It sets the pace of the game so fast. Zuka is a very effective entry tool. It's a very effective defense tool. The beacons get your teammates in. It just speeds up the game even more. Outpace the enemy team.
Okay, Kyon, how about you?
Also buy for pretty much very similar reasons. Also an additional option for at around your midline as well to make it work.
Chara?
Also, I think it's overrated right now. Zuka output is very high, but its value in the mid fight is very low. If a Zuka goes wrong, you miss out on a lot of value compared to fighting supports that can generally be more impactful across the main weapon value.
Compared to something like a grab tag too, right? Where like you have that more consistent output rather than just the Zuka that's really looking to try to get a pick. Hard to tell where I sit on this one. I probably lean closer on the sell personally, but we'll see, of course, how it ends up doing for the rest of the day today and whether or not it can actually win the tournament later on. Next up, Claws 96 Gal is a cooler weapon that was added to the game that a lot of people are looking at. Kyon, to you first, buy or sell on whether or not we're actually going to see this thing?
Well, I think there's just better, cooler options, especially. I think that probably can just do better than what the 96 can offer at this time.
Gerard?
I think it's good for short range maps in particular. It's been very important for pen players to swap on shorter range stages. However, the map list of SuperJump doesn't really have a whole lot of those that force the counter pick here. So I'd say in this case for the tournament, probably would not be buying.
Nox?
I think it's a sell. I think there is a player on your team that I might buy it for, but with the knowledge they play with a pencil, it's still a sell.
Perhaps the case, but time will tell, of course, on whether or not we'll see some of those adaptations go on further on. And that's exactly what I was talking about with Kyon earlier, right? Because the part where we're probably seeing a lot of players stick with comfort. When you've been playing pencil for a whole year at this point, you're probably still going to stick with the pencil almost regardless. Last weapon on the list, the Frozen Splattershot Pro. It's pumped out 10 missiles a decent bit over the course of the day and offers a decent midline support kind of weapon. Chara, buy or sell on this pro?
Very easy buy. The more time has gone by, the more I believe in this weapon. The high damage output works with many options that most supports don't. It's very good at taking its fights, and missiles are still very good.
Yeah.
Nox, are we going back to missiles meta?
No, we're not going back to missiles meta. Pro is the only weapon that does it. There's just one of it this time. And it can't spam it as nearly as bad as K-Shot did. It can't do what K-Shot did. I was about to say, if you ask some
people in Splatoon 2, K-Shot was the only missiles weapon there as well.
Well, then we started using V-Jet. I'd say it's a buy. I really like how easily it can break you out of a disadvantage or neutral state, just kind of on its own. It walks forward with its own missiles. It gets 2 picks, almost for free. Buy, absolutely.
Kyon, buy or sell?
Brief, complicated answer. Buy, yes, you got it. You got an excellent option with the Pro, especially with the 10 missiles. But I also expect this only to be used in certain for specific teams that can take advantage of it.
All right, we got to rapid fire this. Teams today. I'll put my own team on the line. That's right, folks. I started coaching for Hypernova. Buy or sell on their actual odds. Nox, I'll go to you first.
Of winning?
Let's go cracking top 4.
I'll give you a bye. Barely. I'll give you a bye. They've got potential. They're getting coached now. They were good players before. Sure.
Okay, Kyon.
I'm gonna say bye, but it's pretty much marginal. They'll probably barely crack top four at the way they're going.
Chara, seems like the other two are on my side here. Where are you
Kevin,
at?
I have a question for you. What's your plan against Aura? That's your
Yeah,
main
that is
emotion.
actually a good point. I forgot about the bracket. I forgot
What's
that
the coach
bracket was
plan
in the
for?
way.
Maybe you'll convince me.
Great
Do we have a hammer brush,
question.
perhaps?
You expect me to actually change the weapon composition after we haven't played for a week?
Oh, you haven't played for a week? I don't think
Yeah,
you're
we've
selling
had
your team
players
very
that have been
well.
on vacation off. Yeah, exactly. That was the joke, is that I was going to sell my own team here.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I think that Aura is a very tough matchup. If they're not prepped for it, then I'm not sure they can break into top 4 through a losers run. So I'll be critical here also.
All right, Honkai up next. Kyon, to you first.
So I don't think they're gonna really make it to top 4. I think there's just better competition. They can get them there.
Chara?
Yeah,
Overrated
I mean,
or
I've
underrated
seen some of
rather
their
than
players.
top
I think
4
they got
probably.
I think they got some potential. Top 4, no. Top 8, maybe.
Yeah,
All right, Nox?
I think they're underrated. I'll buy them. I really like Honkai. I think they are underrated players. I think they need some coaching, but they're underrated players.
All right, perhaps that mechanical skill will be able to pull through. Last up, PXG. Buy or sell on them being able to win the tournament? Because I think they're probably the favorites here. Chara, how about you?
They are definitely the most expected team to win this tournament. I feel like they're the safest prediction you can possibly do, which makes them incredibly boring to predict to win. So I'm going to say that someone else. I think that someone else could take it today.
Nox?
I would be very happy to see Aura or Milk Duds take it, particularly Milk Duds, just since EU's been on top for a second here. Time to change it up again.
Kyon?
Instant buy. I think they're the favorites.
All right. Well, we're running out of time very quickly as matches are set to start within 2 minutes. So briefly, let's take a look at the aforementioned bracket that has been brought up, where Hypernova will eventually play Aura. Thanks for the reminder, gang. Don't worry, though. Don't
Not
worry,
even
though,
Avengers.
Chara.
Studying last night, surely.
I wouldn't like your bracket either. You're playing Vanguard first
Yeah.
and then 556 second.
No, we definitely got the harder side of the bracket. I'd agree with that.
So are you
Or at
scared?
least like harder. I think we have the hardest top 16 match at least
Yeah.
for like the
I mean-
top 8 seed.
Yeah.
On paper, perhaps, but we'll see in principle whether or not that's actually the case. Any other really things that stand out to you here, Nox? It feels like, actually, for the most part, this is pretty standard. Like
Yeah.
the Vanguard thing is maybe something you think about, but otherwise,
It's pretty
Then-
normal.
yeah, it feels basically normal and feels relatively well situated for the most
Yeah.
part.
I do think there's a bit of an interesting story here though. So Aura has played 2 tournaments last weekend.
And got second in
both
both.
of them got second. Both of them to a game number 10.
Mm-hmm.
One of them was against a gray team, and one of them was against a Kyo team. And today, to make it to winners finals, to make it past winners finals, they have to beat both a gray team and a Kyo team back to back again.
Yeah.
So they are literally having to go against, assuming they make it, that far, which is what's probable right now.
Yeah.
They are probably going to have to run the gauntlet of last week and have a chance to get redemption for both tournaments in one,
Yes.
which would be one hell of a story.
Aura definitely has the biggest potential for a story and a fun little catchline of will silver not get silver?
Yeah, we'll see whether or not that happens. Of course, I would not be looking forward, if I was Aura, to playing both of those teams that I played with to 10 games. But hey, at least you got your practice in last week,
Yeah.
right? And that's something to be thankful for, I suppose, overall. First up on stream, we'll be watching the round 1 matchup between Honkai and the Moai. How do you even say that?
Moai?
Moai, I guess.
Moai?
Yeah. That
I don't
sounds
actually
right.
know. Something like that sounds right. You see the rosters on your screen. I'll give a round for predictions here. Nox, to you first. Who you got?
I've got Honkai. I like them. I think they're really strong players. Note that I won't say really strong team.
Pickup culture strikes again.
Oh no,
Kyone,
they
how about
are a
you?
real team. They're just.
I got
well.
Moai getting out of this matchup for the most part, but I think this could be very close.
Chara?
For this first match,
Yeah.
I think Red Rum's team looks a little more solid here. I think Mox is a very good brush player, very underrated. Kara does good with a pro for support. Little worried about lack of fighting power, but they should be fine. I'd assume Red Rum's just doing, like, I guess they're gonna bamboo zap or something. I think I could see it work as long as their comps make decent sense. I feel like they have a little higher potential here, but we'll see.
Hard to tell for me, too. I think this one's certainly going to be exciting and a good kickoff for our day today, folks. Don't go anywhere. It'll be Shiny Hunter, Zach, and Falco Flyer on the call, and the analyst desk will be back after winners finals concludes to break down what we see out of our top 4 contenders. Don't go anywhere, folks. Matches for Super Jump 5 start on the other side of this short break.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of SuperJump 2025 here. So glad to have you back. A tournament where everyone makes day 2, but from here, we start paring it down pretty considerably. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and joining me today on commentary is someone I've only just recently started casting with, but is so well renowned in the community. A father, not just to his family, but to the community as well. It's Falco. Falco, how are you today?
Zach, thank you for the introduction. I appreciate it. Hey, I had a blast commentating with you at MomoCon. Happy to be back on the mic with you today. And like you mentioned, starting day 2 here, 16 teams remaining. 8 of them won their pool on day 1. 8 of them climbed the redemption bracket, maybe won 1 or 2 sets to get in this position, but they are hungry for that victory, and it's going to be a lot of fun today.
Well, hopefully y'all didn't miss the pre-show. We got a lot of discourse about the teams and the weapons, and we're going to be starting it out, of course, in the winner's side of the bracket. In the alpha version, we have a couple of great teams to spectate here. Moai Emoji versus Honkai. Honkai, definitely got some discussion during the pre-show, and Moai Emoji, pretty nice run in the pools section of SuperJump, but there's lots of stiff competition ahead of them.
Yeah, that's right. Moai Emoji, they beat Heavy Metal in the finals, and this was the same pool that Black Lotus was in. And Black Lotus was favored and was expected to make Alpha Bracket, but they didn't even make it through Redemption. They will be in Beta Bracket. So Moai Emoji hoping to make that run continue and continue to be an upset in this group.
Yeah, one of the more large upsets from day 1. Definitely taking a look at the loadouts or the rosters that we have here. Red Rum, IPS, Kara, and Mox coming in from Moai Emoji. You have weapons that could be played like IPS on maybe more of the backliner support. We could potentially see things like the NZAP or the Pencil. Mox could potentially see Octobrush here, which would be really fun. Kara on some of the newer weapons. We got some discussion about the new Splattershot Pro and the great kit that it has. That's a weapon that's really kind of struggled to find its place. A good weapon on paper, but didn't really have the kit to sort of come out with today. So wondering if we'll see just overall, not just in this match, but the breakout of some of those new Embers and Barazushi weapons.
Yeah, and from a lot of the tournaments that have happened since our update, we really haven't seen many of the new weapons from 10.0 quite yet. But like you mentioned, the Friesen Pro, one of my personal favorites. I actually just played a few games right before we hopped on this call and was using it and had a lot of fun. But you're right, it is not a weapon that we have seen and has really made their place quite yet. But we will see if any of these teams are going to be bringing out the new weapons today.
We don't have to wait any longer. It's going to be game 1. Splat Zones on Mako Market. Ready for Splat Zones to be the starting mode for this entire day 2, pretty much, as we go into counter picks the rest of the way. Taking a look at the compositions, we do in fact have the new Octobrush as well as that Frozen Splattershot Pro with the Splat Bomb and the missiles. We talked, I guess, in the pre-show about whether it's going to be a missiles meta again. This is really the only weapon that's shown through with that special.
Yeah, Moai's comp is actually looking really fun there with the Friesen and the bamboo, and it's I feel like this is going to be a weapon or a comp that we're going to enjoy. They do have 2 auto bombs though, which is not something you typically see a lot of comps players run so far. But right now, Honkai, they have started strong, Zach, and they have no sign of letting go early.
Yeah, getting a massive early lead here and locking it down. Squeezer, a weapon that's seen so much success in Splatoon in general. It kind of comes and goes in the meta, especially in the Western scene, a little bit more popular on the Eastern scene. They have the missiles at the ready here as we go back to the center, but they're losing members now. A couple go down. It's basically 2 for 2, and the Kraken's going to come out. The Kraken Rail trying to lock down some of the opponents there from Honkai. They will get Kabi as a result, but they're going to forgo the zone, and so they're going to lock it down with the tri-strikes. And so Honkai, even after losing a couple members, still in a great place.
Yeah, that started off with Kira trying to push in with the Pro and then Mox pushing in with the Kraken, and I thought it was going to flip over, but no, you're right, Honkai came back. Will they hold on for these last few metrics? And the answer is no. The 1 point remaining, 75 penalty points, and the wipeout to follow, Zach. So this is a very crucial moment here for Moai if they want to try and push, but they have a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah, so rare to see those kind of 11th hour pushes where they're able to get that 1 percentage point left and start locking it down. We get a pick there on Nilla as Redrum looking to build up another one of those killer whales that they're going to throw out. One of the only global specials in the game here as they stay close to mid, not wanting to, again, leave somebody behind and forgo the zone. Looking over on that left-hand side sniper side perch. And Honkai trying to regroup. This is not a position they've been familiar with this game so far, and already Moai emoji past the halfway mark.
No, it's actually been really crazy with how there has not been any back and forth throughout the whole 2 minutes of the game so far. And finally, we do see the second flip over of the entire game, and that is going to Honkai, who's going to be holding it on, having a 2-player advantage as they're continuing this lockout against Moai. They're doing it very well, having a lot of their players scattered. We can see they're watching all of the ledges as IPS is trying to find an opportunity to break in. Can they avoid some of these missiles? Mox, their teammate, is going to go down, so now IPS just waiting, but unfortunately has all of the bombs and attributes thrown at them. But it looks like right now they are trying to get some flanks going, building some of their specials, trying to push in, and it looks like they're going to get a cap with a 2-player advantage.
Yeah, not just the bombs, but the Inkzuka continues to be just such a devastating special to go up against. Gives you that element of range where you otherwise might not have one. Kara not able to finish off their opponent there and will back off, content themselves with getting a buff from the tactical. We're watching over the sniper perch. We didn't yet mention both teams running that pencil. That was another part of the pre-show discussion. Are any of the weapons, like for example the new 96 gal, going to break through and take the pencil over as sort of the premier tactical weapon? You of course have the heavy edit in that conversation too, but now it's still a fight on the zone as we see Moai getting rid of their penalty and starting to take their score down in earnest. One member of Honkai going down, locking on the zone. Can they find anything? No specials really to throw at it as of this point for either team, but Moai starting to lose members. Nilla seeing if they can get a flank going. They do lose their squeezer though. They have the tri-strikes online and they will have to use them here with about a minute and a half left to go, and that will be enough to get them back to zone.
Yeah, that was a good save to kind of regroup, and they still have a lot of paint on the map, not even in the zone, but in front of the zone as well, which is especially crucial if you want to try and get some of the flank picks that they're aiming for. Whale's going to be coming out from Moai. It's going to be targeting 2. 3 are now going to go down. It is just going to be 1 person remaining on the side of Honkai. So Moai, once again in control. Of course, they still have a lot of penalty points that they need to make up. They held the zone for quite a bit before it being flipped over once again, but it becomes more and more important to hold on to this zone, knowing that the time is ticking down, but it looks like they're almost out of penalty points, which is going to benefit them. They're going to have to avoid some of these strikes. Can they avoid having a lot of their players go down? We will see. Zach, as Hawkeye's trying to push back in.
Yeah, Taro gets an important pick there. That's going to be 1 member going down there for Moai, seeing if they can get closer to the zone. They leave the comfort of that sniper perch and are having to go closer to the zone. Mox seeing if they can get a pick, but a teammate helps them out, getting lower and lower. Can they take it over? And they will, uncontested. That save at 1 comes massively in handy for Moai emoji as they come roaring back despite quite a bit of back and forth, and they will take a hotly contested game 1.
Yeah, Zach, you couldn't have a closer game to start off for this first set here on stream. The 1-0 victory. You know, that is so difficult for Honkai, because you just need to hold on to the zone for a fraction of a second longer, and then you wouldn't have needed to play out the 3.5 minutes that followed up. So it is. And of course, being in a best of 3 situation for round 1, there's no room for error. And unfortunately then for Honkai, that moment, that split second is what made the difference.
Well, and again, it's extends outside of this set, right? If you are a team that's looking to make it all the way to something like top 4, top 2, or be the champion and compete for that $250 starting prize pool, that's going to add to sort of the lethargy that might pile up, or the fatigue that you may get if you're having to play an extra 3.5 minutes in a match that you could have wrapped up just as quickly, especially not coming out of it with a victory there. But we do have the counter pick coming in. We will stay with Splat Zones. Basically, for the rules, a team cannot pick a map or a mode that they've won on previously in that set. So deciding to run it back is Honkai. I don't hate the pick, especially, Falco, as you mentioned, with how close that one was. I think Honkai feels they have the strength to run it back.
That's right, and I misspoke earlier. I said best of 3, it really is best of 5, but you're right about this counter pick being zones. You know, there's no way you would say that Moai has the Splat Zone advantage based on how that match ended up, especially with how strong Honkai's opened the game too, held it out the entire time. We're gonna hop into here for game 2 now, and we'll see if we see any weapon changes. You know, I I can't imagine with how close it was, unless there are going to be players who want to have something else up their sleeve. We'll take a look. Kanan's still on the CDS, and I believe most of these weapons are the same. We do have a different bamboo coming out on the side of Moai. They're going to be running the vanilla bamboo rather than the new bamboo here, so they're going to be having auto bomb and whale to help support.
Yeah, and that's not a weapon you see every day. I feel like it's one of those weapons that if you specialize in that weapon, it takes a lot of time to really get it down and establish a place in the meta, because it doesn't exactly have that one-shot splat potential. But if you can get even just a bit of damage on there, it can do so much work. Mox, as we saw in game one, still playing around with this Kraken Royale, mostly just hovering around the zone, especially as we see a nice splat there on the Kabi. Before you're able to get the entire extent of the map, the part that's currently waterlogged, it's so difficult to maneuver around, and a weapon like the Octobrush, as Mox gets another pick there on Tanilla with the run speed that it has, is such a great starting weapon.
Yeah, Moai is really benefiting now since the map did lower. They have a little more room, and especially for their Octobrush, I think that's going to be a weapon that is just going to be scattered around throughout the entire map and is really going to benefit from having more paint at the disposal. And Moai still holding on to this zone, having a one-player advantage. The cooler is out. Most of the players are coolered as Mox is waiting for somebody to drop. Kaden is trying to find a way to push in, but there's a lot of blue paint up there on their plat. They're able to get a few picks here and there, but Caden's really going to have to dance to try and avoid getting splatted. They are going to be taken down, but while all this is going on, Zach, Moai still holding on to the zone strong.
Yeah, that was the lead going over to Moai there. Kaden, as you mentioned, on that Dually Squelcher's weapon that we really didn't talk about that much. It has the Wave Breaker, which for a map like this one could be interesting, but now time getting low as we're about to see Moai get into the single digits here. We're going to have to see a big resistance from Honkai Mox with that Kraken yet again. They do lose control at 4, and they are able to take it over. So some shades of game one here as we see a team get past the 5-point mark and go almost the distance. But it's going to be Honkai holding on, and we'll see if luck this time is on their side to come all the way back from a 4-down deficit.
Right, and what's benefiting Honkai is they had the zone at the very beginning. So they're at 49 right now with their penalty points now diminishing. They don't have to make that 100-0 run. They have a little bit more time, and they've been doing such a good job, again, holding out Red Rum here, who's trying to find a way to break in along with Kira. Red Rum's going to be using that Killer Whale, going to be taking down Kabi as they're trying to get more players. 3 are going to go down on Honkai. That is a wipeout. That is a huge wipeout, Zach, because Moai back in control. Kira's already guarding some of these ledges, and this is a small map in particular. It is not hard to get to your enemy's side, so these lockouts are absolutely crucial.
And Honkai, from a specials perspective, has some very intimidating ones. One of the first weapons or players to go down there was the Tenatech on that Tri-Strike, which they're throwing out now. They also were able to take out the Squeezer, which could have had that Inkzuka basically gone from platform to platform on a map like Mahi Mahi Resort with that special. So you take those weapons out first, you prevent them from being able to get those specials online, and it's very important. But Honkai employing those same tactics, a 3-down situation forced against Moai Emoji, the only weapon online, the Frozen. So they're going to be retaining what percentage of their missiles they had built up previously. But on a map like this, when you kind of get into this game, as we watch Kabi here, of sharking right below these platforms, and if anyone is foolish to drop down too early, you can really take advantage of that if you're in the proper position.
Yeah, you don't want to be the first one to take the bait, but of course somebody needs to go down there if you want to try and get the cap. And it looks like Moai, strategically, they were planning on waiting when to drop down. And I just love the team coordination that Moai and Honkai, to be fair, that they have together, because it's rare that you're going to see one player go down and then nothing happens, one player go down, nothing happens. It is always 3-4 wipeout as soon as somebody goes down. So you know that they have an agenda up their sleeve. They're waiting for the perfect time to execute it, especially Mox right here, just waiting for somebody to drop, waiting for an opportunity to push up. Who's going to be the first one? They're able to take down Kabi. So this is exactly the strategic planning that both of these teams have been thriving on for these 4 minutes. And right now, Moai is inching closer and closer to victory.
That is the MO of the Octobrush, sharking around to the penalty. Almost gone there for Moai, but they lose control again. So last map, it took around the 1.5-minute mark to finish things off. Now down more than halfway past that into the 40-second mark. And this time, Honkai seeing if they can hold on for real. Spectating yet again Kaden on this Dually Squelchers to see if they can find anything. They'll want to build up that Wave Breaker for the final push to make sure that they can spot as many members of Moai that might be dropping down here. Now Tato seeing if they can hide behind this wall, a great facet of Mahi Mahi Resort. So many walls to hide behind based on your team's positioning. They are beset upon by the missiles, but but that's going to be the lead. Stopped at 2, and they take it back. Was wondering if we'd see yet another penalty overtake there, but Honkai holds strong, and they're able to get the revenge they were looking for. On Splat Zones, we have a 1-1 set.
Yeah, a match that was another nail biter, just like the first one. A little bit more back and forth in this game, with teams taking their fair share of taking the lead. A well-deserved fist bump there for members of Honkai, and this is, wow, what an incredible set. You know, it's crazy that we had these two very competitive games of Splat Zones in game 1 and game 2. I could guarantee that these teams would want to choose Splat Zones as their counter picks if they could throughout this entire set. But we will very likely be seeing a different mode here, as both teams have finally won their games on Splat Zones. So, wow, what an impressive finish.
Yeah, and I think both of these teams trying to set up their premier offensive weapons here. We talked about sort of the Tri-Strike to get the zone capped, while you have the Squeezer with the Inkzuka. Didn't see, too much efficacy there. Maybe that's because, we're spectating players like Caden and Mox a lot of the time, but, that's a weapon, a special that you would really want to see take advantage of the layout of a map like Mahi Mahi Resort, even with some of the obstacles and walls that are in your way. Maybe take the high ground on the grates, or with that sort of small sniper overlook. But Mox, for example, on the Kraken Royale, able to do some great things. We spectated them kind of sharking around, waiting for the right opportunity to pounce. They even got marked by the Wavebreaker on one of those pushes as a result, but they were still able to get their one, as you say. And it looks like, as you mentioned, Splat Zone's now off the table. We go next, it looks like, to Rainmaker potentially on Undertow Spillway, a pretty classic Rainmaker map. You don't have too many of those being classic Rainmaker maps kicking around the map pool, so not surprised to see if we're going in this mode, it's going to be a map like Undertow.
Right, this is kind of the one map that a lot of people are willingly wanting to play Rainmaker on. I know we've all heard that discussion of, should Rainmaker be a thing that we play in this game, especially at high level in Splatoon, but these teams are here for it. We are here for it as well. Now, the question is, since this mode is obviously played very differently than Splat Zones as far as lockouts and your mechanics, how are these teams going to adapt without the pressure of pushing in together and banking on getting a wipeout? Because that's much easier in Splat Zones rather than Rainmaker. You don't have that as many opportunities for that in Rainmaker. Players tend to be a lot more spread out. But we'll hop into here for game 3, see how this one starts off, taking a look at the comps once again. Pretty similar comps here coming out from the side of Moai, and the same for Honkai. We do have squeezes on both sides. I don't think we had that before. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we are seeing the vanilla squeezer, on both sides this time.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. It's going to be Kabi versus Kara on the Squeezer. So taking sort of the interesting layout of this map, you have that sort of bisected middle section there. Of course, that would make it for Splat Zones a 2-zone map, but that I think is a reason why a lot of people don't favor Splat Zones for a map like this one. But the Squeezer, great range. Of course, it has the wall to sort of protect you, and then you have that nice special, the Zuka, to see if you can push forward, which Moai Emoji is currently doing. IPS, the designated Rainmaker carrier, and not facing a ton of opposition here. IPS rolling back just in case, dodging the final shots there of the pencil, but they get a pretty easy cap on the first checkpoint.
Right, that was actually perfect. And if Mox can't take a member out from Honkai, might as well force them off of the map. And that is exactly what happened to help push Moai to 24 with under a minute into this match. So a fantastic start, as Moai still holding on to mid. I'm assuming this Rainmaker, they're banking on it to reset. Nobody from Honkai seems to be wanting to grab it and resetting it themselves, which is a smart thing not to do. But it looks like through all of that, IPS able to sneak in there, get one more point, but more importantly, keep that Rainmaker on the side of Honkai, as more members for Moai going for the flank. That's going to be a few players down. And finally, Honkai picking it up, dashing it towards the other side, resetting it, giving themselves a little bit of breathing room, but not much on the map control side.
Yeah, I saw the vision for Mox. They're really trying to shark around and see if they could pick anything up, get any splats that they could to allow another team member. They had a couple that were waiting to see if they could get the Rainmakers. We see Red Rum go down. Caden looking for a second there. They get the fall-off shots onto IPS, so that'll be a clean double, and they're signaling to their team this way, as it's just going to be the new Octobrush that's left Mox, seeing if they can play that last line of defense. But, Moai really wanted to extend that, wanted to steal as much time as they could, and now they were able to get Honkai was the reset back to mid, and as a result, they're actually trying to bum rush rush this one forward here. Taro seeing if they have a path forward, stalling just a little bit. That might have allowed Mox just enough time to get that Kraken Royale online. They get one, and they're just barely able at the apex of the jump right before banking that Rainmaker into the first pedestal. They're able to get the splat.
Mox treating that Kraken like it's a star in Mario Kart. You have the little speed buff. You're just aiming to take down some of the players, and they are able to take down 2 on that breakaway. So Honkai very close to getting that first checkpoint, like you said, but not able to get it in time. And that was the breakaway that they needed to do. There was no paint, not even any members of Moai's paint along that path. And they just had to run and go, bank to get that checkpoint. It didn't happen then, but it's going to happen now as they get the dunk. But again, not a lot to work with beyond this point. You have a 1-player disadvantage right now. A Whale is coming out 2 players. So this push here might be a one-and-done situation as Mox and their crew looking to get some more picks. And yes, it is going to be picked up by Moai. Once again, IPS going to be holding it on, resetting it into mid. But Zach, with both checkpoints gone from both teams, this is a brand new game.
Yeah, I'm noticing that Moai, whether they're on offense or defense, their strategy on Rainmaker is basically swarm like flies. Not let Honkai know exactly where they're going to be positioned. We saw a member north, south, east, and west of where the Rainmaker and where that last member of Honkai was alive, and now IPS back on that designated Rainmaker. They will fall, and so there's not going to be much progress, but Honkai not really needing to get much. 23 is kind of in that tenuous area on this map. You'd really prefer to get all the way past the bridge to have a secure lead, so 23 could be surpassed by Honkai, but time running out on them, and Mox having another one of those famous Kraken Royales online. I'm going to guess that's IPS on the Rainmaker, and they are indeed the carrier. They're going to go the same route. You could always go to the right-hand side. It's a little bit more risky having to back out now. Mox also expending their Kraken Royale and not really finding too much benefit out of it other than being a deterrent. And so the other option here, if they can get all the way up, is to take sort of that uninkable horseshoe around and see if their teammates can take the main bridge forward. Red Rum trying to get into the position. They are marked, and that's exactly why you want a player like Caden to use that wave breaker. And now Moai starting to crumble as a result.
Yeah, you know, they had a very different pace during that push. It was a slow and steady push rather than what they had done before, which is just dart forward. And that was a wipeout on the side of Moai, so Honkai going to be picking it up. And unfortunately, they picked it up a little bit too late after the wipeout to get the full benefit of a lot of the map control they wanted in front of this Rainmaker, but we have about 20 seconds left. Honkai, they can sacrifice 1, maybe 2 Rainmaker splats here if they can quickly get a repop, but it looks like that might not be necessary. They have to keep some of their players alive. It is just going to be the Brush who's alive. Can they sneak forward and get the lead? Yes, they can, but Mox able to take them down in the last 10 seconds. The lead flips. This is a brand new game. Moai now in the driver's seat to try and get this win, but they have a long way to go.
Yeah, Mox taking out their proverbial frustration with that Kraken Royale. Gets 2, but it's too little, too late so far. That is going to be 3 down, though, on the side of Honkai. So they've expended a lot of resources. Now they're going to have to find a way to build it up to play that stalwart defense. But time also not really on the side here of Moai. They have the tri-strike, and IRS forced to back us, for IPS getting out of dodge there to see if they can stay alive. But the timer still ticking down. The members of Honkai able to get some height. They've already lost 2. It's just 1 escorter alongside the Rainmaker. Can they survive? IPS having to back off. They do get Caden there, so it's 2 down on the side of Honkai, but they're really going to have to move here, and they do go down. They get taken out by one of the last surviving members of Honkai, and a third match is back and forth all the way through, but this time, yet again, Honkai picks up the win, and they get their first lead.
You know, throughout the first 4.5 minutes, that game looked like it was all Moai. They seemed unstoppable. They had control. They got the early lead. They set the tone. They didn't really have a lot to worry about. They kept pushing the Rainmaker. They didn't necessarily need to, but then Honkai, able to have a very nice push with the wipeout, just had a 1-player down, 2-player down, 3-player down, and the finesse of the Rainmaker carrier, Mox, who was able to just push forward and carry it through to get the lead. That was absolutely incredible. And what I loved about the last push there from Moai, IPS is very patient with the Rainmaker. Of course, you have to be patient when it's overtime, and if you get splatted, you go out. But there were times where we saw them push up with their team, knowing when to retreat. And honestly, they stayed alive much longer than I thought they would, because it's very easy to get a little egregious there and just push forward a little too quickly. But IPS and their team did a great job, but unfortunately for them, it wasn't enough. They're making the counter pick now. And again, Zones is done. They just lost to Rainmaker, of course, based on how that one went. Could they counter pick it? Yes, they could. Are there any other maps in this game that they would want to do that? I'm not entirely too sure. But take a look here, Zach. The first few moments of this game, this is the first push from Moai as they are pushing it forward to 24. That lead, that 24 push, they got one more to 23 after that. But then later on is really when Honkai tore it up.
Look, that entire sort of left-hand side of the map where the first checkpoint is, and then that 90-degree turn into the bridge is such a difficult place to have to make an overtime push, because to the top right of that, there's basically a couple of perfect overlook areas for anybody with a decent amount of range, whether it's on their main weapon, their special, what have you, to basically fire shots from a relatively safe distance. So the folks that are escorting your Rainmaker carrier, they have to be able to either have a special or a weapon that is going to be able to contend with that, or be forced to push up and put themselves in danger to try and clear a path, while those shots are ideally going past them to try and take down the Rainmaker. And so it was very back and forth credit, I think, to both teams there for the fight, but finally it was too much. And, Moai Emoji succumbed to the defense that Honkai was able to put up. And as you mentioned, Falco, not a bunch of, draw or desire to play another drawn out Rainmaker match. So this time we swap modes yet again. We go now to Clam Blitz over on Inkbot Art Academy, one of, I think, two, primarily favored modes on this map, as well as tower control. And we won't have to wait long. We did see a squeezer come through in game 3. Let's see, Falco, if there's any other drastic weapon changes here in game number 4.
Right, I like this pick. I like this map mode. Let's see what they're bringing out. No changes there on the side of Honkai. Taking a look at Moai, they're going to be coming back with the Friesen Pro. They didn't run that before. Again, Tentamissile's not really a weapon, or not really a special that we see very often, but Mox keeping with the Octobrush, with Kraken, Red Rum sticking with the Vanilla Bamboo as well. So, very familiar weapons for both of these teams. They have already played them all before. Two are going to go down pretty quickly on Moai. Of course, Clams, you just kind of start off very scattered, getting a feel for what you need to do, and that's going to be a delayed 3 down for Moai, as Honkai and Nilla in particular quick to capitalize on that, form a power claim for one of their teammates, as KB is going on the, I will say the flank, but really the route that nobody else is on right now as they're trying to push forward. Unfortunately for them, it is not a push that they are able to score, so Moai back into neutral.
Yeah, Taro, I think the one losing that power claim there. And if I remember correctly, game 1, we saw that pencil B pencil dynamic, and Red Rum's still going to be on this bamboo here, but now we have, of course, the pencil V N-Zap. So the vanilla N-Zap going to be the tactical weapon of choice here for Moai as they try and get set up. They were able to basically stop an initial Honkai push. Nice jump out there as Kabi is going to fall, so an early pick for Moai. We'll see if we can get anything going here. Mox up to Mox things as they get through and try and clear a path right in front of where that ramp is during Clam Blitz. Mox, you can see in the middle of your screen now on the Kraken Royale, trying to chase one down into that bottom court area, will not find anything. So this has been sort of the most equal, stalemate-y kind of match that we've seen so far. Honkai maybe trying to break that out as Nilla's going to throw out the tri-strike.
Right, it's crazy to think that we've been here a minute and a half. Finally, the objective scored, whereas the other 3 games, somebody is already at 30 remaining by this point that we've gotten to. And Honkai, you're right, able to get that first few claims in, breaking the basket, getting down to 65, not necessarily at that 60 mark that I'm sure they would like to be in, but they are the first ones on the board 2 minutes in, as Honkai still in control of mid. They do have 8 claims at their disposal. 2 are going to go down, so this is actually going to be really big for Moai, especially they already pick up their Mercy clam. That's going to be IPS holding it. IPS able to score as well, and are they going to be able to take the lead? They have the numbers for it. They don't necessarily have the claims, but they definitely have the Inklings and Octolings alive and able to do it. Kira's going to be throwing in a clam, taking the lead. 2v1 situation right now. So Moai with a great counter push, able to take the lead, but only the lead by 1.
Yeah, IPS gives up the body to make sure that that first power clam can go in and sets the stage for Moai to take the lead just by a clam there. Caden getting some late revenge there onto IPS and seeing if they can get something going. They did also get the Octobrush as well, and they have the power clam online. Caden should be able to put out the wave breaker to spot at least a few members of Moai that might be trying to set up a defense here. Nilla seeing if they can move forward, and they try to throw it. It actually banks off the wall. They're able to get some redemption there and clear out the penalty. They'll claim the lead as well. Caden ignoring the couple of clams nearby. nearby and seeing if they can get some picks, but it's not going to be enough. Even with the nice maneuverability of a weapon like the Dually Squelchers, it's not going to be a cure-all. So I think that was 3 down. And now Moai looking for a bit of revenge here. The lead just trading a little bit back and forth. It's not been these sort of drastic numbers that we saw, especially in the Splat Zones games as far as lead changes, but the pendulum is still swinging back and forth.
Yeah, this game is going to come down to the wire. We have 1:30 remaining, and I already know it's going to be a very close one as Moai able to score again. They don't have the lead quite yet, but Mox is hoping to change that, riding the rail, getting on the bats, but not able to push up as Red Rum is trying to approach from the other side as well. So that is just going to be a one and done with the Power Clam. 10 more penalty points added to the side of Moai, but 1 for them will take the lead as they have 9 clams already, and Red Rum still holding on to that Power Clam. The good news is they still have mid control. Honkai has not been able to break out, nor have they had any sort of player advantage, so this is as if Moai has had control the entire time. I think this is where they're really going to try and strike as Mox is pushing in. The Killer Whale is coming out, Cooler is coming out, Red Rum is going to be trying to find a way that they can push in, but they back up just in time. I think they're waiting out some of the pencil player and finally able to get that score. This, I think, is going to be a huge opportunity for Moai, Zach.
Yeah, that was massive. And for Moai, they have, I would think, the worst painting composition out of the two, as we see a massive extension of the lead here down to 21, and they're not quite done trying to throw clams up to the closest Squitter Octoling that might be nearby. IPS not able to get more than one there as Nilla goes down. Kabi now going to have to try and stay strong as they are able to stop the push at 12. But as I was mentioning, Honkai, they're really reliant on their specials, especially Mox on that Kraken Royale, to try and get into the zone. I think it might be a little bit easier for Honkai, who has a little bit better of a painting composition here with weapons like the pencil, even the Tentactech and the Squeezer to get in, but they're going to need overtime. They have 24 clams now at their disposal. It's about whether they can break in and get it done in overtime now.
Right, and their other 2 remaining, 24, 2 power clams. The other players have 5 or 6 at their disposal. They get both of these in. They're going to be in a very good position, and look at that! All of those clams go in. They just need 2 more clams for them to get the win and avoid going to a game 5, and they're able to do it. So Honkai in overtime, 2 power clams, a ton of clams to follow up, able to save the game, able to save the set for them, winning this set 3-1 against Moai, and what a nail-baiter that was, Zach.
If this is any indication of what we are going to see for the rest of Super Jump Day 2, then we are in for quite the day of Splatoon action here. So well back and forth. Would have loved to see that one go to a game 5, but Honkai, I think, has earned the victory in all 3 of their wins during this set. All of them so tough and back and forth. We saw and said during lots of those matches, Moai has the advantage, or they've really seemed like the stronger team for X amount of time, for the majority of the time in these matches. But it's when Honkai is able to come back and either hold strong or retake that lead in either the late stages or in overtime. And we basically saw that across all the modes for Rainmaker, able to hold strong against the pretty elongated attack during overtime that Moai distributed. And then here, of course, in Clam Blitz, 26, I think the largest pool of clams that we saw any one team build up during most of the match. It was this kind of back and forth, nobody really getting more than maybe 14 or 15 clams a day to one time. We see 16 there in overtime, building the power clam to get up to 24 and then 25. And Nilla not really able to take the easiest way at first. They had to kind of dodge around to the left, and their teammates having to sort of carve a path for them. And it takes a lot to force a team like Moai to stay kind of back in that spawn portion of the map, or that sort of elevated, that high ground portion where they're not able to jump down and contend very easily against the basket. So credit to them to even get to that point and set up a great overtime victory there, taking the lead and taking the set 3-1.
Yeah, that was the ending push. You know, I thought they were going to be able to push in a little bit sooner than they did. There seemed like so much tug and pull of, okay, I want to push. No, I got to pull back. There's something coming. But every player who had a power clam were able to just get it in at the perfect opportunity. And I don't know if you saw there on the left side by the tree, but one of the players, I couldn't see who it was because they got splatted right after they threw the clam, threw the game-winning clam. That would have been it. That was the last opportunity to throw a clam for that basket and that push. So it was just an absolute perfect timing, a perfect positioning for Honkai as well. And again, it showed on games 1, 2, 3, and 4 just the camaraderie and the synergy that both of these teams have, knowing how to coordinate their specials and when to push forward. This match in particular, we saw, I don't want to say empty pushes, but we saw a few one and dones, which is not anything we really saw during Splat Zones or Rainmaker. Whenever anybody was carrying the Rainmaker, they really made an effort and were able to hold on to it for quite a decent amount of time in zones. Both teams, whenever they held the zone, was at least for a minute or so. It was really Clan Blitz being the first mode that we saw this big back and forth lead flip, lead flip, lead flip. And it was a really good change of pace, and it was really enjoyable for them to for us to watch. And yeah, Honkai getting that 3-1 victory. They will be going up against Milk Duds next, who got the 3-1 victory over the Aphex here. So take a look at the bracket. I think the big news too is Vanguard 3-0ing Moonlight in round 1 here of our alpha bracket. Moonlight will be headed towards the losers bracket. They are waiting to face the loser between STL and Free Flow, as PG is getting that 3-0 victory over Frutella.
Yeah, I think our next match will actually feature Vanguard. So great that we're going to spectate the team that was able to sweep through Moonlight in our winners round 1 and send them to the loser side of the bracket. They await the winner of 556 and Mustard. 556 currently up 2-1 in that series after losing game 1. They've won 2 in a row. Otherwise, in the bracket, Aura moving on to face Hypernova. Hypernova sweeping through Foams 49. It's currently 1-0 Hypernova in that set. And as you mentioned, Free Flow came through in Redemption. Now they're up 2-1. It was 2-0 on STL. So should be great to see who comes through and takes on PXG. Vanguard, such an interesting story there to see them take out Moonlight. They've got JSOR Arc, Phoenix, Erza, and Raiki on their squad. That is kind of a old school meets new school type of reminiscent composition. Nice roster that we'll get to take a look at. And of course, just a lot of the storylines playing through in a large tournament like this. I'm so excited to see these teams go through and what kind of run, for example, Moonlight might make in the loser side of the bracket, or whether a team like Moai Emoji that in the last set we just spectated had a ton of what ifs. What if Honkai had, instead of being stopped at 1, what if they had just won the first match out, or the first game outright, and they had won in maybe a minute and a half, minute 15 seconds, and that had set the tone for the rest of the set? Would we have seen such a back and forth type of game that we did, or would we have seen the counter picks that we did? Would, Honkai have felt confident enough to counterpick the maps that they did, or the map that they did in game number 2, or would Moai, if they had sort of taken that a different direction, what would have happened? So really interested to see. Milk Duds, of course, going to be an interesting team to go up against. Ice, Jared, Kyo, .Q, and Anthony as the team making up that composition. So that, I think, has a lot of expectations on their shoulders. That's going to be a tough draw for a Honkai team that's probably a little bit tired after going basically the difference in all 4 of those games, and we'll see if they can pull off a great match there. So lots to look forward to here in day 2 of Super Jump number 5. I'm also just interested to see which team between 556 and Mustard comes out of it. Haven't gone over Mustard's composition yet, but we have some players that have really been making a splash in the scene, with Joe, Palu, Balloon, and Trey52 making up that roster. So lots of pickups, but lots of teams that are pretty well known in the Splatoon scene.
Yeah, I mean, especially here, obviously, in our alpha bracket, and even teams that made Redemption. And there are a few teams who won through Redemption and beat their alpha bracket opponent. Well, Honkai versus Moai, for instance. Honkai came from Redemption, beat Moai, and Vanguard, actually, the team that beat Moonlight, came out from the Redemption bracket because they lost in a game 5 yesterday to 556. We talked about them briefly earlier. So it's not just you win your bracket, you automatically win round 1 because you have an easy peasy team in Redemption. No, that is absolutely not the case for this tournament that you might see for quite a few other tournaments that happen throughout the scene. This is really some stiff competition that we have. And I think too, we mentioned that about Free Flow, because they came from Redemption bracket, and I believe I'm pulling that up now, but we mentioned they had the lead the last time we checked in their sets, a 2-1 lead, I believe. pulling up that bracket right now if we can get it, so we can get a better look. Yeah, it's still 2-1 against STL, and that's really huge for Free Flow. Now, of course, if they win, they're facing PG, who is the #1 seed of this tournament here for Super Jump 5. And Zach, we haven't talked about really the stakes of what happens for the top 4 teams who make it through Super Jump. The top 4 teams in Alpha Bracket will get an automatic bid spot for the Splat World Series that will be hosted here on IPL. That is going to be huge. So if you make winners finals, you're automatically in. And then on the loser side, if you make loser semis or upward, you will get a bid for that as well. Of course, the other 2 spots will be going towards qualifier winners. That will happen later in July here on IPL. But IPL's cooking with all their tournaments they have coming on, Zach.
Yeah, it's no wonder that we've had such a great turnout for Super Jump. It's not just a very well-established major Splatoon tournament, but there is both the monetary prize pool on the line, the $250 starting prize pool for the victor there, but also the top 4 teams, as you mentioned, getting that invite to the Splat World Series. A great matchup between East and West. I know a lot of work has gone into putting that together, and it should be a fantastic way for the West to show what they have against a very, very difficult region to go up against, with some differing ideologies on weapon compositions. You know, you have tournaments like Area Cup that come through and show us what the East is sort of favoring at this time. We see some very interesting loadouts, things like multi Dapple Dually compositions. I've seen teams that are running 4 Dapple Dualies in tournaments like Area Cup, and that's just things that you don't see all the time in the western side of the world. So I cannot wait to see, especially again, as we've had an influx of new weapons, that 10.0 update that you were referencing earlier from Barazushi and Embers. We've already gotten to spectate a few of them. The Splattershot Pro, that Octobrush that was doing great things with the Kraken Royale, even just, you know, seeing how they fit into a pretty well-established composition, things like the pencil, which continues to dominate sort of the conversation around the tactical, despite, you know, the differences in maps and how that might proc maybe a change away from a longer range weapon like the pencil over to something like either the heavy edit, which we did not see in that first set, or even something like the 96 gal. We did see the vanilla inzap coming through in 1 or 2 of those games, especially on Inkblood Art Academy, as sort of a shorter range and higher fire rate option for building up that tactical. And the 96, just for that special specifically, kind of fits in the middle between something like the pencil and the inzap. It's that sort of slower firing, but still a shooter class of weapon. And that is just the very top, just not even scratching the surface of all of the variety that we get with the new influx of weapons that we received in 10.0.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Thankfully, I had enough Sheldon licenses to buy all 30 right at once. I think Popgun had a timer of how long it takes for you to get through the news, and he clocked it at about 1:40 if you do the speed up option. Remember in Splatoon 2, we didn't have that. We didn't have the speed up option.
How blessed if you wanted
to mash through all the weapons, you literally had to just keep pressing A to try and get through. But no, they've been a lot of fun. I am happy that we have seen them, especially we mentioned the Freeze Pro, and we mentioned Mox on the new brush with Kraken too. That's a very, very strong weapon as well. But of course, old reliables are coming out too. Weapons that players know and love, and we know that they excel at. So it's good to see a mix of both old and new coming out for today, and I'm sure yesterday, and really for the foreseeable future for Splatoon. Now, I am going to be interested, especially during the Splat World Series, what a lot of teams from Japan play. We know Area Cup being the primary tournament, top level tournament in Japan. They're partnered with IPL to bring on the finals of the Splat World Series. That's going to be a lot of fun. It starts at 8 a.m. Eastern time, 5 a.m. Pacific, that final. So if you're on the West Coast, I am sorry. That's a pretty brutal start time for you, but I'm sure there have been worse tournaments timing wise that you could play into. But again, I can't light up the fact enough how much fun that's going to be, especially to spectate. It's going to be a lot of fun. But teams are still wrapping up. So we mentioned that we're waiting on the winners between that is between 556 and Mustard, and it's still at a 2-1 game. So a very contested, close set between these two teams who have started. It looks like Artifice, they, I guess according to Start GG, they have I don't know if a no-show is disqualification, but are able to move on, and they're facing Hypernova already in the semifinals, and they're actually tied 1-1. So the lower side of the bracket moving much more quickly than the top side of the bracket. And Hypernova, a team that I'm particularly interested in watching. This actually consists of 3/4 of the members who participated for Gator Lane's winning team for the Lane Championship Showdown, My Little Henlo. So from that team, they have Henlo, they have Lexi, and they have Dat Kid. I believe they have Synapse also on their roster too. So it's and this is. They're coached by K-Bot, who you guys voted on Blue Sky that K-Bot should play today. You saw him on the pre-show, but he's not here. I can't say he's playing right now because I know that's not true, unfortunately. But I would love to see K-Bot hop in there as well. I'm sure he would like to get a low ink ban because I don't think he is quite yet. But they're battling it out now too in the lower side of the brackets, and now it's actually tied 2-2 between 556 and Mustard. So contentious game 5 that we're waiting on, and of course they're going to be facing Vanguard, who we mentioned before, defeated Moonlight 3-0 at that. I think the 3-0 victory speaks more obviously than just beating Moonlight in general. You 3-0 a team like Moonlight, that's absolutely incredible, Zach.
Yeah, it's not something that happens often, especially in the earlier portions of either a day 2 bracket or the double elimination portion of a bracket. We also have another game that is finished up as well. STL, with its roster of Thunder, Dark, Bantar, and Wave, falling 3-1 to Free Flow, who will be that goes into winners quarters to take on PXG, kind of the perennial favorite from what we heard about in the pre-show. They were able to dispatch a Frutella 3-0 in a sweep of their own. So no rest there for Free Flow, as they're going to have to take on maybe the number 1 seed in the tournament. And as you mentioned, Hypernova, coached by K-Bot there, currently locked down 1-1 against Aura. We already have one team that's gone into losers round 2 as part of that Artifice DQ you were referencing, Falco. Foams 49 awaiting the loser now between PXG and Free Flow. So they got an easy default win in losers round 1. They are going to make up for it with a very tough losers round 2 matchup. So that's going to be very tough. And the final game, of course, that we're waiting on in winners round 1 is going to be the 556 versus Mustard game that is going the full distance to a game 5. So we're going to have that great juxtaposition between Vanguard coming off of that upset sweep against Moonlight and into a team that's going to have come out of a brutalizing 5-game set and into a game that will start us with Splat Zones on Shipshape Cargo Co. So it is not the perennial picked favorite that I think Mako Mart is. You probably want to save some of those. We're actually going to see Mako Mart again if it gets to a bracket reset, which would be really interesting. But Shipshape Cargo Co., a very interesting map to start us out on. And we talked about some of the new weapons in just looking at Area Cup and what has done well. One thing that we've not yet seen in this tournament, at least on stream, is the Horns Dread Ringer. We've seen kind of the renaissance of the Crab Tank. It's come up as one of the top specials in the game right now, and that Horns Dread Ringer featuring the Curling Bomb and the Crab Tank there. So a strong both main weapon that I think folks finally figured out. It took folks a long time to sort of get down the Dread Ringer's playstyle, but I know lots of folks, like I think Prochara, have really been workshopping it and finding where it can fit in best. It was paired with both variations of the Dapple Dualies before, of course, 10.0, and the Frozen Splattershot Pro that we have already seen on stream today. Other weapons that came through, there was a top 4 team that used the new Tri-Slosher that has the Splat Bomb as well as the Splatter Color Screen, joined up with weapons like the Pencil, the S-Blast 91, which did get hit in one of the most recent patch notes, so a little bit less efficacious than it was previously, as well as the Vanilla Splattershot. The winning team, most recently, Pencil, not surprising there. And then we have the Mint Decav, the S-Blast 91, and the Vanilla Splat Dualies. So we'll have to see if any of the teams that we're going to be featuring today kind of go toward any of those weapons. I know a lot of teams, it was talked about, I believe in the pre-show, that they have kind of those established weapons that they love playing, and they're not just going to immediately shake that up just because a new swath of weapons has come out. They're going to really take their time and find what works for them. So for these teams that are trying their hardest to get through, you know, maybe you adapt a little bit based on the map or mode, but I'm also just more interested in the counter picks. If you're not able to win on Splat Zone Shipshape Cargo Co., where do you go from here? We saw, you know, teams go to Rainmaker first after playing that Splat Zones game 2. That was not something that I really expected. I was kind of with your assessment that a lot of folks are less high on Rainmaker, although the folks that do like Rainmaker are very high on it. They are going to die on that hill, if you will. But expecting to see a continuation of splat zones into maybe something like tower control or clan blitz. That's a little more sensical for most high-level comp players.
Yeah, I think like you mentioned, with not a lot of players really happy about Rainmaker. If I enjoy Rainmaker and I know that other players aren't super fond of it, that's going to only benefit me if I want to counterpick it. If I know that I thrive and I feel like I can excel, that's only going to benefit you as a player and a team. So, but it's interesting. I feel like most of these teams, whenever they do their counterpick, I feel like we're going to see a lot of Game 2 Splat Zone counterpicks, just because, again, these are top level players. Zones is what they're most familiar with as well, and how they want to play. So unless it's like a 100-0 knockout and that just left a bad taste in their mouth, I think we're going to see a lot of zones as a Game 2, and potentially even Game 3 if they lose 2 times in a row and still want to have a run back at it. As far as the teams who are playing, so I want to hype up Free Flow again too, because they made it to the winners quarterfinals. I believe they're the only SAC eligible team to make it beyond round 1 of the alpha bracket. Of course, beating a strong team like STL is huge on its own, but you get this far. And we mentioned obviously PNG, their toughest opponent that they have coming up, and you know, we'll see what happens when that one goes on. I'm sure we'll bring you updates, especially throughout the rest of these games. But yeah, Vanguard still waiting on the winner between 556 and Mustard, who really are going at it. They are going to distance. We thought we were going the distance with games, even though it went to a Game 4 in our set that we watched, and it was just shy of that. It was everything except a Game 5. Everything that you could want. But yeah, that one is very much of a nail biter between those two teams. Obviously, if there are players who are, you know, streaming their own point of view, feel free to let us know how they're doing as well. We could see a score update there. Hypernova getting their Game 3 victory over Aura. So they are 1 game away from making the winner semifinals here in SuperJump 5. And again, the winner of that will face the winner of Milk Duds and Honkai. So a lot at stake here. A lot to look forward to as well. And again, starting with 16 of the best teams that we have here that showed up today. Out of 90, Zach, we had 90 teams sign up for SuperJump today, which is absolutely impressive. We love to see those numbers. And like we mentioned too, just a lot of strong showing throughout every area of our scene.
Yeah, and we we discussed a little bit about the sort of potential counter picks. Haven't gone over what the options are, of course. With Splat Zones being the perennial favorite mode, it has twice as many possible maps to choose from, with those being Hagglefish Market, Mahi Mahi Resort, Mako Mart, Umami Ruins, Humpback Pump Track, Barnacle and Dime, Ship Cargo Co., which we can start Game 1 with. If the team has not won on the map, it technically, I believe, could be counterpicked into the same map and mode if they really wanted to. If they had that much of a desire to go with the Salty Runback on the exact same loadout with the map and mode, they could very well do that. And then the final map being Robo Ramen. We did see a bit of Rainmaker. The other ones, we kind of talked about how there aren't that many great Rainmaker maps. The 4 that we've gone with are Undertow Spillway, which we did see in that first set, Scorch Gorge, Museum d'Alfonsino, and Humpback Pump Track. I don't think any of those are necessarily a surprise for any Rainmaker map and mode. Clan Blitz, we also saw that go to Inkblot Art Academy, Umami Ruins, Museum d'Alfonsino, and Scorch Gorge are the ones joining up there. And then finally, for Tower Control, which we did not get to see, we have Hagglefish Market, Inkblot Art Academy, Mako Mart, and Ship Cargo Co. So that one should be really interesting if we do ever go to a Ship Cargo Co. TC. Probably, I think, maybe not the first choice of a lot of players given the other sort of map and modes that are there, but we do finally have a decider between 556 and Mustard, and it is the former 556 taking the set 3-2 over Mustard, stopping another redemption bracket team from getting out of winners round 1. They will go down now to losers round 1, and their prize for taking 556 to Game 5 but losing is to take on the upset Moonlight team. So what a tough journey for a team like Mustard to have to go to Game 5 against 556 and then take on what has to be a pretty disgruntled, at least at that result, Moonlight in losers round 1. So if they are able to make it out of that, especially with losers round 1 and 2 being a best of 3 as opposed to a best of 5, that is going to be a team to look out for. That is such a tough break.
Yeah, especially like you mentioned, going to game 5, it's finally over. You're thinking you might have an opponent that, you know, you might be more compatible with, and then you find out that it's Moonlight that you're facing. And on the other hand, you're 5-5-6. You expect you're going to be facing Moonlight. No, you're not. You're going to be facing Vanguard, a team who 3-0'd Moonlight. So you are either thinking, oh, that's great, we're not facing Moonlight, or like, oh no, we're facing the team who 3-0'd Moonlight. So a lot of things that players can be talking about. And Zach, you were, like we mentioned, starting off this set with Splat Zone Shipshape Cargo Co. This is a huge match. I think this one is going to be a huge set, especially for Vanguard. If they can pull this off, they were not favored to make it to, I mean, they're not favored to make it to the winners semis, obviously in the winners bracket. So if they get this win, that is absolutely going to be huge, that they don't have to grind more of a gauntlet of a losers bracket. They get a little bit of breathing room, but of course, 5-5-6, fresh off of that win, fatigue, I don't know, it's only the first set, but we know that 5-5-6 is definitely warmed up.
And it's going to have to stay that way, as we have, you know, quite the competition here. You know, Vanguard coming out with Jaysor Arc, Phoenix, Erza, and Reiki. Jaysor Arc potentially going to be their backline player with the pencil. Could go something like a Charger if they wanted to. Outside of that, Phoenix, in theory, could also be on, you know, that support side of things, could be running the shorter ranged NZAP, could even run the new mini Splatling, which we did not see in that first set, but has gotten a lot of talk on socials about being an absolute special farmer. It is basically Inkzuka, but as a main weapon, with how quickly it builds that up. I think 190 is the points needed to build up that special. It is just such a tough weapon to deal with the right person wielding it. You have Erza, of course, who is a Splatoon mainstay in basically all iterations of the game, with those shorter range, more aggressive style weapons, things like the 52 or even the splatter shot. And then Reiki rounding things out with the different variants of Splatana. And I believe the Splatana also, you know, getting a new one, that sticker Splatana Stamper, folks talking about how the Splatana Stampers, they can't really miss. They have great kits kind of all across the board. You have the vanilla with the Burst Bomb Zipcaster. You have the Nouveau with the Crab Tank. I've already talked about earlier how great Crab Tank is in the meta right now. And then the new one getting Auto Bomb, which isn't featured on a ton of weapons. And then the Booyah Bomb as that special. So a ton of fun to see a Vanguard team that was able to take that composition and just absolutely dominate in their first round. And we'll see if they can bring that momentum into a round 2 against a team that was pushed up against the wall and is probably very well so warmed up.
That's right. I feel like they very much are warmed up. You know, the Stamper weapons in particular, they all have good kits. They're definitely the favorite child of the developers here, with how great some of the specials are and some of the kits are too. I like you mentioned about the mini with you know, having the 190 charge. Charo was talking about this on the pre-show, that there isn't we're as a scene are not quite ready for it yet. There's probably a place for it and a time for it and a place, but a lot of the players are just very comfortable with what they're doing, or maybe they don't want to completely change to a new weapon, because it's one thing if you're playing a weapon you enjoy and you're just switching kits. That's very easy to do. You don't really have to change your main play style. Now, when your specials come out, of course you change them a little bit, but the mini, not something we ever really see here in competitive Splatoon that's being used at this level. So it'll take some time, I think, for some players to get very comfortable with it. But it's I think it would be a very nice change of pace too once we do see a different sort of play style. Now, of course, if you like spamming specials like that, then you're going to be favored to enjoy it even more. But we'll see when that timing is right.
Yeah, and of course, taking a look at the team that is going to be Vanguard's opponent here, 5-5-6. We've got some interesting players. We've got Kiki, Cat, Echo, and Fishy. Fishy potentially, you know, a very tough opponent as well. Mainly that frontline player. I believe they've been number 1 in modes like Clan Blitz before. So one of those sort of ranked or solo warriors, very difficult, that just kind of plays the game the entire time. But we don't have to wait any longer. It's splat zones on ship-shaped cargo co. Let's see what weapons we see. Cat going to be on the S-Blast 91 despite the nerfs that we've seen. And wouldn't you know it, Phoenix coming through on that Rattler mini Splatling. They will be displaying its power alongside another of the new weapons, that brand new Splatter Shot.
Yeah, oh my gosh, Vanguard's going to have a really fast comp with their weapons that they have at their disposal, and 556, a lot of shooters as well. This is going to be a gauntlet of a game, starting early by 556, who's able to take the zone, as Echo's trying to push forward too, with that Zuka able to take down one, but going to get traded. Raikou trying to look and see who they can identify as well. 556 still holding on. Raikou's going up for the Zipcaster right now, going to get splatted by the S-Blast. While 556, again, just able to really hold onto the zone with not much paint, as Zubuya's coming out, the Kraken coming out as well from the side of Vanguard. It's finally going to be taken over right now, as this player here, the S-Blast, is in a little bit of a tricky position trying to get their footing. Identified, 2 players are down on Vanguard as well, but still staying alive and holding onto the zone the entire time, Zach. That's a very impressive start.
Yeah, I think this is going to be old school versus new school, kind of the theme of this one here. We have one composition that's pretty well established in the past few metas with the Pencil, the S-Blast, and the Vanilla Splatter Shot coming out in 556, that being the team that's going to get a couple of picks, and they're going to get them on the 2 new weapons, the Mini Splatling Rattler and the Glamour's Splatter Shot, which, of course, is going to be difficult to take on with that Burst Bomb and Kraken Royale. We did see what the Octobrush was able to do with that, as the Zipcaster is going to come out. Raiki looking for their Slash. They're not going to have enough time to find it such a difficult special to master, such a limited amount of time with which to do anything, but it creates space, and that's all you really need to do. 556, after losing the lead there to Vanguard, they're going to be able to get rid of much of their penalty here. Kiki in a very great spot, not just to allow teammates to jump to them, as we're seeing there, but also to have an effect over where Vanguard can sort of trickle into what area of the map. And this can be a pretty difficult map to get back into an area where you can have an effect on the zone. There's kind of this truncated or small area with which to get through outside of your raised spawn area that makes it quite difficult. But Kiki gonna make sure they get the Tacticooler down as they grab the lead here. The Kraken Royale not finding anybody on these high grounds or these paths, so they're gonna have to content themselves with going back. Awaken, just making sure that everything's painted up, as we see Vanguard holding, not quite able to get back to the zone, and 556 locking it down. Just a bit of bad fight on the zone here, and it's going to be Vanguard taking it back and getting rid of their penalty.
Yeah, that was nice for Vanguard to take it over. It was just a little later than I'm sure what they hoped, but they are able to be back in control. And unfortunately for them now, they are 2 down, with Phoenix still in the zone, trying to run away, hiding from Kiki, who keeps pushing forward too. So Phoenix is charging again, that very, very quick Trizuka. You know, Vanguard, their team in particular, has a lot of specials that will just help displace. You have the missiles, you have the Kraken, or no, missiles, I'm sorry. You have the Zuka, you have the Kraken, you have the Zipcaster too. So there's just a lot that can spread around the map, as Vanguard looking for an opportunity to try and take the lead. No penalty points remaining, just about 5 more units until they're able to do so, and they have 3 specials online. They're going to have the Zuka, they're going to have the Kraken and the Zipcaster, and they are using Kraken as well too. So a lot deployed right now as 556 ambushing to try and get to the zone. Will they get there enough? They're going to be throwing a Booyah Bomb, but it's not enough to contest. Vanguard keeping up their day 2 undefeated streak, winning this game 1, up 4-0 for today.
Yeah, a little bit back and forth, and they had the makings of being able to get back into a position where they could contest the zone. The Booyah Bomb just does not put out enough ink. It kind of has that long wind up no matter how hard your team is spamming the Booyah button, and then you have to actually throw it, and the animation has to come out where it gets into that sort of larger dome. It is just not the all-encompassing paint that you really need in a last-ditch effort situation here. You really want something like your Pencil to be in place that is kind of a longer rectangular zone with not a ton of width to it. So it is something that maybe a fully charged, 5 shots from the Pencil could contest or help to contest, but they just did not get them in a position. And nice patience there from Vanguard. They were basically just sitting right in front of the zone, not necessarily at the zone, but to the left, to the right, and just waiting to see when 556 would try to jump down from the high ground that they start on near their spawn, mostly on the left and right. Of course, you can get into that lower area much quicker in the middle. It's more that U shape, where on the left and right you can jump down a little bit further into the middle bit of the map. But nice patience there from Vanguard. I have to believe they exhibited a ton of that in their 3-0 earlier in round 1. to get the full sweep going against Moonlight. So we'll see what happens. As you mentioned, Falco have not dropped a game in day 2. 556. So far, no stranger to losing games. You know, they were 3-2 in round 1, so maybe they play kind of a more resistant and resilient play style, and part of that has to be feeling confident in your counter pick. So where then does 556 go from here? Do we stay with splat zones, which, as you mentioned, Falco, so many comp players are probably the most familiar and confident in out of all the modes, or do they try and explore outward to see if another mode is going to be better against this so far undefeated in day 2 Vanguard team?
Right, and it's a hard decision to make because you know which maps and modes were successful for you during your first round. That doesn't necessarily mean that's going to transfer over to this set, because you're facing a brand new set of teams, brand new set of players as well, and they are still waiting on that counter pick. And like you said, Zach, they are sticking with zones. They're going to go to umami zones. So we'll have a split zone for this game. A little less verticality here, and I guess less rectangly. Very similar though, all things considered, for both of these maps. So just a little bit more condensed as well, and more areas that are, you know, quote unquote useless to players, such as some of the pits on the sides that we'll see if they use to strategic advantage or if they just are pushed into those pits. But I don't blame a team like 556 for sticking with splat zones. Of course, Vanguard won, but it was an opportunity for 556 to really take control of part of the zone. Again, it wasn't a 100-0 knockout. It wasn't a match where I don't think they felt very uncomfortable with. They had their moments to shine. It's just that Vanguard, like you mentioned, they had their pencil player just perched up in mid, and a lot of their other remaining members watching the ledges to make sure nobody is dropping down. And that's really where the difference is between these two maps. So we will see if 556, if they have anything up their sleeves for this game.
Umami Ruins linear in a diagonal sort of way, and as Falco mentioned, one of the only 2 zone maps that is available among the map list here. Taking a look at the compositions, not going to see too many changes here. We're still seeing Fishy on that new Splattershot Pro, the Frozen, and again, Phoenix sticking with what works. You have the beacons, which it isn't a huge map, so you may not necessarily need them all the way, but it is going to be a great way to just jump in for free, as we see one member already going down. That's a 3-down situation forced against 556, and Vanguard immediately with a life out, picking up where they left off.
Yeah, Raikou and their teammates making quick work of that. Very quick opening beginning, getting that wipeout within 20 seconds. So that is helping Vanguard excel. We see the Kraken come out as well to just try and force members to drop from these ledges. But the Kraken gonna unfortunately get neutralized right at the last second by that bomb, and they are going to go down. But Zach, Vanguard is not letting up. Look where Phoenix is located. They're finally going to go down and have 2 players go down, but pushed up all the way into grates on spawn as a mini splatling. That is not a weapon you want to face. And now 556 desperately trying to go back in. They have the cooler. They threw the bomb to help pave the way a little bit. Will this be enough for them to get a cap? It looks like Echo's trying their hardest. Unfortunately, they're going to go down, but we'll see if the rest of their members can take control.
Yeah, you mentioned the court area is not really probably going to get used a lot. Nobody said anything about the grates not being used, as we saw that Trizuka getting popped on the grates there. It was maybe even just a tad of an overextension there. Vanguard seeing how far they could push their luck, and they do find out as they're stopped at 14, but not a bad place to be. 556. They are going to need to be very careful, as that Trizuka is really gunning for that range, and even the area behind the zone. They're able to get the pick there onto Cat, so nice defense there from Phoenix, who is able to hold strong. They are going to lose the zone really quick, but get it back. So 556 not quite getting a penalty forced against them. They are going to lose their splatter shot, so that's one of their main close range offensive weapons, taken down early and trading back and forth. They are going to get the small penalty there. Raiki seeing if they can get the Zipcaster online. The nice distance KO onto Echo there, seeing if they can get another, but it runs out just a little bit too early. And Vanguard pretty comfortable playing from just behind the zone. I think they have just enough range to really play out of harm's way.
Right, that Zipcaster by Raikou, the timing was perfect. They needed to grab control of one of the walls so they wouldn't get splatted by the Tenta missiles. And hey, get a kill while you do that. It worked out perfectly for them, and they were still alive. And that's going to be too quickly down against the side of 556 and to call that a wipeout. This is exactly what Vanguard did at the very beginning of the game, just pushed up a little closer towards the spawn of 556. Penalty points now diminishing for 556 as Riku's going to go for a little dip there, and they're going to be respawning right now. Will they get rid of their penalty points? That's going to be the question. With having a no longer one player advantage might not help them as much, but they're in control right now. 5 remaining. 556 really trying to desperately push forward, but it is not going to be enough. Vanguard with a fairly clean win here in game 2, leading 556 2-0.
Yeah, 556 at the end there, we saw focusing a bit on the player more so than the objective, and that kind of cost them. Not that I think they would have had a ton of other options of trying to control just that one side of the zone. You need, of course, both in order to fully take it over. You can stall time and contest if you have one, but ultimately that's not going to do you any good if that other side is not painted in time. And I think Vanguard really living by the mantra of starting how you finish. They had a great knockout, a wipeout to start things out, and then a wipeout close to when they ended there in, and really, I think 2 different stories. Even when they started, they were very aggressive. They wanted to see the extent to which they could bully even 556, get them all the way back into their spawn. Sometimes you can do that. This is it can be a tough map to get out of your spawn. It is rather open, but there's not a ton of room. You're kind of funneled into that area between the cylinder and that left-hand side wall. If you drop down into that court area that, as you mentioned, Falco, doesn't get used a whole bunch, your only real out is that kind of ramp, which is very predictable and pretty tight. So it can be really difficult if you don't group up as a team to find the picks necessary to get out. You can see here where they started on that first wipeout. You can see the first person there claiming ground. Phoenix all the way back here with 2 minutes and 10 seconds left, duking it out with the Inkzuka. That's another story that we can play here, is the Zuka v Zuka matchup. And then this was at sort of the very end when they threw out the tactical and they focused on the player instead of the objective, just ran out of time to contest things. But now 556 with a very difficult decision at their hands. They're going to have to reverse sweep in order to stay in the winner side of the bracket. Of course, if they do lose their day not done, they would just go to the losers portion of the bracket. And they have elected to stay once again with Splat Zones, this time running it back on the rather flat and rather open Barnacle and Dime.
Yeah, okay, so again, plays very similarly to Umami, and this one to me is a little questionable just based on how you performed. In that game we just watched, 18 seconds was the amount of time until that wipeout happened. Just 18 seconds into the game. Now, I think 556 have probably learned their lesson from that game. Just, we'll just be a little bit more cautious. We'll have to watch the Stamper player. We'll have to watch the mini player as well. We don't want to get ambushed and have to have a lot of penalty points, or have a lot of points that we're going to have to overcome if we do take the zone. So I think there's going to be a few more careful plays here on the side of 556 as we hop into game 3. Weapon changes, I'm not really expecting much just based on the fact that we haven't quite seen it yet. We've only stuck in with zones. Okay, we do see the vanilla, I believe that's the vanilla splash, or is that the Neo? Okay, that is vanilla, and then it looks like Vanguard is going to be keeping the same comp that they had to.
Yep, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Vanguard living by this new composition that features half of it having new weapons. The vanilla splash, is going to feature that crab tank that we were talking about, with it being a rather open map. Could play very well, but that's already 3 down, 15 seconds in. Falco, you mentioned, I think, 18 seconds for the last one. Not quite the wipeout, but 3 down in 15 seconds. That's a pretty decent start, too.
Right, effectively, it serves the same purpose right now based on how well Vanguard has been playing. But look at this. Fishy able to, with a little bit of a flank, they're able to help take control of the zone. 2 members on Vanguard are going to go down. So this is really nice for 556. They have controlled the zone while only allowing Vanguard to get to 76. So now they can play a bit more offense without feeling as much of the pressure. And this is a time where they're going to take the lead. It is just going to be the shot who's alive for Vanguard, who's trying to stay alive with a little bit of a flank, going to be dropping down into the pit there and jumping out to give themselves a little bit of a reset. But Zach, 556 showing us a little bit of a light that we did not see during that game 2. And right now they still have a decent control of this zone.
Arguably the most fight we've seen from 556 so far. Fishy was able to kite out basically the entirety of that Kraken Royale, and now Cat's going to throw in the Booyah Bomb in front of the zone. They already have control So they're just going to use it right around where the tactical was placed to see if any residual members of Vanguard maybe were caught to it like flies to one of those blue light traps. Awaken able to get a pick there with the Pencil, and Phoenix trying to push forward. They've almost got that perennial Inkzuka online. Reiki also going to use their special here, the Zipcaster, moving forward to see if they can take out any members of 556. Mostly a scare tactic at this point, but it works. Another 3 down situation, just the S-Blast 91 left. They're going to see if they can make use of the Tactical. I'm not sure how many members of 556 were able to get the Tactical, as they would be back into the action much more quickly that way. But in danger now of losing the lead is Vanguard with yet another special online, and this time the Kraken Royale does not miss.
Yeah, that was a huge pick there. Really went the distance with the surge of that strike. And all that happening, Vanguard able to take back the lead, and they have so much paint in front of the zone on 556's side. Still able to get a few picks here. Echo waiting on this wall, waiting for an opportunity to push forward, using the crab, but they have 2 players down. They are the #1 target, and they are going to go down too. That is going to be huge. And Vanguard, with those last kills, getting the 3-0 victory over 556. 6-0 for the day. They are moving on to the winner semifinals.
I think that at the end is exactly how you would prefer not to use your crab tank once you've built it online, taking your attention away from the zone and having to focus on somebody that's basically directly under you and is being just so elusive with their shots, able to even distract other teammates besides the crab tank player as well. So tough draw for 556, emerging from a difficult best of 5, which went to game 5. And then having the 3-0 plague them by Vanguard. Vanguard, lots to look forward to there. As you mentioned, have not dropped a game in this day 2, and they're going to be facing a team that has similarly not dropped a game in this day 2, as PXG able to sweep through free flow 3-0. So something has got to give on that side of the winners semifinals. Otherwise, in the bracket, Milk Duds taking out Honkai, who we spectated in our winners round 1, 3-0 in a sweep of their own. And they will have a similar setup to what we just spectated, as Hypernova, the K-Bot coach team, able to eke out a game 5 victory over Aura. And it will be Milk Duds versus Hypernova next on the stream. The way that sets things up in losers is Aura will be taking on Frutella, who was able to dispatch of STL 2-1. Honkai and Moonlight set to play each other, and then Free Flow and Foams 49 yet to get started in losers round 2. Lots to look forward to, Falco. But from this match that we just saw, a full sweep through by a Vanguard team that looks quite strong.
Yeah, they really look quite strong. Of course, we mentioned already defeating Moonlight. Moonlight, you mentioned too, in the losers bracket right now. They defeated Mustard 2-0, are facing Honkai right now. Milk Duds coming up, the team we haven't really talked about much, but they have very notable players between Ice, Jared, Kyoku, and Anthony. Of course, we talked a little bit about Hypernova as well, being a team primarily focused on in Florida and in the South, with Synapse, Statman, Henelo, and Alexi. So, on paper, we have a very strong team. Milk Duds, a lot of these players, they've all pretty much played with each other. If you are familiar with any top level comp teams between the years of 2018 and 2024, they're all on Milk Duds. Hypernova, such a strong team as well. I think Milk Duds favored for this one, but looking to put up a good fight here, as again, Hypernova squeaking out that game 5 victory over Aura. And now facing a team like Milk Duds, that's a hard one to walk into, Zach.
It's a tough draw, and it's really going to test the pre-show guesses and picks as far as whether Hypernova is going to be over/under on that top 4 finish there. If they do lose to Milk Dud, a good portion of it is going to have to come through in the losers side of the bracket, which is still rather stacked. Don't think that just because it's the losers bracket, you're going to have an easy time of it. You have teams like Honkai, Moonlight kicking around in their Free Flow as well. 556, who, was able to get a win over Mustard. It's going to be a tough draw no matter what happens. I think the loser of this one is going to be in the losers quarterfinal. So even if you lose in this game, if you're able to get that win over the team in the losers quarterfinals, you will secure a spot, I believe, into the Splat World Series. So that should be enough incentive and motivation to play as hard as you can, as we see the teams slowly making their way into the lobby. And we're going to be starting out on a very popular map and mode combination. Not only is it going to be Splat Zones yet again, but this time Hagglefish Market, arguably one of the most neutral and favored maps to start with, especially for zones.
Yeah, this is really a good one to start off on. That needs no introduction as far as how these players are going to be approaching this match. Yeah, and like you mentioned, Zach, too, the winner of this, they are going to be the first team to get a bid in the Splat World Series. Again, that will be happening later in August with 4 teams from the West facing 4 teams, or facing off in a tournament, 4 teams from Japan. So going to be, or 8 teams rather, from each. So a lot at stake, a lot of other opportunities for those teams to make it as well. But again, top 4 that we have here in the winner side, Milk Duds versus Hypernova. That's the one we're about to see. PG versus Vanguard. Vanguard, we already mentioned they're making quite the run. We got to see it for game 2. Somebody on that side of the bracket is going to get their first loss of the day. And of course, PG being pretty much the number one team here in our tournament seeded, they're probably favored to get that win. But based on how we've seen Vanguard play so far and what they've been able to accomplish, I don't think it's going to be an easy task.
Not for any of these teams. I think, probably some of the hardest games of the day, even getting into the late stages of losers to try and earn that spot, as you mentioned, into the Splat World Series. And very interested to see whether PXG gets upset in the other match here. But this arguably the closer, I would think, even with both teams going, sort of 6-0 game-wise on the day, we could argue that this one's closer. Neither team has been defeated as of yet between Milk Duds and Hypernova, going back, I believe, to day 1 from a set perspective. Game perspective, obviously, Hypernova being taken to the brink by Aura in the winners quarterfinals, going to a game number 5 and eking it out. That one was back and forth, loss, win, loss, win, loss for Aura, win, loss, win, loss, win for Hypernova. So not a stranger to kind of that back and forth mentality and being used to dropping a game and having to adjust and then winning a game and deciding what to keep, what you learned from that. And that doesn't always mean, okay, we won, keep the same weapons and move on. You can still make those micro changes based on the map and mode or what strategies you might have thought of, but you do have to take the counter picking into perspective. And there is an element of having that control taken away from you when you win a match and then having it given back to you when you lose. So there's constellations on both sides, which is what makes counter picking such a nice sort of style of tournament to run. I think having sort of the unknown factor there as well, and the limited amount of time with which to adjust based on the larger map pool, which isn't grand by any stretch, as we mentioned earlier, 8 maps for Splat Zones and 4 each respectively for Tower Control, Rainmaker, and Clam Blitz. But that nice bit of consistency at the start that you're always going to be on zones, and this is a nice neutral map to start out with. Especially somebody like Ice, who's going to be able to likely set up at the start on that uninkable tarp, or even get up close to either the left or right hand side boxes by the zone itself. And then if you're able to get the zone and push forward, stay basically in front of the zone, because it is kind of on a slightly raised platform. And if you're running something like the pencil, that is going to have an effect on where the enemy team can drop down, whether it's on the far right hand side through where that uninkable pathway is, or where on tower control one of those checkpoints would be right under it, that far left hand very tiny little hallway. And we'll have to see how well these teams use the 2 kind of alleyways or hallways that run parallel to where the zone is, or whether their strategy is just to go all in on where the zone is and not do any bit of flanking or sharking.
Yeah, something tells me we're not going to see a 15-second wipeout. I think both of these teams know that they have to be a little bit more careful and know how they want to position themselves. Let's hop into here for game 1 of the winners semifinals of SuperJump 5. And taking a look at the comps too, we will be starting with the side of Hypernova. We're of course going to see Henlo on that Wiper. We knew that was going to be coming out. Kio's coming out with the Wiper as well. Ice coming out with the new Mini, and we do see the new Squelchers coming out from Jared.
Yeah, the Hoofs Dually Squelchers got a lot of flack at the start. When people first saw the kit of Point Sensor and Splatter Color Screen, they said, why would you give them possibly the worst combination of sub and special? But it's really come into its own, and Splatter Color Screen has kind of become a thing again. Even with the new Tri-Slosher, folks are seeing it get played. And so Hypernova going to be the first to get the zone back after Milk Duds takes it to a 91 point. So just slight changes. Dat Kid perfecting the art of sharking around it, even jumping back with that tactical buff, making sure that they maintain it. But so far, Falco's prediction coming true. Not really the 3-down situation to the wipeouts we saw previously. Much more back and forth and much more based on just 1 or 2 picks.
And we're seeing that screen v screen action happen too as well. Like you mentioned, with one coming from the Squelchers, the other coming from the Gal, I believe. So a lot to consider here when we're taking a look at some of these weapons in their play style as well. So Cooler's going to be coming out from Milk Duds. And again, Milk Duds has the lead right now, but they're not able to hold on to it for very long. Hypernova is very quick to just try and counter the lead, take it over for a little bit, even if it's not for very long, but just to kind of stall it out and give some penalty points. And now this looks like the best opportunity for Milk Duds. They had the 2-player advantage, a little bit more map control, as well as Henlo's trying to find a way to push forward. But of course, everybody's Wiper's favorite dream is to get tagged by some point sensors. So they're going to be having to retreat a little bit right now, as Milk Duds still able to hold on to some of this lead in this knockout.
Yeah, and we haven't even mentioned Dotq being the one on the pencil, as we see the timer tick down here. That will likely do it. That's going to be a win for Milk Duds, but we didn't even get to say that the Rattler, the mini Splatling Rattler, is back once again. I think Ice piloting that for Milk Duds. So a swath of new weapons being played, including some that we had not yet seen previously on stream. So the back and forth ends just in the early phases of game number 1 before Milk Duds is able to take it home for a relatively easy rest of that game 1. And now the onus flipping back to Hypernova here. Again, it was not going to be an easy stretch of things, probably a little bit of fatigue there from going to that game 5 against Aura, but Milk Duds in general, as you mentioned, Falco, just a team that you've recognized these names if you've been in the comp Splatoon scene at all, anytime over the last probably 7 or 8 years. So going to be a difficult one. Very interesting, though, to see if we get another Splat Zones for game 2. That's been kind of consistently the theme for counterpicking. You try your luck on Splat Zones again, maybe having your choice of map changes things. And then if it doesn't, you can go a little bit more experimental with one of the other comp modes.
Yeah, I could see Hypernova picking zones again, but it seemed so comfortable for Milk Duds. And of course, we knew that going into this, that they were going to be thriving on Splat Zones anyways, and they seemed so stable too. Nothing was really gutsy that they did. It was all textbook plays from Milk Duds in order to capitalize and get the win. So that's tricky for Hypernova to really think about what you want to do in this situation. Of course, we mentioned that Splat Zones has more maps that you can choose from here, and I could see them wanting to run it back here. Let's take a look at the few moments here in this game. And this is when, we mentioned that the lead that Milk Duds had, they would hold the zone for about like 10 seconds. Look at this Kyo to die to the stamp. I thought they were going to avoid it for a second, but no, they're going to go down. Inkfair, thank you for that replay, by the way. That was really nice. The slow-mo. But Milk Duds, they held the zone for 15, 20 units, and then, Hypernova able to kind of stall it a little bit. It wasn't until the later half when Milk Duds just really went on a tear. Hypernova found themselves 2 players down, and they couldn't break back in. They just didn't have enough time, didn't have enough resources to, because anytime they tried to, there would be a special that came out for Milk Duds. You could throw a special at the zone, but you didn't have any follow-up support to try and cap it. So it was kind of a slow burn for them, but Milk Duds holding on to that win.
And Hypernova, I believe the rules saying they have 2 minutes in order to make their counter pick. So taking basically the entire time just to be sure that they know exactly what they're going to go to. And we will be swapping away from Splat Zones. Falco, I think, correctly predicting that it would likely go a similar way to game 1 if they did want to run back Splat Zones. So Rainmaker, and we yet again see Undertow Spillway as the preferred Rainmaker map. So of course, the common strategy is to go left when you can, only go right in an emergency to get that first checkpoint. But really, the map could be taken out. A large portion of the map could be taken out, and you could really just have the left-hand sides of each of the maps where you go get that first pedestal, go all the way around, either across the bridge or over the uninkable sort of horseshoe. And we'll see if, something like 25 or 23 is going to be enough points this time around. It was not, I believe, last time, as the lead was taken late. So you would have to think, if these teams are anything like what we saw earlier, you're going to have to get past that 20-point mark if you're going to want to feel pretty confident in the lead that you've built up.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to have to happen too, and we'll see what happens, especially on the first take, if somebody's able to just get that first checkpoint and continue with the push, or if it's going to be a push where we get the checkpoint, but that's kind of it. We don't really have anything that we can follow up with at the moment. If it's the former, it's going to be really tricky if you're on the defending side, because this can kind of snowball out of control a little bit. If you drop from one of your ledges, you have a long way to go to get back unless you are jumping back to your spawn or to one of your teammates who are up on one of the ledges. So that will be something you want to consider. And like you mentioned, Zach, with Rainmaker, I doubt if this comes up again, we're going to see any other map. I think Undertow is kind of like the map that these players will be playing if they choose to counterpick this specific mode. We will take a look here at the comps and see if we see any changes. Of course, we saw some different weapons come out the first time. We're going to be seeing, I believe, very similar weapons on the side of Hypernova, and we see the regular dualies come out this time from Milk Duds. That's going to be Jared using that with the Splat Bomb and Wavebreaker.
Well, and I think, too, we go from the 52 Gal Deco to the 96 Gal Deco, which is going to have the Splash Wall and the Kraken Royale, as well as that Vanilla Octobrush. So no more Ink Brush. We're going to have the Suction Bomb and the Zipcaster. This feels like a very good map for the Zipcaster. You have those large sort of, I guess, holding pillars that would hold up the highway that's above here that they can sort of run around on and use to sort of leverage to get high ground. Nice double there, in part through the Ultra Stamp. That's going to help force a 2-down situation against Hypernova, as that kid trying to prove and show some resilience and staying around mid-ice, seeing if they can get forward here. They've swapped over as well. I believe they were piloting the Rattler in game number 1, now on something with the Burst Bomb and Kraken, that being the Vanilla Flash-O-Matic. Definitely some areas of high ground that you could use to get things going. And right now, Milk Duds, they've done their job. They're getting that map control locked down pretty well.
Yeah, they have a solid control of that map. Hypernova is going to be getting the pop, but nothing is going to be coming out of it. One of their players is going to be going down. Lexi trying to take a ledge, going to be jumping out just in time as Kio's watching this right side. Milk Duds picking up the Rainmaker. They are opting to figure out where they want to go. Probably going to be pushing left at this point. 2 are going to be down. Q is going to be now finally contested by Synapse, as they are going to be going down. So push to 88, not really the push that I'm sure they were expecting and hoping to get, as that kid and Lexi waiting to see if anybody drops by. But look at this flank here. That's going to be from Kio, who's going to be staying alive. I'm amazed they stayed alive through all that with the finesse that Kio has. That is very important to help control some of this map control as well. And Milk Duds, this Rainmaker is just still sitting here. It looks like it might reset soon. I don't know if Ice will try and pick it up. It doesn't look like they will, because that 88 push is not necessarily the one they wanted. But look at this, Zach, 2 players are down. You have to take advantage of this.
Yeah, a little bit surprised not to see Kyo on that perennial slosher that we see them on pretty consistently, but the Splatana Wiper, not a slouch of a weapon by any stretch of the imagination. They are going to give their life up to make sure that they can get their first checkpoint. As I mentioned, in emergencies only, getting that first checkpoint there on the right-hand side. I highly doubt they're going to continue to take it on the right, but they very well could. You never know. It's going to be a 3-down situation, though, on Hypernova, so they could, with the Rainmaker already here, just move it forward, and they will. They're going to be trying their look at the 90-degree angle there. They will get taken down, but moving into the 20s is Milk Duds. Not exactly the safest, but it's not a bad push by any stretch of the imagination. Milk Duds losing 2, the other 2 members going back, and Lexi this time will be the Rainmaker carrier for Hypernova as they get their first push of the day.
Yeah, Hypernova has to really keep up this momentum. They get the dunk, able to get some picks. They have 2 specials. They have the stamp come out right now as Henlo trying to pave a way forward. Oh, but from behind, I believe, the Rainmaker carrier is going to go down. 2 of the members from Hypernova are going to go down as well. Jared watching and getting that pop, going to be throwing that wave breaker to help identify where some of these Hypernova players are located. So still breaking that checkpoint, getting to 43. That is very nice for Hypernova. Anytime they can try and pick up the Rainmaker again, they're going to want to try and push that 28 mark. A few specials at the ready right now. Milk Duds holding on. Henlo with that squid roll to stay alive. Definitely were in a position that they were going to get splatted. And look at this, that kid able to knock off the Rainmaker holder. 2 down on Milk Duds. Hypernova once again need to continue this momentum.
My little Henlo living quite literally on a razor's edge. I could probably count 4 or 5 situations as we see Lexi move forward here, almost in a position to get the lead. They opt to use that horseshoe instead, as Synapse is going to push forward. They're going to get the pick on the ice with the Kraken Royale looking for a second, not quite able to get it, but that is the lead for Hypernova as they get all the way to 21. You see DatKid and one more Synapse still hanging around. Synapse is going to fall. I'm not sure if they know DatKid is there. Henlo joining them up. They're going to use this sort of horseshoe area to see if they can stick around, just taking pot shots at Milk Duds, waiting to see if they have any shot to pick up the Rainmaker. They will get taken down there as one was able to sneak in, that being the Octobrush DatKid. I have to feel like this time it's not going to move, but they did quite literally move the change a little bit, a move from 21 up to 17, and is 17 with 38 seconds left. Going to be enough, and a great shot by Henlo to help cement things even further.
Yeah, anytime members of Hypernova can stall this push that Milk Duds is trying to get is going to benefit them. 30 seconds remaining, in the momentum now definitely in Hypernova's favor as they are keeping up all of the paint pressure on the side of Milk Duds in their base. So Rainmaker finally going to reset, 15 seconds. Hypernova, they're going to need to pop and pick up this Rainmaker if they want to get overtime. Kyo's going to try and come in. And it looks like, okay, so they do get the pop. I was going to say that's very smart from Hypernova to just get enough where they don't have to pop it. Look at this. Kyo grabs it, pulls backwards to try and save a life, but no, is going to be taken down. So Milk Duds taking their first loss for the day here, second loss for the day, excuse me. And we are tied now 1-1 in our winners semifinal, Zach.
Tough draw. You could kind of see the writing on the wall there. I mean, Kyo, great job of getting the Rainmaker bubble popped in the first place, that shield going down, but you could see just the bombardment that they were taking right in the middle of the map. Not an ideal place to take one of those fights and try and take the Rainmaker when you haven't carved out the sort of odd man advantage that you ideally would like to time. Just not on the side there of Milk Duds, but credit to Hypernova. They were hanging on in such a strong fashion there, did a great job of, and I've noticed this in both of the Rainmaker matches we've watched on this map, once you get it into that 20s, even now into, the earlier late 20s into 17, you want to hang around and see if you can keep that push going. And the teams they're defending, they're not picking it up. So they're leaving you the opportunity. If you're able to shark around and not show your hand until the last possible moment, you can stall time. You're killing a lot of time by not just picking up the Rainmaker and keeping it in your opponent's spawn area, but also putting that Rainmaker shield on there again. So they're having to expend more resources just to pop the Rainmaker shield to either reset it back to mid or keep it going. We're seeing some of the clips here that got that winning push going. Synapse getting the pick onto ice and delaying, pushing back the members of Milk Duds even further. And you can see DatKid hanging around, Synapse hanging around, Henlo hanging around. They are remiss to leave this Rainmaker unguarded for too long. You could see they could only look one way or the other. It's kind of a pincer maneuver, and that allows them to extend the lead. Not necessary, but nice to have those extra 4 points. And we will not see Rainmaker again, at least for now, as Milk Duds has counterpicked us over to tower control on Ship-Shape Cargo Co.
Yeah, Milk Duds probably a team not used to counter picking maps and modes that much, but they are opting to go tower. That will be the first time that we see it today. Zach, we mentioned this set is 1-1. Speaking of sets tied 1-1, PG and Vanguard as well. So both of those teams going from 6-0 of the day down to 7-1. Every team here on day 2 has received at least one loss here, only in the winner semi. So nobody has swept all the way through. Taking a look at the winner side of this bracket, our scores will be updated, I'm sure, when that time happens. But yes, PG Vanguard tied. If there's a time, if you have 2 monitors, you know what you need to do. Find somebody who's on PG and Vanguard streaming, because you got to watch that one as well. But we'll hop into here for game 3. We mentioned this is going to be tower control the first time that we have been seeing it today. This will be ship shape. And Zach, I mean, I'm really looking at Milk Duds because they're not afraid to change up their comps. We'll see what they bring out for this game 3 tower control.
They have a deep weapon pool, and we saw the changes there. We are going to see the 96 Gal Deco stick around, so not reverting back to the 52, as well as the Octobrush. So the Octobrush is going to be there. I think we did see a DC, though, on the side of Milk Duds, so we are going to reset the lobby here. That happening well within the allotted time period for a DC. Both teams barely making it out of spawn, but we did get to see a nice little preview of what weapons are going to potentially be brought to the table. So not a ton of changes. Mostly, we're seeing again the Octobrush come through, the 96 Gal come through. It doesn't quite have the sort of large areas or the huge pillars that you can play off of for the Zipcaster specifically on a map like this one. So I'm interested to see how they use it. It's a little bit flatter. There's a lot of reliance on the small high ground and the tiny grates that you do get near mid that have the kind of long ramps leading up to them. And I'm wondering how they're going to use something like the Zipcaster. Do they use it basically to just move horizontally? Do they just try and force teams back and take space that way? It's always interesting to see how Zipcaster players use that special, because it requires, I think, some of the most creativity of any special in the game. It's not just a set it and forget it like something like the tactical or the splatter color screen. You really do have to have kind of a vision and quick thinking on the fly to be able to make great use of a special like that. So it's always fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely one of the more strategic specials that we have in this game. You know, I'm a big fan of the set it and forget, the wet and forgets of the weapons, because I just don't have the abilities to use weapons like Zipcasters and with the finesse that they have. And like you mentioned, because this map is so long, there are ledges all the way on the other side of the map or near the other side that you can grab, and you just like launch yourself that way. Really, being a Zipcaster, you just want to be unpredictable, and you want to disperse members of the other team to push them into members of your team, so you can try and get that splat. And great Zipcaster players are just so fun to watch. It is such a treat. And I think too, for like you mentioned, for this map, there's a lot of great uses for it, and I'm excited to see what they do.
So now again, if you missed it the first time, or if you're just joining us, the full picture of what weapons will be brought to Game 3, tied here, one apiece between Milk Duds and Hypernova. Let's see what gets brought here on the opposite side of things. The Dually Squelchers makes a return. Kyo on the Inkzuka version of the Splatana Wiper there. They're going to be trying to farm that up as quickly as they can. Maybe not as fast as the Rattler, but that's still going to help to cover what is a pretty wide open and pretty flat map.
Yeah, I think they're going to be able to cover a lot of ground that way. Hypernova, you know, they touch the tower, get 2 points, not necessarily a push that they were hoping that they could get. One player is going to be down on the side of Milk Duds while they're building some of their specials. So Hypernova trying to really capitalize on this. That kid going to be bringing out the zip. Actually, they're going to be going down, but it doesn't matter because Hypernova able to get to that first checkpoint. .Q is the only one contesting them right now. Ice is back in it as well. Oh, and so they are able to get the pick on the tower, so that is going to be really big for them. But Ice still alive, pushing it out, taking down that kid. So getting it down to 69 during that push. Of course, there's only 2 checkpoints on this map. The first one is longer than the second. Milk Duds in a very good position, especially with Ice pushing forward.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point to bring up. With this only being a 2 checkpoint map, stopping them before they clear that first checkpoint is going to do you wonders the next time that push happens. Now, Milk Dud's going to take the lead, and they will be getting through checkpoint number 1, so they're not going to have to worry about that in the future. Jared setting it and forgetting it with the wave breaker, gets a pick, looking for a second, but they get shot down while falling there with the Dually Squelchers. We have Ice on the tower with the Crab Tank rolling off of it to avoid the Kraken Royale, who's trying desperately to chase them down. Synapse not quite able to make it happen here, but they will at least clear house. You are in that animation lag at the very end of your special, so a tough chance. Not really much you can do about getting taken down there. The Zipcaster once again online as we see Hemlo with the vanilla variant of the Wiper gets that pick. It's going to be 2 going down. Kyo and Ice fall to the Hemlo barrage, looking for a third, and they'll content themselves with an assist. And that's a great push by Hypernova as they look to go and reclaim some of that space.
Yeah, and look how far away they are from the tower. They immediately beelined it to the left side to try and protect that first checkpoint. I mean, Headlow getting that 2.5 is huge on itself, but just knowing, okay, we need to just immediately push towards the left side. The tower's going to be riding the right, but we want to hope that it's going to be uncontested because we need to make sure that you have a clear path. And throughout all of that, tower finally at that first checkpoint. Once again, they had to hop off and back on quite a few times, but there are not enough Hypernova players alive for them to push that tower anymore. So unfortunately for Hypernova, they don't net any more points.
The Wiper is such a fascinating weapon because it feels like we just saw them maneuvering around, swimming in the ink, and then they just flicked their controller and somebody fell right in front of them. Like the fact that they're able to get a charge, a full charge that can get a 100-0 knockout during that time is crazy to me. So the battle there is so fascinating between the 2 variants of Wipers. We're seeing Henlo try to recreate some of the magic that they had at the beginning. They're not quite able to do so, as Hypernova is able to make that space and pass that first checkpoint. It does also feel like Synapse or Synapse is building up that Kraken Royale and using it right around the same time that Ice is using that crab take. So maybe an option to shut down one powerful special with another. We see Henlo throwing away that Ultra Scamp, not quite able to make it happen. They are the last surviving member of Hypernova with just 6 points remaining to take the lead. A brutal break there for Hypernova, but hopefully they can keep that tower at least no further than mid, as Kyo uses that Pink Zuka and changes it out for Ice, who's also going to go down, both falling. It's basically a 2-for-1 special for Hypernova Falco. I have to think that's a huge starting point.
Yeah, Hypernova needed that. You know, when they had the tower before, they were very close to approaching that second checkpoint, just shy of it by 5 units. Right now, Hypernova, with that 3-player advantage, have to capitalize on this. Still have a lot of paint in front of this tower that they need to control. A few members going back for Cooler, and Synapse able to take down Kyo there, who is all the way in the backfield on the side of Hypernova's map. So tower back at mid, back into a neutral game here with 1 minute remaining. But Milk Duds have to be careful. Kyo's the only one alive, immediately going towards that left side, trying to Zuka. 2 specials at the ready for Hypernova. We will see if they can progress this even further, because Hello's just been on a tear this entire game. I think they're setting themselves up for success.
Yeah, that would have been a beautiful Ultra Stamp if it had hit. The Kraken Royale and the Ultra Stamp coming through, but Kyo now starting to fight back. As you mentioned in that last fight, the only surviving member there. They're only going to be able to get the one there as Henlo goes down before Kyo falls as well. Milk Duds riding the tower back and seeing if they can make it that much more difficult for Hypernova to make an overtime push, but they lose their Octobrush early. They are able to get a pick on the Dually Squelchers, and Lexi in a good position here, though they are marked. I don't think anybody in quite the range to deal with them as we approach overtime. Lexi, of course, trying to get on the tower. They are just able to, getting closer to their tactical, but they don't quite have it. It's just Synapse left with the Kraken Royale. Can they get to it? They get a splat, but they trade the splat for the objective, and that's not a trade you can afford to make in overtime. So with a 5-point separation there, a close game 3 ends with Milk Duds holding on and reclaiming their set lead.
Yeah, that was so close from Hypernova, because when you're the Kraken in that position, you're just a slippery player. You know, it's so easy to touch the tower, but then you accidentally slide off. It's great they got a kill that they probably didn't mean to get. Their objective was to just get on the tower and kind of flail there and wait for teammates to jump, but to be honest, that tower wasn't taken as quickly as I thought. I thought Milk Duds would have ended that one a little bit sooner. So Hypernova, they had a little bit of hope left in that game. It wasn't until the very end when the Kraken was finished being deployed that the set ended, but such a great effort from Hypernova, especially in the last minute there, to try and keep that game alive with the tower. Now, we mentioned Hypernova in this game in particular, there were multiple times they had a 2-3 player advantage that we just didn't see in games 1 or game 2. So they tried to capitalize on that, but because it's tower control, it's a slower paced mode that you're playing. You can't control the pace. It's not Rainmaker. You can't control the pace at which you're moving. You just kind of have to wait it out. I think that was the drawback for them. It was this specific mode. Any 3-player down that they would have had in zones, clams, Rainmaker, I think they would have taken the lead at that time.
Yeah, the mode, as you mentioned, is kind of in a world of its own. Splat zones, it does move on a kind of set trajectory, but it's much faster. You have less control over it, and losing those team fights is a lot more costly. And then Rainmaker and Clam Blitz are so hectic, and you can kind of control them the way that you want to. Tower control moving on those fixed platforms, and it's tough on a map like this one, whereas we mentioned only 2 checkpoints, so you don't have that third option where they are forced to stop and defend at a certain point where they're basically sitting ducks. You don't have that freedom. You only have the 2 checkpoints, and really neither team even making too much use of that second checkpoint. But we are in fact going to see a run back to splat zones. It is going to go back to Barnacle and Dime as well. So seeing this map again in another set, another sort of flatter map that did relatively work out, I would say, for Hypernova. Ship-Shape Cargo Co. not that different in layout from Barnacle and Dime, just Barnacle and Dime a little bit more diagonal in layout than the very straightforward, the very linear Ship-Shape Cargo Co. But going back to splat zones, such an interesting decision to see.
Yeah, and we saw how dominant Milk Duds were on game one. That was their most polished win they've had so far for this set. But Hypernova, they just need, they need to keep this alive. If they lose, they're going to be moving on to the losers bracket. So, like you mentioned, a decision that, obviously they've had to think about this and weigh it just a little bit to see how they wanted to approach it. And we are going to see Ice come back with the new mini, of course. That is going to be having the very fast Zuka. And we are seeing Jared go back to the Squelchers with the screen. Not many changes here on the side of Hypernova.
Yeah, the Hoof Steely Squelchers making a return, and no longer will we see the new variant of the Splatana Wiper. It's going to be Vanilla versus Vanilla, as Henlo, who's been rocking that the entire time, wins the battle over Kyo. A 3-down situation forced early against Milk Duds, and Hypernova, despite losing 3 points, I think getting sort of the start that they wanted.
Yeah, that was a really quick start. Ice doing everything they can to stay alive with a bunch of chip damage being thrown their way. The rest of the members of Hypernova trying to push forward, identifying which ledge they want to guard to make sure they aren't caught off guard. And they are coolered at that too with the help of the pencil. That's going to be Lexi using that once again. So Snap's going to be pushing up with the Kraken, almost able to take down one. I don't know if they took out anybody there, maybe one, but that kid's going to be coming down on top, trading with Jared. And remember, trades will benefit you if you are the team who is in control. So Hypernova pushing it down. Very different change of pace from what we saw in game one. Already down past 30 and still getting picks, Zach.
Yeah, .Q and Ice forced all the way back. That is a pretty common place to put your tactical down, but you have to make use of it. They're going to be respawning quickly, but we're already in the single digits. Hypernova really making this pick look strong. Takes out Kyo. Jared not able to get there, and so Hypernova silences the doubters for the pick in game 4, forces a game 5, and Falco, with both of these teams showing cracks in the proverbial armor, we're seeing now Milk Duds being forced into a place that they've not yet been. Hypernova coming off of a game 5 victory against Aura. You have to wonder who has the advantage here going into this final game.
It's interesting because Milk Duds, they do have the counter pick, but they cannot choose zones. You mentioned shushing the doubters. That was us. That was me and that was me and you. That was us. And maybe a few people in chat, I don't know. But again, they were so polished on game 1 that I was like, they're gonna do really well here in game 4. But no, Hypernova, that was the cleanest game that we have seen of any team today on day 2. And of course, if it's against a team like Milk Duds, that is very impressive. So like we mentioned, there will be counter pick opportunities. Milk Dud choosing, they're in control. They cannot choose splat zones. They also cannot choose tower control because they won on that mode as well. So I just didn't expect this one to go to game 5. I mean, Milk Duds, I would say they were pretty heavily favored walking into this set. But of course, the winner of this, they're going to be facing the winner of the other set, PG Vanguard, which happens to be PG. They defeated Vanguard 3-1. So PG, the first team to get the automatic bid for the Splat World Series on the Western side. I'm sure we'll be talking about that. Nine and Saf, I'm sure we'll be mentioning that as well when they come on the mic later today too. So we've got quite a bit of action going on, especially in the losers bracket. Aura versus Moonlight. Aura getting that first game 1 victory. And then we have 556 versus Free Flow. That one, game 1 is underway. Zach, there's so much great action today. This is incredible.
We're getting down into the thick of it now. I think no small consolation that they'll be making the Splat World Series if they're able to win in this match here. And we do have our Game 5 map and mode combination. It will be the first time this set we are seeing Clam Blitz and going to Museum de Alfonsino to settle things out. Only fitting that we get to see the full suite of competitive modes in this set that we did not expect, as you mentioned, to go to a game 5, but I'm so glad it did. And we have to wonder, what micro changes will these teams make? I think both of them have felt rather confident swapping between a few different things. We've seen the 52 deco and 96 deco. We've seen multiple variants of the Wiper. We've seen the Hoofs and also the vanilla dually squelchers come into play. So lots of just minor tweaks and alterations happening. We've also seen the Rattler, the mini Splatling, come into play. It could be something that's brought here with an Inkzuka. You could potentially reach from one of those sniper overlooks to the other. So it's definitely a potentially alluring option if you're coming back or if you're staying distance and trying to make sure you can still have an effect on the fight. But we're getting our answers here in game number 5. Let's see what happens with Clam Blitz on Museum de Alfonsino to settle things finally between Milk Duds and Hypernova.
All right, we'll take a look here at the comps once again. From the side of Hypernova, nothing new to point out, and we do have the vanilla dualies coming out on the side of Milk Duds. Once again, Kyo using the new wiper with Curling Bomb and Trizuka, and Ice going back to the Friesen Pro. So I don't know if we've seen this particular combination of weapons on the side of Milk Duds. We've seen all the weapons, but I'm not sure if we've seen this identical four yet play together.
Well, for Hypernova, we saw Dat Kid in game 1 go Ink Brush, and now we're going full circle to see them in game 5 with the Ink Brush, and they're starting things strong. 14, now 15 clams already at their disposal. Henlo building up a power clam, not wanting to hold on to it yet. Important pick there by Synapse onto Jared, seeing if they can get a second, but they're being beset upon by the missiles, and they have to dodge. While that's happening, though, they are going to go ahead and pop the barricade, so maybe this is Hypernova's strategy, just constant pressure and then backing off, making sure they can protect their life. They did have a decent amount of clams, but they are going to just hold on to them and allow maybe a bit of space and this fight in mid to happen, and it's paying off as Henlo gets the pick onto Kyo, trying to carve a path. They do get Jared, 3 down situation. It's just Ice left on the Frozen Splatter Shot Pro. Is this a shot for another Hypernova push?
You know, if they would have had a power clam in a better position, I think they would have really thrived and were able to score and get quite a few points. I don't know if they're able to do it quite now because they don't have the player advantage, and members of Milk Duds have already respawned in, I think, oh, they picked up the power clam. That was Henlo who just snuck it in, able to get that dunk. Now, I don't know if that kid is able to get up here. They're waiting by the ledge. Going to be sharking up, dropping from the crack and not being seen at all. Able to score and get a little more in, and it's a good thing they have the brush to run away. Trying to get that jump out, not quite enough, so down to 61. Hypernova first on the board here, 2 minutes in, Zach.
Gotta hate when you just have one too few subs of quick super jump, not quite able to get out in time. Kyo making use of the curling bomb as a potential distraction, seeing if they can lure somebody out following the trail of said curling bomb. They are going to lose quickly the pencil, but get them back just as quickly. Ice, the designated carrier of the power clam, will fall. Dat Kid will get theirs as well, but also go down. That's 3 down for Milk Duds, and Q with the power clam gonna have to hold back and hold on. And this strategy of just bit by bit, Hypernova going through, not needing one push to be the only push, which now Milk Duds may have to resort to. We're getting close to the halfway mark of the game. Clam Blitz overtime, notoriously long if we get to that point. And Dat Kid, one of the more elusive players here. We've seen them make use of that to jump in and get those 3 extra clams in to get to 61. Synapse leading the charge here with this Kraken Royale as well. And the jump in from Lexi means a 3rd power clam has hit the barrier.
Yeah, they're able to score, but unfortunately not much follow-up. There was a lot of pressure coming from the side of Hypernova to get some clams in, but Milk Duds able to stop any follow-up. That could have spiraled out of control if Milk Duds weren't careful, but they're back in control now, in control of mid at that 2-player advantage. 22 clams at their ready, plus their Mercy claim. This might be a very dangerous push as Jared using the crab on the spinner. Milk Duds able to score. Look at all these claims they have to follow up. There's a power claim as well. Jared holding a few 2 players down on the side of Hypernova, so Milk Duds able to take the lead. Ice is going to be jumping this one in, able to get it down to 28, keeping it alive. And look at the position where Kyo is. This is not a good spot to be if you're Hypernova. You do not want to see a wiper there, while the rest of the members, Ice in particular, going to get some clams, keeping it alive. 4 more clams will get the win. 2 are seen, but Dat Kid able to just drop down and get a pick. That will be enough to close the basket, so a huge opening push there for Milk Duds, getting it all the way down to 10. We have about a minute left for Hypernova to try and come back, but with the map control and how many players they have available right now, Zach, that's going to be very difficult.
And that's the risk you run if you go that strategy, or if your pushes end up with mainly just the power clam going in. You get those penalties every single time. So you have diminishing returns, basically, each power clam that you throw in. It's not the 20 and 20 and 20 that you would like. 48 seconds left to go. Kyo trying to set things up here and see if they can get another push going. Both teams holding onto a power clam. Milk Duds with the majority, though. They had 17, now trying to build that back up, but they mainly are just trying to keep control of mid here. Synapse having to use this Kraken Royale all the way back in their sort of platform area. Not ideal. They're going to need to build up another one if they want to get something going here. And Hypernova not with any specials online as they lose their 96 deco. Milk Duds looking to maintain their pressure as well. Jared going back with just enough time to get the crab online, taking pot shots over the wall here, and this one is looking still so strong for Milk Duds.
Yeah, I can't see Hypernova making any moves here in this position. They are able to get a power clam, so they are keeping it alive. But with the map pressure and the paint pressure from Milk Duds, I don't think there's going to be much time for them to go, as Henlo is the one holding the power clam, making charge, and Henlo is going to go down. That's going to be a wipeout with one of the members slightly coming in here. That's going to be a very big protection here from Milk Duds, and they will very likely be walking their way into winners finals and also clinching a spot for the Splat World Series, as they are going to be taking on PG coming up next.
What a beautiful, beautiful back and forth set. We have been unbelievably blessed with the quality of the sets we've gotten on stream here on IPL Splatoon. And what a banger for Game 5. This one going to Milk Duds in a back and forth bonanza. Both teams having games, ironically, both on Splat Zones where they looked like the dominating factor, and both teams having games where they were going pound for pound, punch for punch on modes like Rainmaker and Clam Blitz. Even the tower control game, so great back and forth, but the winner ultimately, and the team securing themselves alongside PG in the Splat World Series, is Milk Duds, who will have to take on the slightly more well-rested PG, who did drop a game to Vanguard, but it was not enough there. So great job again by both teams. Hypernova, again, not out of it yet. They will go down to take on the winner of 556 and Free Flow in the losers quarterfinal side of the bracket. That match currently 0-0. And another update, Moonlight is now officially out of the tournament after Aura has defeated them in losers round 3 2-0, after Moonlight had picked up 2-0 wins over Honkai in round 2 and Mustard in round 1. So Moonlight's day is officially over, as we see some highlights from this game. Kyo and Q pushing forward here, helping with that winning and securing push. They only really needed one, and they kept it alive for as long as possible, combating the strategy we saw from Hypernova of just light cuts, the way of 1,000 cuts, you could say, with the 3 different pushes that they had. So Falco, the quality of these games is insane. Cannot wait to see which one of these teams from winners finals will move in to grand finals.
Yeah, and whoever does is going to have quite a rest that they will be properly awarded to as well. You mentioned PG having a little bit of a rest, and they certainly have. I mean, this game, like we mentioned, went the distance going to a Game 5, and Hypernova now waiting to face the winner 556 in Free Flow, with Free Flow getting that 2-0 victory over Foams 49. So they're also making a very great run for how well they've been doing today as well. That Vanguard versus Aura match, that is going to be an excellent game. We will definitely keep you updated on that one too, as those results trickle in for the games that happen. But I think now we finally have, okay, some of the best players from in the Western scene all facing off against each other here in our winners bracket, in our winners finals. And they could very well, I mean, we're talking about the Splat World Series, we're getting way ahead of ourselves, but they could very well see each other then in August when they face each other then too. But this Gray, Goss, U, Soldier team, super skilled all around, very, very polished players as individuals and as a team. So they're not going to be a team that you want to mess with. Only dropping one game so far today, like you mentioned that they dropped against Vanguard, who has been kind of shocking us a lot with a lot of their upsets and victories too. But it's really great that we're going to be seeing 2 Titans go head to head here for a winners finals, as kind of expected anyways. And as we mentioned, all of these game 1 starting on Splat Zones. We are starting on Splat Zone's Robo Ramen this time around. We have not seen that yet today, so this is we're getting down to it, Zach. We're getting down to it.
Yeah, no rest for the victors, as basically just as quickly as they were loading into game 5, they're now just as quickly already in the lobby for game 1 of our winners finals, that being Milk Duds to take on a PG team that's likely been waiting for a bit. And you mentioned Splatzone's Roborama to start out. This is not like the other maps that we've been seeing us start out on. There's a ton more verticality here, and lots of different play styles can work here. The zone is not that big. It is a one zone map, but it's kind of a more square, slightly rectangular, but not huge zone. There's this sort of small glass wall that you can set maybe like a crab tank up on. You can use a Inkzuka from pretty far away, even from almost behind sort of the 90-degree turn out of your spawn, and still have an effect on or even behind the zone. So lots of options there. But then you have this entire second layer, this lower topographical layer that you can use to shark, flank. You can hide on the walls and pop up and be right on top of the zone. Basically, the zone extends pretty much exactly to where the wall is going to be. So you can throw bombs from down there. You can pop up with a weapon like a brush and wreak havoc. Tons of opportunities, even to sit behind the ramp where the zone ends and just take pot shots with a longer range weapon like that Frozen Splatter Shot Pro that we've been seeing a good amount. It's really emerged as one of the more popular of the 10.0 Embers and Barazushi weapons that have come into play here. But with these being top level players, I'm so excited to finally get to see PG and why they're being hailed, especially in the pre-show, as maybe the perennial or top team in this tournament. And you mentioned potential rematches, Falco. This could be our grand finals rematch if the loser makes their way through the loser side of the bracket and back into grand. So these teams should maybe get used to seeing each other. Definitely still some hot contenders left in the tournament. Otherwise, of course, Hypernova, I'm sure when we have K-Bot for sort of the halftime element, we'll get to hear about the team that he's coaching. Vanguard and Aura still through. Aura, the team that knocked out Moonlight, and Vanguard, the only team to have taken a game off of PG today in day 2. So really interested to see how we get started here and the weapons that they bring. We saw in that last set, Milk Duds very comfortable with swapping between different weapons and loadout. Sure, there were one or two constants, but they were not afraid, even after a decisive win, to shake things up.
Yeah, I think we will be seeing quite a few weapon comp changes, like we mentioned to you, or you mentioned that Milk Duds. They were flexible. They weren't afraid to try to kind of change things up. And you mentioned that we could be seeing a potential rematch from what we might be seeing later. But with players like members from Vanguard, Aura, Hypernova, and whoever wins between 556 and Free Flow, going to be crazy. Also, this game won't happen, by the way. Soldier's on the other team. So just for what it's worth. But take a first look at weapons you may or may not see. But this one will not play out. So enjoy it while you can here. But yes, I think I'm looking at Vanguard in particular as being a contender that could potentially make a run and honestly take down, maybe they could contest with Milk Duds, a team like Milk Duds, because Milk Duds, again, the 3-2 victory over Hypernova, I thought it was going to be closer to a 3-0. If Vanguard has done what they did to Moonlight and then to Aura, they're facing Aura right now, excuse me, but I feel like they would be a contender that we could potentially see in grand finals.
Yeah, sadly, I'm actually coming off of a couple days of watching the NHL draft, and those big trade alert messages that pop up on the screen. I'm envisioning that when we see Q on the other team on PG, and we see two pencils on the same team. So get that image out of your head. Unfortunately, likely not to see the multi-pencil composition come through for the double tacticaler, but some interesting weapons out of the gate here again. I mean, I think we saw the dually squelchers come through again, some other weapons like the Frozen likely to be seen. So despite the new map that we've not yet seen on stream yet today, the Robo Ramen pick, of course, being the default pick to start us out, and then we'll go counter picking the rest of the way through. This one still being best of 5, as will be best of 5 all the way through. Those mistakes are even more costly than they would be in a best of 7. So let's get started in earnest with game 1 of winners finals between PG and Milk Duds. We'll take a look at the compositions for real this time. Gray on the S Blast is going to be Goss piloting the new Splatter Shot Pro, and on the other side, Ice starting game 1 how they started game 1 in the winners semifinals by going with the Rattler. Kyo this time opting for the new variant of the Wiper, and of course Q and U rhyming names there and matching weapons with the pencil.
Yeah, you know, I'm really interested, especially to see the Slosher and S-Blast, 2 weapons that we have not seen today. And right now, it's going to be Milk Duds with a very quick cap in a 3v3 situation, but they're still able to hold on to it as a few of their members are going to be going down. PG waiting to find some of their footing. Oh, and Kyo's going to be getting a nice splat there on Gray, a nice Zuka shot. Jared and Kyo getting that 2v1 pick on one of the members of PG, but with all that happening, PG able to quickly cap the zone and take it over, and we have just a lot of skirmishes going on, Zach. You know, I think members of Milk Duds and PG are doing a really good job at trying to identify where these 2v1 benefits are and just taking members out, but they're taking turns doing it, which is netting just these like very quick trades in the zone.
Yeah, I think both these teams very adept at sort of carving out the positions that they want to be in. We saw that with the 2v1 sort of splat there onto PG. Jared getting the benefit of the tactical lure as well and dodging the shots from the missile. That's going to be an annoyance in a map where space is pretty costly and there's not a ton of it. The real estate is not always there with how skinny some of these hallways and entry points are. Solja and Jared duking it out. I think getting a bit of help there to take them down. Kyo trying to make use of another Zukas. We're seeing a Zuka and Zuka just transitioning from player to player. They're always on the Zuka ice, not, I think, able to also find the value that they wanted. So that's half of your specials gone already. That's tough to see from Milk Duds. You want to get that value there, and just now only able to stop the progress on the zone. PAG doing a great job defensively to hold things down.
Yeah, they are doing a fantastic job, and they finally have quite a bit of penalty points at 53, but they got it down to 29, so a great start. And in that last minute, we weren't going more than 3 seconds without any special being deployed, so it was just been a mess here in mid and on the zone to try and contest. We see the Booyah Strike combo come out as PNG is going to be taking that one and getting the zone and getting a player advantage as well. I believe that's Goss trying to look for one of the members on Milk Duds, able to identify that it's going to be Kyo. They're able to take them down. So Milk Duds still in control of the zone. A few jumps coming in from PNG, having to avoid some of these wave breakers, but I mean, we're just seeing so much back and forth. Neither team has had a solid lockout that they've been happy with.
Yeah, and differing strategies. You can see PG, they're starting to use their missiles as well, but they comboed the Booyah Bomb with the triple Ink Strike there. So their double strategy with the specials is more objective based, where Milk Duds is more based on aggression and taking down members of the enemy team with the dual use or the layered use of the Trizuka there. And we're seeing you get that sprinkler up on the bottom of the bowl of ramen. Such a nice place. It's reminiscent of that pendulum on Sturgeon Shipyard, a map that we don't see a ton of these days. As Milk Duds trying to get rid of their penalty here. They did get all the way up to 52. Jared able to throw down the wave breaker as well, so hoping the pulses will catch the members of PG that are jumping down. Kyo trying to get in an optimal spot. They are on the low ground, so might want to get a bit of high ground there. One is marked before using that Inkzuka. The Booyah Bomb going to come out on the front half of the zone, and the Tri-Strike shortly after. So both by themselves, not enough to take the zone critically this time, not able to use them at the same time. So it will be tough to get that zone back. No penalty given to Milk Duds as they hold strong. Can they take the lead? It's so close back and forth, and they will just barely Falco take it back.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge for Milk Dud to not have PNG take control of the zone. Milk Dud, they lost it a few times, but it was so important that they just did not allow PNG to take it, or else they would just get penalty points more quickly. So they have it down to 22nd. They have a lead, and now PNG able to cap the zone once again. 40 penalty points. Goss has their missiles ready, but 2 players are down. Zuka is coming in on the side of Milk Duds, so they're going to have a little bit of time where they can sacrifice to try and regroup themselves and get into this zone. 2 are going to go down on Milk Duds. That's actually huge for PNG, as they are able to still hold on to the zone, and this time is ticking down. If you are Milk Duds, that clock is moving much faster than you want it to, and that is going to be another lead change. PNG back in control once again. They have a player disadvantage as members of Milk Duds trying to push towards the zone. Cooler is going to be out for them, and they're finally going to be able to get the cap, Zach, but it's about 20 seconds left. We'll see how long they can hang on.
Yeah, I hate to keep harping on the specials here, but if you look at Milk Duds, what they've brought as far as specials, you have the Wave Breaker, that's not going to give any ink. The Tactical Word, that's going to bring you back into the fight faster and keep your special progress, but that's not going to give you any ink. And then the 2 Zukas are mainly used primarily for picking off members of the opposing team. We did see one shot there from Ice going against the pillow or cushion and onto the zone, and that will help them claim the zone back in time for overtime, but the Tri-Strikes are enough by themselves to take the zone back. and PG with both a strong offense and defense hold strong, and they will take game 1 over Milk Duds. Not a knockout for either team, so maybe some hope that we see a game 4 or game 5 in this winner's final set.
Yeah, that was a very close game, but PNG able to take the first lead, hold on to it for quite a bit. Milk Duds then took it over, and PNG got it back in control. So, if anything to take away from this game 1 is that everything is up in the air for this set between these two top level teams, as we are going to be moving on to game 2. Of course, counterpick still active. Milk Duds able to pick, and honestly probably will pick Splat Zones if I had to guess, just based on the nature of things and how these teams have been playing and how much they enjoy Splat Zones over the other modes too. So, but with that particular match, there was only one time I think where PNG had a real lockout. Other than that, it was we're finding ourselves in 2v1s, we're fighting in the zone, we're throwing our specials on the zone. Neither team had that clear wipeout, 3 players down, we're pushing up, guarding the ledges. That just didn't happen this game. So, of course, that leaves more opportunity for a team like Milk Duds, who lost, to try and think, okay, there are ways we can get this victory. We were very close to it. If this game would have gone on for about a minute longer, it's very possible we would have been able to take the zone back. So there's always a lot of what ifs that can happen in this game, and I think Milk Duds they're gonna hope for the best on this, as they are counterpicking Splat Zone's Hagglefish Market.
Yeah, Falco, you smartly predicting that we would stay with Splat Zones, and why wouldn't they? I think when we see a more lopsided Splat Zones on Robo Ramen match, one team is constantly in front of the zone, and the team that's on the back footing, they are constantly trying to find a way out of spawn, which you only have that very tight hallway that has boxes and other obstacles in it that takes that turn into the zone. Both teams had a good shot at it, but I think for PXG, they had the opportunity to use those specials when they were even backed off from the zone. So they're able to have an impact on the objective, where this time, Milk Duds did not. So maybe that changes with Hagglefish, where it's more open, you have more space to contend with, and we're seeing the changes here in weapon compositions come through. Bosher is out. Jared is going to be playing the Hoofs Splat Dualies as well, and Ice going to be sticking on the new Rattler Mini Splatling. Of course, Q going to be sticking, and you going to be sticking on the Pencil. We'll have to see if this changes a little bit as far as the opening outcome here, as we see a 10 or 11 second Inkzuka being farmed up, I believe, by Ice.
Yeah, that's not to be unexpected. That is what this weapon has been known for since it came out 2 weeks ago. So something we knew what was going to be coming, and of course in a map like this, in a mode like Splat Zones, it's not to be unexpected. And Milk Duds still holding on to this zone. The zone was kind of untouched for a little bit, as PNG still just trying to find a way that they can break in. I think with the support of the screen, they're just being forced to wait and hold back a little bit. We do see the Booyah come up and touch up a little bit of the paint there for Milk Duds, but this is by far their strongest start of what they've had, and of course only being game 2 against PNG. This is a very different start than what we had seen before. One of their players are going to be going down, and PNG finally in control of the zone, giving 45 penalty points to Milk Duds. Look how far up Goss is pushed, but 2 players are down, saying, this way, jump to me, let's start this lockout that we didn't have in game 1, and they're hoping to capitalize on that, Zach.
Yeah, Goss, and now the rest of PXG getting very aggressive here. Gray looking for a pick. They're going to find the indirect onto Kyo. That's a 2-down situation, as Q is pushed all the way back, not able to find the room that Yu now has. Yu playing on the enemy team's uninkable tent here, seeing if they can find a pick onto Kyo. They just don't have enough range, but they are allowing their team members to jump in. That's an easy lead for PXG, and the pendulum swings, and it swings hard on Milk Duds, so as you mentioned, had their best start of the day, and now are looking for anywhere that they can get set up. Ice and Q, the only ones remaining. Both of their more offensive edges are down, and they're actually going to lose Ice. Q gets a crucial pick there onto Gray, but now with single digits remaining, can Kyo, who's one of the only members left, have an impact on the zone? They're not able to throw their stamp out, and the tri-strike is more than enough to keep that zone for PXG. Once they grab the zone, they don't look back, either from the objective or from the spawn area of Milk Duds, as they take an emphatic game 2.
Yeah, that was a really nice win for PNG, and actually at the very end there, the zone was neutralized just after the units hit 0, so just hanging on by a thread. I saw Kyo try and chuck that Ultra Stamp just in time to get some paint, maybe get a pick or two, and it was just a little bit too late. But like we mentioned, in Game 1, there were virtually no lockouts. This game, a huge lockout from P&G against Milk Duds. And Milk Duds, they held on. They started off with the zone. They were the ones who had it first and pushed it all the way down to about like 55 or so, or you push it down to 41 at that. So this is where they really excelled. We can see Gray here pushing up on their enemy side, getting a little bit of a flank here, trying to take down Kyo, able to do it. And when you have two players and your blasters right under your ledge from your spawn, that is not a good position to be in. In the best position you can be if you're a pencil player on the offensive side as well, standing on your enemy's canopy. So that was just a really, really hard opportunity for Milk Duds to try and counter, and they were going to be in a little bit of a deficit here, choosing tower control this time. So not hoping for the run back again on zones, but choosing a different mode this time.
Make no mistake that Milk Duds and the players therein are incredibly confident and adept at splat zones. So this is mainly just, we know if we lose this game, we're in the loser side of the bracket. We have to change up something. It's not that they couldn't win on splat zones, is that it's probably too risky to run it back for a second time for counter picks, a third time for the set, and see if you can make it work and put all of your eggs into that basket. Now you go to tower control. It's another one of those, as we mentioned in the previous set, it's a more metered style of play. You're on a set path, and you have multiple checkpoints that you can try and lock down and hold. And those double Inkzukas, the Trizukas, if you want to use that strategy again, when they get to those checkpoints, they're basically sitting ducks. So they're either going to have to scatter and try and dodge the shots that way of the Trizukas, or you're going to have to use one player as sort of the sacrificial lamb in favor of maintaining that progress toward the capture checkpoint, because getting that checkpoint is so important. We know both of these teams are likely to go back and forth with each other. So clearing one of those out of the way and not having to stop there next time means that for PXG, you're not going to have to worry about the double Trizuka if we see the same comp. And for Milk Duds, you're not going to see the barrage of either the Tri-Strikes, the Booyah Bomb, or both at the same time.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, because we mentioned tower control being a completely different mode than what we had seen before, and these teams are ready. I'm curious to see if P&G is, in particular, if they're going to be changing anything. Of course, we've seen a lot of different weapon changes on the side of Milk Duds, so we'll take a look at these comps coming in. We do see a Vanilla Blaster come out from Gray, so that is going to be a different choice there, and Ice is going to be using the Vanilla Splash Asthmatic as well, so Goss going back to the regular Zuka. Okay, so a very vanilla comp, if you will, on the side of P&G, and really the only difference, non-vanilla weapon that we see on Milk Duds is going to be Q at that Wiper.
Another one of the adages, the simplest explanation is usually the correct one, and these vanilla weapons seem to be the pretty simple answer for both of these teams for the most part, as we see a blaster for the first time that's not a S-Blast variety weapon. So you're going to go down, you set up on the tower here. That's exactly where you would want your pencil player to be, as Gray trying to watch the drop downs here with the blaster of their own. They do get taken out on top of the zone right before the barrier comes out, so that's a big bubbler gone, and two members of PXG gone as they get to 73. Not going to be a winning push by any stretch of the imagination, but more than losing the tower, they're holding on to mid, which is very commendable and very important in and of itself.
Right, and they got that first checkpoint too, so they don't need to wait around and try and capitalize on that again. And they're able to pass it, and they have a little bit of paint in front of the tower control, which is just as important. So this is where they want to be. However, they do not want to have two players down right now. So they're going to be losing the tower, losing a little bit of ground, as two players are going to go down on P&G now, as Milk Duds able to try and push forward. We see Ice here trying to watch one of these ledges. Goss aiming for the tower, takes down Q with a really nice step, takes on Jared as well, who seemingly just chose the wrong direction on where to go, and unfortunately gets splatted too. So players here are keeping their distance from each other because they know how crazy some of the specials are with the Crab and the Zuka. They don't want to be caught in the line of sight. So Milk Duds trying to find a way that they can break in, but PXG, they have just been on top of these stacks and on top of mid.
Yeah, we've spent most of this time talking about the Trizuka from a Milk Duds perspective. How about Goss getting 2 in that previous engagement and then 1 with the Trizuka there, so making the exact use of that special that they would want. Ice getting 1 there, smartly backing off after getting a bit of paint under them with the burst bomb there on that vanilla splash. As you mentioned, Gray going to be picking Ice off, not able to retreat far enough back, and now they're going to try and contend with the tower. Are they able to clear through that first checkpoint? I believe they might have just been stopped, and they were at that first checkpoint, not able to get through it all the way, but that's 3 down against PG. That's going to be just the splatter shot remaining here as Jared tries to push forward, and once again, watch the drop down. It's Goss. They are able to take Goss down, but the blaster comes in. That's Gray, as well as the tri-strike coming through. If it's not one thing, it's another for Milk Duds to have to worry about. Q is able to survive and get that high ground that you would want, and Ice back quickly enough, and folks jumping to Q to keep the push going here, but it's a lot of casualties on the side of Milk Duds where they're not able to build many specials up. They only have Q's Tactical online as we see 2 go down on the side of Milk Duds.
Yeah, PXG, they don't need a fancy win. They just want to win, and that is exactly what's going on. But they are playing this very conservatively. Again, they're doing such a great job on putting a lot of paint in front of the tower, and now they're finally making that push to get to the second checkpoint. Getting down to 43, 2 players are now down to Milk Duds 3 as Yu is going to take on Ice, and Kyo is just going to be 1 player. Goss trying to identify them with some point-blank Trizuka shots, not going to be enough. We see Gray already on the ledges, and Zach, this is not looking super great for Milk Duds.
We'll resurface the question from the pre-show. Can anyone stop PG? Milk Duds with their back against the wall. Soldier trying to get out. They cannot evade the shots of Ice there. So a 3v2 built up here for Milk Duds. You still maintaining that high ground here. That's been such an important facet of playing here on Mako Mart, is having your pencil players stay alive long enough to jump to. The one that jumped to you there was a casualty of a well-placed couple of shots there from Milk Duds. That's going to allow them likely to take control of mid and take this tower back with 1 minute left to play. Yo trying to see if they can push up. Gray just barely surviving, but they get the direct to trade out with Jared. That could be an important pick. It's just going to be you left with the pencil. So I mentioned jumping to them. They're going to need to do so immediately. Jared goes down to Soldier, who's able to get back. Are they able to find anybody there? The tower stalled at mid, and with Milk Duds just having their tactical online, they're basically forced all the way back in their spawn, now filtering kind of to the right-hand side of this map. They're going to have to worry, Falco, first about getting this map control in mid back before what could be their final tower push of the day.
Yeah, they're going to have to make this one a good one, and what's going to be tricky is they have 3 checkpoints they have to get through if they want to keep this alive, and right now they're just struggling getting a few some paint on the ground too. It's just covered in orange all around the tower. Kyo trying to find a way that they want to break in, guarding this right stack to maybe clear a path a little bit, but you have to take on Yu, who's been unstoppable on this pencil. Overtime now starting. Milk Duds at that first checkpoint, but look at this, Goss able to step onto it before a member of Milk Dud can and jump on. So PXG getting that winners finals victory 3-0 and will beat some team in the grand finals.
After all those close back and forth, hard fought game 4 and 5 sets that we watched, we see our first sweep on stream with the winners finals, a 3-0 bout won by PXG, who will move on to the grand finals and contend further for that $250 starting prize pool. What a great set that we get to see here between 2 absolutely top of the line teams. Milk Duds, taken to the brink against Hypernova, and now dropped down fully to the loser's side of the bracket by PXG, who retains their sort of perennial status in this tournament across 4 sets, only dropping 1 game in day 2, that being the second game against Vanguard, who now sits in the loser's side of the bracket. They are down 0-2 to Aura. So if that one's best of 5, I believe they are on the brink. Hypernova and Free Flow yet to get going after Free Flow beats out 556 in a 2-1 victory, best of 3 win in that losers round 3. So ton of action still left to go here. We have so much left in this tournament, but what a great winners finals to set up what should be a titan awaiting the team from losers in our grand finals.
Yeah, it is going to be fantastic. Taking a look here at the bracket, we can see Aro, 2-0 over Vanguard, Hypernova Free Flow, going head-to-head now. And of course, there's quite a few matches that need to come up before we get to grand finals, but that will be it for Zach and I for today. I'm glad we got to bring you 4 exciting matches here to kick off day 1. This is just half of it that we'll be seeing. But Zach, it has been a fantastic pleasure as always. Where can we find you?
It's been a pleasure to commentate with someone with such a strong hairline and a stronger bloodline, even, I believe, than myself. I'm mainly over on Twitter and Blue Sky at ShinyHunterZach. So if you want to see me very occasionally tweet and retweet, you can do so on those. Falco, how about yourself?
You can find me, Falco Flyer, on Blue Sky. You can find me at Get On My Level next week in Toronto, Ontario. I'm very excited for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. But coming up next is going to be an analyst desk with Keon, Siren, and Nox. They're going to be bringing you highlights and talk about all of the action that we've seen so far today and previewing the action that will be coming up before the rest of the bracket comes over. So we will step away, take a quick break, but thank you guys for watching. We'll be right back here with Super Jump 5.
There is a mountain to climb, with every league to complete.
This event blows everything out of the water.
Almost. 20.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Is that a knockout?
That's it. That's it. Watch out for Warren. Watch out for the brush.
Our time to make it win. Oh, to make the throw.
It's it. They gotta stay alive, and they do it.
Two going down on the other side. Vanessa's getting some great picks.
This is the Super Bowl 5 years in the making. This really is a battle between the best of the best.
And they go nowhere fast, but Seekin's gonna make a move with the reslider. Here's the jump! Here it is! And this could be the first one!
This is an event that has been such a long time coming.
One, gets two, that's two!
Everyone playing in this event was the best team at one point in CCA.
BJ with the wipeout!
There's so many memories and so much history in these tournaments, and it's all coalescing at this point.
CD Woomy grabs it! Go for the win! UCSD! They win it! They win it in overtime! UCSD advances to the championship for the first time since season 1!
This is the best of CCA history.
These past 5 years have produced so many new, fresh, fun talents, and we're all going to see them perform in one place. The CCA has been putting out bangers for years, and you're not going to want to miss this one.
Booyah Bowl All-Stars. More information coming soon.
The CCA celebrates 5 years of history with a special edition of their Booyah Bowl Invitational, inviting talent from every era of CCA history to play in the special one-of-a-kind invitational. Join the CCA on Saturday, July 12th for all the competition and festivities.
And the CCA Booyah Bowl is back. It's been a huge, one of my favorite events to do each year. So so glad to see y'all support it. And with all that being said, welcome everybody to the SuperJump analyst desk. If you guys are wondering where K-Bot is, K-Bot unfortunately under the weather. Might have saw his team maybe perform a little too well and kind of threw him off his game. That's all right. I'm Kyung. We'll be filling in as our host, joined by Nox, Fusion, and Siren for the analyst desk. And Nox, gonna start off with you. This SuperJump alpha bracket has been nothing but bonkers, to say the least.
Yeah,
The rest of the day.
we saw Aura get knocked down really early by Hypernova. Hypernova way overperforming expectations, taking 2 games off of Milk Duds, fighting Free Flow right now on losers, working on getting into losers semis most likely against Vanguard, another team we wouldn't have really expected to see there, but they just took out Aura 3-2. So that's very interesting. Not a team we expected to see perform this well. And PXG just knocked Milk Duds down to losers bracket. So a lot has happened right now. The only thing making sense is PXG knocking Milk Duds down to loser bracket, quite frankly. But that's a sign of an exciting tournament. Lots of upsets.
This has been probably one of the more stranger alpha brackets in a very good way, to say the least, lean into this tournament. I know Nox,
I would like to see Aura. I wanted to see Aura in grand finals. I had my priorities.
I can tell where your priorities are for sure. Especially you, myself, and K-Bot definitely had probably the top 3 solidifying. Just to see Aura be out this early was just the biggest shocker of the bunch.
It does not make a ton of sense. Aura, I mean, last weekend they were silver in both of the major tournaments that had big teams in them. Like, I think people just figured out how to deal with the carbon. I kept seeing Volty have to switch over to machine, which is not, I mean, Volty can play machine, but it's not her carbon. Like, there is a skill gap between those 2 weapons. And also, just a meta gap between those 2 weapons. Machine's bad. You can make it work, but it is not good.
Yeah, definitely. And Fusion, gain our first dig into the alpha bracket. Anything that kind of stuck out to you with any team's progress so far?
Yeah, I mean, well, apart from Hypernova, I think outperforming expectations, beating Aura nearly or taking Milk Duds to game 5, something that I've really wanted to point out is Free Flow. Free Flow has been on an absolute tear. We saw them beat STL. That's the Thunder Dark team. Super, super strong players. I commentated them in a match against, I think, Honkai yesterday. They nearly had it. Unfortunate situation in game 5 ended up causing them to lose. Now in losers bracket, they're tearing it up. They beat 556, which is the Fishy Echo Nightmare Soul Cats team. They're doing so well. Hypernova is currently 2-0 over them,
they're currently in
Free Flow is like looking for I believe this would be top 6 for them, which is an incredible performance, especially since yesterday I was wondering, like, are they going to like step it up? Are they going to become a really good high level team? And it seems like right now that answer is yes.
Honkai did better than I was honestly expecting them to. I kind of thought they would lose round 1 in winners and then lose round 1 in losers, but they made it to round 2 of losers. So I'm very happy to see that from them, especially for their first time really getting to show out at this level at all. I think that that if they get a coach, their potential is really, really high. I think they need a little more help finding team coordination, but their individual mechanical skills, really good.
The struggle for them too is the seed they had going into that alpha bracket, because they faced Milk Duds and immediately saw Moonlight in losers bracket. So that was a rough one. No matter who you are, I think they would have had a hard time. So.
Fair teams to lose to.
Yes.
But I think their potential's really there. It's exciting to get to see new teams like Hypernova and Honkai actually starting to break in. We haven't had new teams in top level in a very long time. I don't know that I'd give them top level yet. I think I'd still say high level, but they're getting there.
And definitely making strides there. And I think to add to what Siren mentioned before, that was just a very tough set of opponents. I think even Moai, if they, which I noted was my team to get out of that round, would have had to run into a very devastating gauntlet of opponents there, and it kind of definitely showed. But I mean, kudos to Honkai for making as far as they did. I do want to go back to the bracket here real quick. Hypernova's story has just been tremendous, to say the least. It's awesome. So the big story here,
it's almost like coaching makes a difference or something.
K-Bot, if you're here, K-Bot, if you're hearing this, maybe it's doing a lot of wonders for them, because the big story here is in quarterfinals, the 3-2 over Aura, which I think a lot of us even tuning into this alpha bracket was expected to crack top 3. Go ahead, Nox.
Yeah, well, and then the other thing is Aura being knocked down to losers meant they had to face Vanguard, who just knocked them out. Like, Aura would have been on the other side of the bracket and would have been against Milk Duds if they had won against Hypernova. And that's the set we were expecting to see, and would have put them in, I would say, a better situation by a little bit, potentially.
I mean, at this point in the bracket, it's really hard to avoid these good teams.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Moonlight, I think, gets 7th in this tournament. 5, 6 also gets 7th in this tournament. The remaining teams, Vanguard, Hypernova, Free Flow, Milk Duds, PXG, like, you're not going to be able to make it without
without some struggle,
without fighting a great team. I think that upset over STL, I think, certainly shook things up. So they did end up going down to Frutella. Frutella, man, so many close matches, I think, in the losers bracket, I would like to point out. Frutella 2-1 over STL, Aura 2-1 over Frutella, Free Flow 2-1 over 556, Vanguard 3-2 over Aura. Just the competition.
It's just wild.
We definitely anticipated like top 3 to, I think, be like head and shoulders above.
We kind of thought, thought it would be a steamroll until then, quite frankly.
It seems like the competition is a lot closer in level than I think we may have initially
Which is
expected.
Great.
Absolutely.
I'm happy to see it.
Matches.
I thought top level had managed to escape more than they had, and I'm very happy to see that we were wrong about that. But I am still surprised about it.
I think it's one of those cases where it's a very welcome surprise. I'm definitely appreciative of all the teams that are able to punch, that are able to crack through there. Hypernova, by the way, which I believe, the matchup we saw on stream earlier, Milk Duds versus Hypernova, which a lot of credit to Hypernova pushing into a game 5 against Milk Duds.
That was a good fight from them.
It's you look at that matchup on paper, like you should expect Milduds to just easily get out of that. Maybe 4 games if Hypernova challenges them, but Hypernova challenged it. Yeah, maybe. But Hypernova challenging them to 5 games that Falco and Zach had the awesomeness to commentate was awesome. You saw kind of just this swing here. When game 1 and game 2 of Milk Duds, Hypernova's counterpick was perfect. Same with Milk Duds. It just really came down to that Museum de Alfonsino Clan Blitz matchup, which I had the opportunity to watch live on stream.
It was wild.
And Hypernova had the best punches, had the best push to start rather, and then as you may have saw Nox, that Jared during the rest of the group kind of just broke everything wide open with that big push at the end.
Well, and that's all you need to do. Splatoon's all about your one best push. That's all that matters is your one best push. And that's something that you always have to keep in mind when you're playing, especially at this level. Is all you need is one really strong explosive push, and it's kind of better if it happens at the end of the game a little bit, because then you don't have to defend it. Then it's done. More stressful that way. Another thing to bring up with the bracket here is that at this point, there we go. We have the knowledge of who won the Hypernova versus Free Flow. It's Hypernova. I think Hypernova can take Vanguard. Like, fully honestly, they put up such a good fight against Milk Duds. They took out Aura. I think they can take Vanguard. Vanguard is not a team that we expected to make it this far by any means. Yeah. Very shocked to see them make it this far. Makes me think that maybe Aura's having a day potentially, or they just got counterpicked because Carbons get counterpicked, and that's rough for Carbons.
I mean, it's nothing too. I won't say too surprising. Because
I think it is. I view Aura as drastically better than Vanguard generally.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would say in terms of recent tournaments, yeah, I would agree. But it's not like Vanguard's coming out of nowhere. This is Jay, Phoenix, Urza, and Reiki. These are all like high top level players who've been playing the game for an extremely long time. I think we may not have seen as much of them, especially together recently, but they're a strong team. They just haven't perhaps had as like consistent results as.
Well, and yesterday they really didn't perform well. Is the other thing there?
So, but you make it out of pools.
That's all you got to do.
Good. Yeah.
All you got to do is make it to alpha.
Yeah, they were just storing their strength for the next day.
I guess so. But
yeah, they were just waiting for the next day here. We do need to start wrapping up here because that next matchup is actually going to be ready. Will be ready up here soon. I want to get quick predictions here for Vanguard, Hypernova, Nox. I think I know what your prediction is, who do you have coming out of that matchup?
Hypernova. A, I think it's more likely, and B, I think it's a way better storyline.
Siren.
Okay, so I don't want to say it, but I think because they have momentum, I'm gonna vote Vanguard.
Fusion, what about yours? Yep.
I think I'm not sure. I think I'm going to say Hypernova, but I think it's going to be like a 3-2 set.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be down to the wire. I feel like Hypernova's having a day. Vanguard is having a day. Both of these teams are going to go wild. I'm like interested to see. I mean, it's been all counter picks all day long to see what these teams are going to do to. What they're going to pull out against each other, because they have not played yet, and it just should be a very exciting match.
I'm gonna join the train here real quick with mine. I'm gonna say Hypernova should be able to get out of that one. Three members here. We're going for Hypernova, Siren going Vanguard. We'll see how it all plays out here at the end. So we're gonna toss it over to our next set of commentators. Saf and Nine will take you home the rest of the way for Super Jump. So stay tuned. Loser semifinals matchup between Vanguard and Hypernova. Two teams with big with amazing runs so far matching up coming up after the break.
Hey everybody, for the 5th time in a row, welcome back to Super Jump number 5. My name is Saf. I'm here with 9. Wonderful to see your face today, 9. And wow, what a storyline, what a narrative, what everything and the kitchen sink in between us that we have ahead of us today.
Yeah, no kidding. The stalwarts are at the top as we expected, but 2 other teams that we're about to watch right now have been having incredible runs to make it here. You look through the rosters of Vanguard and Hypernova, and maybe you're not surprised that they're here, but the journeys that they took were arduous to say the least. And I know they're ready. They've been in that room, but we'll flash the names up there. Urza, Jay Sorok, we'll just say is Jay. Phoenix, Reiki versus Henlo, that man, Synapse, and Lexi here. Saf, we were chatting just a little bit before about how these teams have, again, taken these wild paths to get here. But when you talk about the big M momentum, both of these teams surely have it.
Oh my gosh, dude. You want to talk about like it factor. The it factor is with calling it from within the house for both teams because, I mean, Vanguard having a crazy bout against PXG being the ones waiting in the final grand finals slot, waiting for losers to wrap up to see who they want to duke it out with next. But Vanguard, too, having a really, really serious fight with Aura, that resulting in a 3-2 victory for Vanguard. And Vanguard going against Hypernova in this next one is not going to be an easy treat by any means. And especially, again, 9, like we were talking earlier, I'm just over the moon about how far Free Flow got to us today in Super Jump. I mean, losers quarterfinals, sorry, we'll see you next time. But still, like, it's a decisive 3-0 with Hypernova moving forward. But like, the fact that Free Flow made it this far in the losers side of things is just insane to me. Just considering you have kind of like a clash of the titans here in this alpha bracket today. So I mean, flying into game 1, I'm chopping at the bit. The caffeine's coursing through you, it's coursing through me. I can't wait to talk more.
I'm sure there will be plenty to talk about. The unconventional comp coming out from Hypernova that they've gone here. And on the other side, we have one of the big winners, I would say. The main weapon of the Splattershot Pro, kind of just waiting for a kit. The Splattershot Pro Frozen being brought out by Urza, the Fro Pro as we're going to call it. But Saf, already one player has gone down. That's a wiper back at spawn, and we are off and racing.
And Urza is already taking the helm on the push here, unfortunately going down, calling Reiki out additionally there, so not really a strong start for Vanguard just yet. However, tit-for-tat fight all around as Hypernova is looking to make entrance into the spawning area here.
Already, Synapse doing what has been done forever, going and fighting people off, run at it. But the one thing that I will say about the resilience of Vanguard in the sets that we have seen, they just got done getting out of a reverse sweep here. And every time they got pushed back, they seem to find a way to isolate just one player, maybe 2 players, take them down, and really snowball from there. We know on Robo Ramen, if you can identify where the opponents are coming from, it can be so difficult to stop them.
Yeah, and already, too, with having a stamp to try to get themselves out of the spawning area, you can see that the stamp was thrown and actually made a really important contact there. Big pick in order for the screen to make way. And you can see the folks of Hypernova are trying to make their way out of the zone here. Control now being lost. Not too much of a deficit, though, to make up here, 9.
No, not too much of a deficit here, and Robo Ramen can kind of get into these swingy parts where, again, one team finds and identifies where they can attack from, moves back in, takes the zone, and then you sort of see everyone throw stuff at the zone and hope that one goes down. But this is the spot where it's going to be interesting to see. I really love the way that Hypernova has kind of sent one player in and then followed up here. Of course, when you've got a wiper, when you've got a brush, you can make that sort of play happen. But right now it seems like they're holding back just a little bit, sensing that there's not really an opportunity for them to dive in. But you can see right here, Saf, if this comp doesn't dive in, eventually they're going to get run up on here. I think they almost handed that one over to Vanguard.
Oh, an unfortunate placement for Reiki, though. You can see that the wheels were turning on what we wanted to actually accomplish there, but the Splat Bomb said, hey, man, better luck next time. But still, a 1-point difference. But Zuka is going to maybe change that a little bit as now the penalty has also been eliminated for Vanguard here. And very good spreading out of resources. However, Killer Whale in tow. Some displacement tool is going to be happening here, 9.
Yeah, it's taken them an awful long time here. I guess they've just decided that, you know, maybe taking out the other team is more important than the zone, and sure enough, they get it. Did they wait too long? No, or it's a very clever trying to get back there, but when Synapse is the one waiting for you there, you can assume that you're not going to have too long. That 52 gal getting the job done, and I'm curious again, Sap, is this the time that they'll try to sneak somebody in? You see Synapse there on the top, the threat here from Henlo at the bottom, chucking that hammer through. That's 2, 3 that went down at some point there. They've cycled, now they've jumped up, and this is the way that Hypernova has worked their way through the bracket, give them the lead.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that jumping to your teammates can be the most advantageous thing when you're this far into the game, and especially this far into the enemy's territory. Unfortunately, though, having 2 down Zipcaster by Reiki also being activated here, you can see the folks trying to get back in from Hypernova as quick as possible, but Reiki's not really going to make that easy. The zone is kind of up for grabs at the moment here, but Vanguard still has a really great space to make up.
Zone, please, can we make the zone? Okay, thank goodness. I was like, you have been up a player for the last 10 seconds here. Can we get a zone flip? And thankfully, they knew exactly how much time they had to work with, more so than I did, clearly, but now we get a little bit of scrum on the left and right sides here. Both of these teams so good at creating these scraps on the left and right side. And this is the opportunity for Hypernova. The last time they pushed back here, one of their players went down to a wayward bomb and it all sort of fell apart from there. Now they've traded a couple out. That's 2 out. Are they going to get away from the pencil? Yes, not able to close that one out. Couple jumping back in here now. Where's this cooler going to go? Is anyone even going to be able to grab that? They are going to work through, but everyone knows where that cooler is. They're all up. They're all ready to attack that spot here. Just a few more ticks, Saf, and this one might flip.
Yeah, and you really got to be careful where that pencil is going to be position 9 because, wow, running out the clock near the spawning area was really big for the folks on Vanguard. However, Hypernova really quick to respond. They do lose 2, and it's not going to be enough because Vanguard, hook, line, and sinker is going to take that game 1.
Ay, caramba. What a game 1 there. The scrap scenario there at the end, everybody throwing bombs, one of the big winners. I guess a bomb is never a loser, but there are so many strong splat bomb users right now, especially with these new kits. You're just throwing those at the zone, you're trying to dodge that, then the pencil's shooting at you here. You kind of lose track of where everything goes, and listen, we said a scramble, a scrap, whatever SCR word you want to describe, a squirfluffle, whatever it is, we'll just make them up. That's how the language works, but wow, you can identify immediately why these teams made it this far, how they can turn even the smallest opening on its head, and what a treat of a game 1.
Well, what I liked, though, is kind of in those final seconds there, you could see, like, Vanguard, like, had it on lock. They had their pencil in a great position. You could see Hypernova was trying to mirror that as well. Pencil never overextended their teammates. They never went past them. They saw their mates moving back. They would also move back. And it's that type of, like, ebb and flow assessment that makes both of these contenders so strong. And also the fact that they were able to just run out the clock for as long as possible, getting us down to the single digit area, definitely making Hypernova kind of be on their toes a little bit and try to push forward. But still, regardless, great closing statements from Vanguard. The counter pick has now been selected. Rainmaker, Undertow, Spillway. This kind of seems to be, from what I've been seeing today, 9, this seems to be the counter pick that people want to go with. And I'm wondering, is that just because of how these new weapon kits have rolled out? You can kind of end Rainmaker really quick, like lickety split. I'm wondering, like, what's the thinking here with this being the counter pick?
Yeah, I think for Hypernova, this is a easy pick for one very specific reason. They beat Milk Duds on this map mode. You don't have to overthink it any more than that. Clearly, this works at the highest level, but if we're kind of talking about what that team is strong with, you've got the Brush, you've got the Wiper, players who can kind of get the defenders looking 2 or 3 ways. This is a map where you are gifted plenty of ways to attack, to misdirect, and to keep the opponent on their toes. Like I said, they've beaten the best of the best on this map mode. Not at all surprised to see this as the pick.
And already with things going on, so the Octobrush has been substituted in for DatKid. We're taking out that Ink Brush, so Octobrush, we also want to be zip casting around here on this map. That's going to be advantageous for the folks of Hypernova. And initial pops being made, though, I believe by Vanguard here, but still, with opening statements being made, it's going to be neutral until somebody gets some splats on the board. And with 2 of them being down on Vanguard, this could be the way. But now with only 3 down, where is Hypernova? There they are.
I was gonna say, I was like, okay, 3 of them are back at spawn, 2 have to be in middle, and we know Urza's flanking, so someone has to be near the Rainmaker. Let's break it. Nice job there, kind of an off-kilter push, off-timing push, but let's see now. They did give up a little bit of space for that one right here. They were able to take Phoenix out. That's one of the forefront members of the attack. So with that taken out of the way, they should be able to find some footing on the defensive side. They've got people moved around here. And let's see how long they want to stall this, if they want to try to wait or if they want to shift it over to the right side. It appears they are to the top of the screen. A little bit of an escort right there. Can Henlo get around in time? 1, 2, 3 swings, taking it down. Still kind of scary there. That's awfully close to that next pedestal, but we'll see. What? No? Okay. Everyone's flying around. This poor camera can only keep up with so much. The game moves entirely too fast, but both checkpoints already broken here. Or I guess, no, that's right in front of it. Never mind. I spoke too soon.
Yeah, just steps away from the checkpoint. However, Hypernova is ready to respond. The screen is going to really help out with the zoning issue. Going to really help out with that one. But you can see all 4 members of Vanguard are not really going to be affected by that. They're all pushed up in this corner pocket here, kind of waiting for Hypernova to make a move. And you can see Lexi is kind of biding their time. The Zuka's not going to make it easy for sure. That's 2 members down. There's no defense left. Lexi's all on their own there as Vanguard collapses in.
And you see, again, the strength of this kit right now. When you have a Trizuka and Tenta missiles, and boy, did I not miss seeing those get thrown around all over the time. But, I mean, it's what do you do there? You're patiently waiting for an opening to come through, and instead, all 4 of your teammates get jumped after you've been forced back and forced away from them here. Thankfully, their defense is incredible because they can attack from all angles here. I mean, look at this. They've snuffed it out. These poor Rainmaker carriers are just getting absolutely bullied over the course of this game as we start to get into the second half.
Well, it seems to me that if you're the Rainmaker carrier, you don't want to be someone that hides behind a wall because chances are Henlo will be there and is waiting for you to just peer your head out the side. Opting again for the right side, though, that's Hypernova. Lexi picking up the Rainmaker, getting a little bit past check, but not by much, down to the 48 mark. But with Vanguard already quick in tow, they're trying to get it out of that right-hand side as quick as possible. However, I think being able to take the Zipcaster out right away is actually going to be really important here. There's too many surfaces for Zipcaster to really capitalize on.
There are. Crab, I think, maybe hit 1 there. They certainly know how many defenders are up on that side. Wonderfully timed Tenta missiles as well. If they can just identify one more threat, you see them firing over on each side. Just a little bit worried of what's going to come here, but there's too many bombs, too much random damage that's going out right now. Okay, who's still up? Who can contribute? Someone just jumped in behind them? Hold on, that's not where the super jump's supposed to come in. And they do get taken out. Once again, just enough on the defensive side. I got to hand it to Hypernova here. They have been defending against some really well-coordinated special pushes, but one player in the right spot with their main weapon seems to shut it down every time.
For me right now, that has to be Henlo 9, because again, Henlo just happens to be right around the corner, wherever Vanguard seems to be looking. But with the Rainmaker now getting reset back into the middle, that is going to be Hypernova having to make strides to climb back to where they were, but still, Vanguard not even having a checkpoint popped to their name. They're looking to try to get some space, but like, with Ezra down by themselves, what else are they to do? Phoenix also by themselves, what are they to do? But here, a major pick happening on the left-hand side, only the pencil being left remaining. Finally, we're going to see a checkpoint for Vanguard.
This may be a whole lot more than a checkpoint, a well-timed and well-saved crab tank there. A lot of targets to try to shoot at. They don't get anybody there. Can they find any more? No, the brush is gonna dive down. Hold on, they didn't steal it quite yet, and they do get swamped and attacked. A wipeout with 45 seconds left on the clock. Oh, that's that moment where you think, if my Inkling just lands, we get the lead. But no, not enough.
If I can just inch a couple more units forward, maybe we could change something. And they almost tried with 2 points left, but still, Hypernova, with seconds left on the board, they have the Rainmaker in possession. This left-hand side, and them trying to defend on this left-hand side is literally bread and butter for them, because consistently it's like, how long can Lexi last on this left-hand side before getting taken out? And maybe Zuka is the answer.
Yeah, and they got to get that pop, and they got to figure out where they're going now. That spot is going to be very easy for the opponent to attack, and of course, one more take out of the Rainmaker should be enough here. They do take that one player out there, but that's one down on the other side. In overtime there, they're spending so much time trying to clear out that right side staff that it's given Synapse the chance to get set up here. You know the pen is up here, and everybody else has respawned. Keep an eye on the specials as well. They have to keep pre-firing because they're so afraid of where these flanks might come from. There's almost no progress to be had. The hammer not gonna quite find it, but that's gonna push them back even further. They might run out of time before they even get the chance or get taken out. Here comes the Zipcaster, almost a victory lap at this point, and a wipeout there. Sort of made it interesting, but a foregone conclusion. And I gotta say, I thought that Vanguard was controlling a good chunk of that game, but Hypernova continued to find great ways to defend. As you said, who's behind the corner? Well, it's always Henlo, and until you clean that out, you are not going to get a sustained push. And you see the effect that that has later on in the game, where of course us with the eye in the sky of spectator mode know, hey, Henlo's not there this time, you can stop firing that way. But you don't know that in the heat of the moment, and you always assume that you're going to get attacked by stuff.
What if they are?
I mean, that's the fear that gets put in these players.
But okay, I have to say, like, props to Hypernova here for the special stacking and the patience at the end. Because Awaken had Rainmaker in possession, they were sights on forward, they kind of were like peeking over to the right, like maybe that might work out, but like you saw Screen, you saw Zipcaster, you saw the Crab try to combat that, and then Crab was kind of eliminated, unfortunately. But Hypernova played it patient, they played it good, they were like, hey, you know what, this is one step for them to take lead from us. If we let go of this corner, then it's over. So it like playing the long game, waiting out the specials, waiting out the Crab tank, and then they were like, okay, if we can stack this correctly, we get Dat Kid in there with the Zipcaster, it's green lights all the way down. So really patiently played by Hypernova, wondering how Vanguard is going to combat that, because the counter pick has been chosen. We're going to tower control on ship-shape cargo control. But yeah, in these final moments here, look at this camera. So Awaken, well set up and really doing good risk assessment here, because you're right. Eye in the sky, looking ahead, we can see that all four are literally being like, okay, this is where we have to be. There's no passage, no safe passage here. But right there, you saw Hammer get thrown. That immediately suspended Awaken's push. You saw the Screen come out, and then through the screen, Dat Kid comes zooming in with Zipcaster. So, I mean, just a phenomenal sandwich of specials in order to prevent any more forward momentum coming from Vanguard. But still, like we said, the magic M word, the score is 1-1-9. This train ain't stopping yet.
No, not yet, and these teams wasting no time getting back into it as well. That counter pick came in well before the 2-minute timer expired on it here. Synapse switching over to the 96 gal, and hold on, the custom, oh my gosh, I play this weapon on it, custom rapid. That's out there. There's a whole lot of things here. Both of our eyebrows just went way up here. I'm sorry, that's not a pencil that Awaken brought to this fight, Saf.
Yeah, that's actually an NZAP too coming out from Phoenix. So a reallocation of roles for the side of Vanguard that we're kind of seeing here. Similar specials, of course, but differences in playstyle and how things are going. Awaken bringing out, I believe that's the oh my gosh, it's a little blurry for me to see. No, it's the new splatter scope that we have Awaken on there, but before I can even think about it, here comes Dat Kid on the Zipcaster, already trying to put someone in a corner. That's Hypernova going to checkpoint 1.
Yeah, okay. Krakens and jetpacks and everything else, oh my. We finally, can I just get a second to assess what's going on here? Okay, finally Synapse is set up on this side. No, never mind, we've changed zone. Okay, finally, the flanker gets taken out here. Can I just get a neutral situation here so that I can assess things? Okay, finally, we go here. Now, Urza identifies one player, tries to mark that out there, but I think just too much scrum around the tower is gonna take another member out. And you know, it's interesting to play here. This does mean that you will be able to put a Crab on the tower, and sure enough, that Crab's gonna come out right as we say it there. Hits 2.5 players there, trying to close out on this next one. They certainly know where that at, and yeah, Raiki's happily gonna jump on that player who had certainly taken a lot of damage. But this is not something that we see a whole lot, right? A full change of your comp's identity in a counterpick situation here. Very nicely done by them to have this save for the time. Of course, I know they're getting wiped out at the time being, but I wonder if maybe Hypernova is starting to pick up on some of this comp's tricks.
Yeah, and having the tower where it just was, too, with the wipeout, that was ideal condition for trying to kind of reset the game here for Hypernova. On their way to the first check, not quite there yet. There's already a lot of resources being checked out from the library here for Vanguard. However, Synapse on the Kraken. That's going to maybe open some things up, and you can see the stamp down below from Henlo as well. Players from Vanguard are scrambling to try to get up to that first checkpoint, but it's not going to wait for long as the lead's now taken by Hypernova.
Yeah, just by a bit here, and oh my gosh, is that 3 from the brush? 2? No, only 2 there. One of the other players was already on the way back there. I thought maybe Dat Kid just took 3 players with relative ease. Instead, gonna go ahead and take the 2 out and then dive in on the others here. The way that they have stacked their specials has to be so annoying to fight against right here, and they're doing it again. Now the Krakens come in. This has all started. The hammer gets tossed up there, so the Kraken can collect another one here. They have completely cycled their specials twice over the course of this one push path.
again, okay, hook, line, and sinker for me was DatKid, because getting that type of elevation to see all 4 players coming out of the spawn on Vanguard, I mean, that was recipe for success. The callouts were being made. We're down to the 19 mark. DatKid is still here. DatKid's still here.
Run? No? Stay? What? Okay, clearly not jumping out there. Actually traded with 1, 2. And look at that. The Viper's still there. They just want to fight Saf, okay? You know, any strategy go away. If you feel like you're winning every 1v1 you take, of course you stay back there and keep fighting. And finally, the reign of terror will be ended. But all of that just milked, what, 30 more seconds off the clock there? Just a couple players in the middle now, but this has been all Hypernova, starting with that one big push. I love the way that they're playing right now.
Yeah, the name of the game right now for Hypernova has just been time sink. How far can we get these points to last for us? What can we do to make a distraction and just make sure that there is nobody from Vanguard stepping foot on this tower? But for now, Awaken is pretty settled up at the top there. There's one member down of Hypernova. DatKid kind of being the thorn in the side of Vanguard for this game in my eyes. Checkpoint's getting down to the second check. The Booyah Bomb's coming out to try to clear that corner. There's already a great pick coming out from Reiki, and the crab has now been popped. This is a good recipe for disaster for Hypernova, but looking good for Vanguard.
I mean, just walk it 3, 2, 1, 0. If you blinked, you missed it there. You know, the one thing, we didn't really even get to talk about the differences in the special comps over that, because we were just so impressed with how Hypernova was making their push and how they continued to cycle them all the way over. But you look at it a little bit and you're like, well, there's not really a ton of range in those specials either. The Zipcaster has to get up at you. Of course, we know that the Kraken Royale doesn't have a whole lot. And until you elect to throw the hammer, there's not a whole lot you can do. And what does that mean in a practical sense when the opponent is pushing at you and they have range specials? It means you kind of got to hope they miss. You kind of have to wait a little bit or send one haphazardly at the tower. But if you get taken out in the middle of your tactical loop and you don't get everybody juiced up multiple times, you're not going to be able to keep up with that, and you're not going to have that one special that you can throw at the tower. And you see how quickly it can all fall. And more than anything, you see why Vanguard had that comp and that map prepped for a moment like this. Stunning stuff.
Absolutely. And I think, too, it's Vanguard really needs to try to think and combat how do we keep Henlo and DatKid out of the spawn? Because Henlo and DatKid were there the entirety of the game. I mean, look at this on the replay here. DatKid is just wreaking havoc over here. And to me, that Zipcaster they had was the ace in the hole, because them getting onto that pillow there and getting high up to see that all 4 players are here, like, that is the call out that needs to be made. That is how all of the folks over on Hypernova are going to have a really keen game sense on how the rest of this is going to play out. They're down to the 22 mark. The crab tank gets popped by Awaken. But look at this. All 4 members of Hypernova immediately on that corner to take the second checkpoint. But still, at the end of the day, it didn't matter because, again, you had another great allocation of resources, right place, right time. Booyah Bomb teaming up with Jetpack over in the corner there was great, and Phoenix just painting for their lives on top of the tower to keep themselves safe and ultimately resulting in the lead there. It's kind of similar to what Nox was saying on the analyst desk. Sometimes it really does come down to one hard punch of a push to keep it going, but certainly wasn't easy for Vanguard to be able to maintain that. Hypernova had to slip somewhere, but Splatzone's Barnacle and Dime being on the counter pick here makes me wonder, seeing results from last time, they're like, okay, how do we change it up here in this more open area map? And especially because Zipcaster probably won't find as much value here potentially unless you can force yourself in a lockout position.
Stop me if you've heard this one before, Saf. They won this map mode combination against Milk Dud on winner's side as well. So I don't think there's going to be any surprises from Hypernova in terms of where they are going on their counter pick. They clearly have the 2 that they feel comfortable with, and they're going to keep riding it out all the way through. Both teams, I think, going with pretty measured comps in terms of what they've gotten here with right now. We'll see if one of these opening scrums gets one team a big lead and starts that cooler loop for themselves.
Yeah, and I like that we really did change back to the pencil. We did try one thing with the end zap as being our cooler. Didn't quite work out until how we wanted to, so we are going to change back to that pencil for zones. We have the reach, we have the pain. It's a perfect case scenario for both sides. And with opening statements too, 2 people from a piece got taken out. Already the fight is being brought. However, stronger contentions from Vanguard here.
Oh, the pencil fight going that way there. Henlo gets that. Had to have been the very edge of that hitbox, closing it out there. That was dangerously close to going away. Their pencil actually got taken out, I believe, by the other pencil here, and usually that means that the opposing team is in a better position there. Henlo gonna dive forward. They haven't quite been able to close out a couple of these players, and that's really where this can start to go poorly from them. Again, their comp has to get up and at you and thrive off misdirection and chaos there. If you have these skirmishing style weapons, that's how it will work, and if you're not closing them out, that's what it can look like here. Synapse gonna try to open things up and create an advantage, allow his team to get back into a more effective spot of the map here. Did he overextend? It appears not for the time being. No one's gone down. Now a couple people have gone down from both sides here. Once again, the chaos comes through, and surprise, surprise, it's Hypernova who end up with the zone.
Yeah, and Hypernova having Synapse and DatKit kind of working together to maintain the space on this back end here has been absolutely huge. They do keep losing possession here and there. However, the paint from Hypernova is flowing because, again, control has now been taken. The penalty now being eliminated. We are going to see almost a flip. However, Vanguard quick to shut that one down. That was a close 1-9.
Very close there. I actually thought that maybe that Zipcaster was a little bit too overzealous, quite bold in that situation there, but I guess they figured they had enough people who could turf the zone to maybe work through it there. Now Phoenix is going to go ahead and work forward and attack there. Does get taken out going after Lexi. They thought that they had some backup there, and look at this. They've attacked from all these different angles. Now they'll jump back and try to shuffle the deck, but I think they got maybe a little bit too happy with that attack there. That's going to be a delayed wipe at this point in Saf. I really felt like they had an opportunity to set up, maybe get that cooler loop started and really defend. Instead, they wanted to try to push the issue and attack, and they paid dearly for it.
Yeah, they did. And speaking of paying dearly, that was DatKit going down. Synapse quick in tow. Lexi forced to back up and retreat. Specials getting built up on Vanguard and control being taken back into possession. Reiki looking to see if they can push forward, already taking this platform away from Hypernova's hands. Again, the call out being made. All 4 members of Hypernova are seen on the map right now by everybody. Just now trying to prevent some entrance, but force of entry going to be made by Synapse here, forcing members away from the zone as best as possible. No backup though, 9. There's 2 members of Vanguard to be taken care of first.
Yep, and Phoenix, I think, traded one out there. So that was the same thing that they tried to do last time to get back in. This time they didn't have the backup. DatKit, the only player who can do a whole lot right now, and will do a lot with it there. Actually managed to escape from the pencil there, and now even forces a couple more back. Huge plays being made by this Ink Brush to give them another chance at life there. Cleaned it up. Keep an eye on the top of the screen right now. If they're able to cycle a couple of their specials, identify where 1 or 2 of these players are and take them out quickly, just like that, there's an opportunity for them to score big. And you know that Hypernova's ready for it. There's the cooler. Now we attack.
Yeah, and Henlo's already deep in there. Now with Cooler being out as well, you have the rest of the folks of Hypernova trying to follow up here. Henlo still on the bottom right-hand side against Vanguard. No one's really been able to remove Henlo from that situation, and especially with DatKit having the Killer Whale as a displacement tool. I mean, Henlo right now is virtually untouchable as they do go down in the middle of the zone there, and Vanguard finally making a response. However, Synapse quick to follow up as soon as something happens and things go sideways. Synapse is there to try to respond. However, being called out by Phoenix in the pit, you don't want to get caught up there. It seems like Henlo only finds success in that pit area.
Yeah, I mean, and trying to use the same recipe there, using the Kraken Royale to try to break people in. This time, though, it was just too much chaos. Nobody could follow up on here. 2 down, Saf. I think this might be it. They're going to try to dive right in, but there's missiles waiting. They're going to try to jump in, but the ticks will go away. And how about it? Despite what some people on the desk may have thought, it's Vanguard who will run over Hypernova. As that set continued to go on, it felt like Vanguard learned more and more about what the opponent was trying to do. The same trick would not work 3 times, following up with the Kraken Royale. And man, oh man, that momentum has continued to push them through here.
I like what you said about that. To me, it felt like we got to watch the progression of Vanguard's learning over those last 4 games. And it, like, no story was the same between all of it, because continuously they were able to combat exactly what Hypernova was cooking with. Again, Henlo trying to be the one to single people out, trying to be the distraction, trying to pull all of the force away from objective, and this time Vanguard did not play into that as much. Sure, Henlo was able to take a few people here and there in that corner, but it wasn't enough to stop the onslaught of what Vanguard was trying to do in covering up the zone. Lexi, in particular, got into some really good positions with the pencil and were able to really put some paint down. That kid was able to get a lot of really advantageous picks, especially with Killer Whale and their brush. I mean, holy smokes, that left-hand side of zone was Dat Kid's all the way down. I mean, barely you could see anybody from Hypernova try to infiltrate through, and if they did, they were immediately taken out, or they had to like move away from objective, or if you're Synapse, you had to get off the zone in Kraken, because I gotta get out of here. I gotta get to safety before I'm taken out of my Kraken form. But yeah, Vanguard continuously moving up, and now finding themselves at the end of the losers bracket, waiting to see who's gonna meet them there.
Yeah, I mean, your reward for continuing this run is now you get to fight against Milk Duds here. One of the teams you could have taken a pen out and written in on your bracket that would be at this point here. Such a strong squad. I do want to give one last tip of the cap to Hypernova. Again, they beat Aura in the winner's side. That was another team that I know some players were... Some people were just saying, yep, that's going to be a top 3 team. Easy does it, just like that. To get that win, to then go to losers after a very close set with Milk Duds, and then continue to make a good run at that point here. Top 4 do get invited to the Splat World Series, the incredible team up between IPL and Area Cup. Any of you who know me know that 90% of my Splatoon consumption is Area Cup here. So of course, anytime I get to see our top talent fight in such a prestigious tournament, I'm always happy. So again, that invite will be extended to all of the top 4 teams. At this point, there's only 4 teams left, so you can kind of figure out who those are going to be. But again, a tip of the cap, a great run for that squad, but just missing out on the medal stand. They'll take home 4th place. But now, Saf, we get to see a clash of venerable titans here. You and I were chatting a little bit in kind of our, I won't even call it a pre-show here. It was just while we were waiting in the drag
We were
zone
having our own pre-show.
We were, and you and I both agreed, like, okay, listen. There was a time where Urza could have been argued as the best player outside of Japan in the world, right?
100%.
It's not surprising to see this type of team with this sort of comp make a deep run, okay? All these players are strong. Reiki, who's one that some of our viewers might not be as familiar with, is over 3k XP in Japanese solo queue, okay? These are clearly individually strong players. They just needed the right map list. They needed the right sort of, I guess, maybe the alchemy of what that team comp is able to produce here, the right mix of the range specials that you can also switch when you need to play a more attacking style of game. This is a great run for them, but make no mistake, in terms of raw skill, they absolutely belonged in this conversation, and now they'll get a chance to prove it against what I would consider a true upset if they are able to beat Milk Duds, who is made up of, I mean, if you're going to throw together 4 players from North America, like this has to be a lot of people's list. What a murderer's row.
But I think it's interesting because the conversation that also happens a lot is whenever the Starburst or FT Wins or the Milk Duds of the competitive scene end up in the loser side of things. And it's happened time and time again where these folks bust their way through back to the winner side of things. They get knocked down into losers. It's not the unheard. I don't feel like it's unheard of. Is it uncommon? Maybe. But it's not unheard of. And I feel like they've been in this situation before. And sometimes, I'm looking at you, Riptide24. Sometimes this makes it more exciting for you, and the momentum, the win condition just immediately flips into your favor. And we've seen it happen, especially with the folks over on the side of Milk Duds. So I think Vanguard, I feel like, has been waiting for their chance for this. To fight these kinds of players. And especially what I like about Milk Duds is that you have a mix of like not just like championship, worlds, LAN, online. Like you have the most eclectic experience coming together on the side of Milk Duds. And I think that isn't to say that that's not true for Vanguard either, because it totally is. But what I like is that you have the consistency of players on Milk Duds that have been here for so long. They've seen the meta ebb and flow change so many times. They've changed. Some of them have been very consistent with their weapon compositions through like time and time again, and they'll stay there because they like it. But I just think it's interesting that they have literally watched the flow of time in this series of games, and they're still here. They still want to play in SuperJump. They still want to try to punch their ticket to try to be the best and go places. So Vanguard and Milk Duds, you guys, We're in the losers finals. Who wants to punch their ticket back up to Grands? I guess we're gonna find out here in a couple seconds.
All right, taking a look at the comps, and already I had a whole spiel prepared for how the comp that they had brought to this particular map mode in Winner's Side was not it. I didn't think that the double Zuka comp that they had was quite as strong. So what have they done? They've flipped it all the way on its head. They have a decaf out now that they're gonna try to fight with. A Frozen Pro here, so they clearly did not like what they had at that time. They're gonna go with something a little bit different here that they've saved up. Maybe trying it out before they get a rematch, but of course they do have to get through this squad instead. The decaf, such a strong weapon. It seems like sometimes it can either get 0 players the entire game, but once it gets that quad and moves in, it can attack. Right now, it appears to be more on the 0 side, however, than on the 4 side. As Vanguard continuing, again, this pressure, almost getting another player right here, Saf. They are throwing caution to the wind and fighting it out.
Yeah, I'm a little scared for Ice kind of calling themselves out up on the canopy here, especially because Reiki is already there to respond. Crabtig fortunately running out, meaning that Ice can actually find some safety over on the side there. But look at this, Crabtig now being popped for Phoenix, and a great zone painting usage at that. However, here comes Sprinkler. That's gonna make it pretty challenging.
I've never heard that in my entire life, Sap. I have to say, all the years I've been commentating this game, I've never heard anyone say with such incredible fervor, "Here comes Sprinkler!" Like it's gonna ruin everybody on the other team.
No, not till now.
It's so good. It is so good at taking the zone there. I just had to chuckle here as these teams continue to fight it out here. Lovely spot for the crab. Ice been putting crabs up there since this game first came out. But you can see, I think the way that these teams are fighting around the flanks has sort of gone in the favor, at least to this point, of Milk Duds. Of course, they do have the lead to show for it here, but certainly their comp is going to be better at just raw turfing on the zone, right? So if that's the case, you know that the opponent is going to be trying to send somebody around the sides or to take somebody out, get a couple shots off there, and build their special as they go along. But that's a nice luxury to know that you've really only got a couple ways to be challenged here, and now that they've worked through their penalty here, it's more pay dirt, and they've even got a crab at a great spot too.
Well, I think too, a really advantageous thing is making sure that Kyo can get up on that corner side with the bubble. However, you can't really do that if you're all wiped out. So Vanguard quickly going to take this opportunity and push themselves as far up into the court as possible here. Trying to throw subs up. You can see there's some missiles going up into that platform area. Reiki is coming through with the Zipcaster. Once again, they've called out Jared. They've called out the Pro. But literally just distraction after distraction. Nobody is coming out of here. Nobody's making it out of this spawning area if Reiki has anything to say about it.
Just kind of a baffling scramble, right? Wait, did another one go down there? Hold on, who jumped in? Who took out who there? This is all moving entirely too quickly for me at this point. It appears that, no, maybe they won't get anybody? Hold on, zone, who is painting the zone? Who is turfing it right now? Finally, it does flip. That was a huge scramble there right at the end where, again, just a couple more ticks would have swapped lead at that time. And Saf, these players are so good at identifying where they can work on zone, where they can instead go and fight, where they can put a special out here. I'm stunned that they've been able to hold to this fine. A big scramble going on into the corner, a nice assist, but that's 2 on one side. Who is at the zone? It appears that there was just enough pressure on it to make sure nobody takes through. Now that they've juiced up as well, it appears that they'll have an opportunity to hold the defense, unless 3.5 specials come at you, although they still haven't taken zone quite yet.
Unfortunate blunder there of dying on the zone, unfortunately. That was looking really good for Vanguard, but it was just enough for Milk Duds to capitalize on the space and take it back. Ice now moving forward with that crab tank. They're trying to push it out. See what I mean? Putting Kyo in a very good spot. Bubble was really short-lived there, I understand. However, it was enough to kind of distract and keep the team at bay before Vanguard could really try to reassess what's going on here, and especially plenty enough time to get that penalty eliminated. Look at Reiki trying to fly in here and get some paint on the ground, trying to displace the pencil, but the pencil's not really going to fall for any of that, and somebody's already there to follow up anyways. So still, that is Milk Duds looking really good right here, 9.
I was gonna say, you say someone's there to follow up. Who else? And we even get the kill cam at the very end to show you who it was. Kyo-chan DXD running in with the decaf, the big swap from their earlier set where Kyo was playing the Wiper. It just didn't quite seem to have the same sort of efficacy once it dove in. Well, there is no better weapon in the game to dive in with than that one right there. Lovely stuff. A nice bit of change from the first time that they had played that map. And I want to reiterate here, one of the big advantages of Tacticooler means that you can you have the opportunity to have so many fights way, way deep in your opponent's side of the map, so that even if you get taken out, you might have an opportunity to jump through again. And you could see that entire time, Q actually backed way, way up, was not even firing forward at the zone to build up that second tacticooler, because that's just how far in the opponent's base those fights were taking place. Again, you simply cycle it out over and over here. If you're a good pencil player, you're really just not dying a whole lot, which means that you can continue supplying for your team. Lovely stuff. Great job. It's reminiscent of when you would go in an attack in Splatoon 2 to make sure that the opposing team couldn't just missile and stingray you for free. You would force the issue. Again, a nice comp change that time by Milk Duds. Almost got out of hand there a little bit, but once they got their win condition, they got KO in, as you were saying, it never really looked like there was an opportunity for Vanguard to get set.
Not really. I mean, consistently, if you have at least somebody pushed up in the base, I mean, what are you to do? Because like Kyo was there consistently. Crab Tank from Ice was kind of opening up the gateway for that to get folks where they wanted to be and how quick. But also, again, like the risk assessment that Milk Duds has, there was many a time, like you said, Q was way far in the back. They were like, I don't really need to be up there. I'll just be here with Cooler. You can retreat back whenever you want to. And there was many a time where I saw Kyo go around the outside, come back, go get Cooler, and then jump back into the fight. Like they were calculated. They had time. They had nothing but time on their side. Also, all of you in there making fun of Sprinkler in chat. Well, we're in top level play, and guess what sub is on not one team, but both. That's right. It's Sprinkler. Okay? Player 5 is the Sprinkler, and I know you hate it, but 30 new kits just came out. And guess what? Sprinkler's still here, so.
Sprinkler's strongest defender. I mean,
yes, it's the hill I'll stay on. I'm camping up here, actually, long term.
Yeah, camping with your pencil while throwing sprinklers up at areas that people can't reach. Listen, it's a winning. The best part of your argument here is no one can beat it because pencil is clearly so strong. Everyone's going to continue using it. So yeah, I mean, you're going to see lots of sprinklers here. It's a winning fight that you simply can't do. Speaking of winning fights, we saw previously Vanguard look very, very strong on tower control. Now we saw it on Ship-Shaped Cargo Co. One important facet of this tournament is you cannot counterpick to the last mode that you won on, Saf. So they're opting to go here very deliberately, knowing that if they win here, they can't then go back to tower control ship shape unless we go to a game 5 and some real shenanigans come through. So interesting to bring it out now. They must have something they really like, or they maybe think that Milk Duds has an answer for their comp, because that was the one where they went with the end zap, they went with the crab charger, they had everything totally shifted up. So it'll be interesting to see what they've got. Jared and Kyo taking a little minute to get locked in here as well. They were the ones that swapped their weapons in that last game. So nice. I love it when there's a little time spent on the chalkboard in between games.
No, seriously, like you have to think like what are they drawing on that board? What's the discussion to be had? Because truly, I mean, these players definitely already know, like, when it's time to lock in, they know, okay, this map, this mode, this is what's advantageous. This map, this mode, this is what's going to work for me. And having the discussion between Jared and Kyo, and especially considering the gameplay that we just saw last time, is Jared going to be staying on the pro? Are they going to switch off back into Dooley? Does Kyo want to maybe switch to a bucket here with how the ledges work? However, Kyo has, like you said, really been sticking with the sword class today. Has kind of been proving over and over again that this is kind of where they're meant to be today and what's been kind of working. But it's as you said, Nine, look at that. Vanguard switching back to their original tower control comp, finding what worked for them here. However, I think Milk Duds is going to have a pretty solid answer. Kyo is going to stay on the decav, of course, but then you still have... Oh, but you have Boobiya Bomb coming out from Reiki, though, so a lot of spatial control for Vanguard's favor.
Yeah, and again, we saw why this comp works so well once it is able to actually start pushing on the opponent. The problem is, can you actually cycle your specials and start pushing? Because, again, the big thing with your tactical provider is you really need them to be alive at all times, be the pivot point there, and get something set up. The end zap, for better or worse, at some point it's got to move forward and start fighting. Otherwise, it's just not going to be able to start contributing to the team. That means it can be very difficult to get that cycle started if the opponents know what they're doing. For the time being, they will be the first team to move the tower, and they will move it ever so close or ever so shortly forward. But I would say in terms of a push, we're certainly going to see a lot more than that.
See, I think I agree with you. The NZAP does also need to fight. However, the NZAP also needs to be looking behind because right there, 2 players from Vanguard, Reiki and someone else, immediately got trapped in the fray because someone from Milk Duds painted behind them. They didn't have anywhere to retreat to, so if you're going to switch to something that has a lot more paint power coming out on Vanguard, you got to be watching behind you as well. You don't want, especially with what Milk Duds is cooking with the flanking power that they have, you don't want anybody flipping up and getting behind you and causing an unfortunate downfall. That's Milk Duds, though, moving on to checkpoint number 1 here, 9. Finally looking to see if they can capitalize on it. Lead has been taken, and especially with help from Ice and that bubble placement. Holy smokes, look at that.
Yeah, wonderfully done here, and Ice going to continue to move up there and assist, just trying to be something of a nuisance, and they still haven't cleared Ice out, and that is a devastating mistake to make at that point. Still back there, closes out another one, runs back and grabs the cooler as well. Nice job here. This camo splat charger is going to get jumped on very quickly. Kyo now back up there. Oh no, watch out. There's some assistance. There's Kyo, not able to take anybody out. I think had 90 damage on like 3 different players. All the while, though, getting down to 40 and counting there. Ice was still there. Tried to get the crab tank out to survive even longer for a few more points. I guess the threat is still not gone. I don't know how Kyo's already respawned and back in there. They'll go ahead and take a couple more points out there. This has been, what, a minute and a half's worth of a push almost?
I want to go back to what you said on cooler cycle, because apparently that doesn't apply to Kyo in any shape or form, because how did they last for so long? They were out and back in a second and out and back again like nothing happened. 2 members down on Milk Duds finally. That is going to be Vanguard collapsing that push at the 31 mark. They had to do something. Something had to give finally. However, again, Kyo quick to respond, already on the right-hand side on the right. A stack kind of taking control of it there. Raiki's trying to look and find and call somebody out. They're able to do so, but they're not going to really capitalize on that 9. I think they assessed that fight quick and they were like, there's no way I can win, especially with Q and Toe.
Well, yeah, and I think there was a threat that was behind them, too. You saw they immediately turned around. There was clearly somebody fighting at that zone. We'll see if that stalled them out long enough. Those missiles did get out there, but that's 3 down now for Milk Duds. They're going to run forward here. Who is that last player over there off on the side? The last player will dive down there and get somebody up on the tower here. That may have stalled them out long enough. Again, 1 player in the right spot is enough for the defense. They're wonderfully done. I thought that one was about to spiral out of control. Instead, they had just enough time, just enough resources, and look at how purple that map got in a hurry.
Yeah, and you can see Awaken is trying to look in for an entry. They're keeping really hard eyes on the left-hand side there. And Jared and Kyo are really going to be quick to not really push themselves too far. You don't want to really open yourself up to be picked off by the charger. The missiles are definitely going to help out with that and displace some folks here. But the Booyah Bomb is going to work in the same way, and especially Booyah Bombing the cooler as it was placed. That's going to delay some folks on Milk Duds for being able to get that extra boost. Everyone is still up, though. 2 members down on Vanguard. The tower is sitting in neutral. Specials are ready to deploy for Milk Duds. They just got to keep a foot on their 9, and Milk Duds has got it.
Yeah, don't be passive. That's the one thing you can't do. Nice job shooting that one out of the sky, but again, you can't be passive. Keep putting pressure on your opponent's stack. Try to find ways to get them away, and then dive in with whoever is closest here. You see these scenarios where Ice is going to be the first one into the fight, sensing the moment, not waiting for some of these other weapons to go and fight in, and it's just that little trade-off of who's attacking from what angle that keeps these pushes and gives them the ferocity. Kyo gonna dive in, happy to land in the opposing arms there because he just took a couple more seconds away. That's the life bar right now. Only 15 seconds left, and this would have to be a miracle of a push for Vanguard.
Yeah, miracle indeed. Booyah Bomb and Jetpack coming out to try to help each other out here. Also, again, trying to make the call out. Where are the folks of Milk Duds as we enter into the overtime scenario? Can we take them out and remove them? Removing Kyo is a really good start. And actually removing Ice as well, another really good start. Now it's just Jared and Q left in the wings to try and prevent any more momentum from this tower. That second checkpoint being obtained by Vanguard. You can see both folks up there. And what was at the top of the screen, 9? That's right, it was a Sprinkler. Sprinkler was right there to close us out.
I got nothing to say. Keep going. Keep going. This was all you. This was all you.
I'm just saying. You guys can hate on it all you want, but yet it's still here.
Oh my God. Vanguard right now, when that game ended there, you just know that someone stomped or hit their controller or something. They had Booyah Bomb on the side, up in charge, 2 people firing at it. They actually, I thought, had the right ingredients to make that work. I thought that maybe they used their first 2 specials a little too early, or maybe not used them early of their own volition. They were simply forced to use them early to keep the members of Milk Duds away from the tower, to clear a spot for them to go through. Then suddenly they take Kyo out, as you noted. They take Ice out, or maybe it was Jared the Fro Pro, whatever it was. They took 2 players out. They had Reiki attacking around the right side, which is what you want. And then, boy, overtime is frustrating, man. How many solo queue games have you, in chat, lost in a scenario just like that? You feel like you're in the right spot, a couple of your teammates are in the right spot, and then the game just ends and you're like, huh? What happened? What? The opponent touched it for just a second? Ugh, hurts.
And it was just enough too. So down at the second checkpoint, again, slowing it down. Thank you, Inky. Look at, okay, the missiles coming down, a couple of them on the tower. Phoenix trying for their life to get out of the way, and Ice is there to follow up and to take it out. But still, Sprinkler was on the ceiling, okay? Sprinkler was on the ceiling. The backside of Milk Duds was being painted by the Sprinkler. So no worries there. No worries there in losing any sort of ground that is behind us if we're Milk Duds. But you're so right, though, because Reiki was set up with Booyah Bomb. They were ready to throw that as quickly as possible. But, I mean, what is one to do when missiles come through? Missiles are still going to strike, even if Booyah Bomb is there. So it's kind of just an unfortunate turn of events. But a quick choice by Vanguard, though, 9. Take a note on the screen. Umami ruined Splat Zones. We want to go back and try to see if we can kind of change the story here as we enter the game, or the set point, actually. So reverse sweep all the way down for Vanguard if they want to try to stay in it.
Well, it is worth noting that Vanguard did complete their reverse sweep against Aura on this exact map mode earlier today. So again, if the moral of the story is we're just going to keep going with what worked earlier, they're going to do that. And speaking of which, look at the comp similarities here. Both sides bringing out the pencil, their choice of what sword, their choice of shooter, and the Fro Pro. Missiles are back, baby!
Yeah, missiles are back and they're here to stay, especially with Fro Pro giving something with a little more range and power to have missiles as well. An excellent choice by the developers, and so excellent to the point where Fro Pro has kind of made its way into a mainstay into comp currently. Milk Duds looking to try to take the zone here, and as we said, missiles are coming out to try to help out with that, get some folks away from the zone, and it's going to be just enough with Milk Dud taking the zone back in possession from Vanguard, but still, Vanguard is so quick. Pencil is already there to set up. They've already taken it, like, half the zone's back.
Wasting no time. Nice shots to get one around there. I'm sorry, someone behind Q died? That's not how that's supposed to work at any point. And I was about to say, that means someone who's jumping right there is going to have a real rough landing. Gets taken out at this point, and another one goes down. This is an entirely different Vanguard. Wonderful placement here on the cooler. All of them are going to grab it. They identify where one player is, but did that little misdirection make them give up too much? You saw that they had taken their opponent's porch. Instead, now a couple of them are going to go down. Kyo narrowly getting through. Past that, Inkzuka means that anything can happen on this side. He's going to try to be as annoying as he possibly can on the back of it here. It'll be just enough for them to put a penalty on. Again, it has been all Vanguard thus far.
Yeah, even with the trades, even with Milk Duds trying to force people into a trade, Vanguard is not too concerned about that. Kyo, though, finding safety in the center here. The bubble's not going to last too long, but it'll be just enough to help out and get Jared up to the center. Q looking to try to push forward as well. Control still taken by Vanguard, though, and especially with Reiki flying around the screen. You don't want to be caught with your pants down with Reiki getting there to take you out. But still, Vanguard still holding on strong here. The penalty now eliminated. The folks of Milk Duds are trying to scramble to get settled in here. But how can you do that with Awaken there and with Reiki in the wings looking to try to zip cast onto you? Missiles as well. Looking a little scary right now for Milk Duds. Looking great for Vanguard, though.
Well, I will say that those missiles in Zuka had the potential. Everybody is marked. You know where to fire the Zuka at that time. But once those don't find anything, if you've backed up to use both of those, it means you've given up a lot of ground. And you saw very quickly identifying Milk Duds, where they needed to attack, where the weaknesses in that formation were. And all they need is one opening to start the dive here. And they will go ahead and take another one out here. Ice fighting the world doesn't get away. Wait, Jared's now following up here. This was a big gamble. I guess Kyo is back up here. They're far enough forward that it doesn't matter, but they've just traded out the whole team, and they're still in control of both zones.
the trading that has been advantageous at this point, because clearly Cooler must have been at play here, because being able to get the trade, get back in, get the trade, get back in, it's enough to stagger Vanguard, because Milk Duds is sailing their way to try to take this lead right now, regardless of what Vanguard is trying to throw onto the table here. Even with brief losses in zone, it's not going to be quite enough. The missiles are also going to help out with that. Phoenix, once again, trying to paint for their lives, but not quite finding any value here. Milk Duds looking to collapse in on Vanguard and swipe the lead from underneath their feet.
Oh, that was a perfect bomb. You couldn't put it any better. One has to swim forward into your arms. One has to jump off the side. Simply nothing to be done. We're going to spectate Q here at the very end. The easiest job in the game. See where the opponent is turfing and make sure they don't have that turf anymore. Vanguard had something at the start of that game, but over and over you saw Milk Duds only needs one opportunity and the waves of pressure. I always say you need multiple waves of game-winning pressure in order to force these issues, especially at this level. And I want to go back to that little moment there in the pit that we talked about where I was completely gobsmacked by how they attacked. You saw Kyo went down there to fight. Then Ice goes down there. Ice tries to jump out and has lost that fight already, and Jared is still there to follow through. That is commitment on that play, knowing that at the best, you've taken out two of your opponents and now you're on their doorstep. At worst, you're going to respawn quickly enough, and you know that you always have your pencil that you can jump back to and then restart the pressure again once you're coolered up. That's commitment, that's confidence, and that's what just raw technical skill will get you.
But it's all of those things and more, because it's also just risk assessment. How do I assess in a blink of an eye if this is going to be the right call for me? Because yeah, we're at the front door, but like if I keep trading out with you, then like what resources do we even have left to open the door to even knock at that point? Like what do we have left? And so the crazy amount of risk assessment going into that pit in just those few seconds, like so much was to be said, and what people were thinking, what call outs were being made. Because imagine the four of those people being on mic together calling out against each other. Like at what point, what are we even watching anymore? Like who's saying what? What, this person's over here? Oh, well, here's Jared too, I guess. Okay. I'm here too, but like you said, the fact that Q has such good like depth perception in this case of like how far should I go, how far should I stay back, because consistently you could see Milk Duds trying to jump back into Q. They weren't going back all the way to the spawn. We don't want to start from the beginning. Let's try to go and find the bookmark in the middle where Q is going to be at. Then that way we can try to retake the fight from there and see what we can do next.
I have one quick remark, and then we have a little treat for you all. The first remark I want to make is, since Saf started talking about comms and what are they saying to each other, Saf, you set this up wonderfully coming into this set. The experience that these players on Milk Duds have, not only just with the game, but with each other. The comms are, we've been playing together for 4 years. Those are our comms right now. We know what we're doing in the heat of those moments. The speed of comms are too slow for the way that we play Splatoon in the year 2025. Now, earlier, folks, you heard me talk about the Splat World Series. All top 4 teams that Saf and I have gotten to talk over thus far have punched their ticket to it, or at least gotten the invite to it. We will see. We will again congratulate our 3rd place team, Vanguard. Bronze medal, not too bad here. Certainly outperforming their seed. A great showing from them. But we have a wonderful trailer to show you now to get you hyped for the Splat World Series. We're hyped, and after watching this, you will be as well.
Community. Maybe too many. But there's always been something missing. An opportunity to be more than just the best in the West. Because there exist higher stakes, a bigger stage, a global stage. This is the Splat World Series. IPL has collaborated with Area Cup to provide 8 of the top teams from Japan to face off against 8 teams from the West in a one-day 16-team double elimination tourney with multiple streams in both English and Japanese to claim the greatest prize of all, the title of being the best on planet Earth. Splat World Series. Qualifying information coming soon.
Oh, I have goosebumps.
I'm just gonna keep doing this until our set starts. I mean, you know, actions are louder than words, they say, and that action I think speaks louder than any sort of praise I could give it. I will go out on a limb, Saf, and I will say that it is impossible to watch Area Cup and not fall in love with the game of Splatoon. I'll go ahead and say it here. If you're talking about a breeding ground for the best players in the world continually fighting each other over and over in a simple no-frills format, that's what Area Cup is. The VODs are everywhere, and they have an English account, and they have a website that you can translate to English to follow up there. The teams that are here competing in our grand finals know plenty about Area Cup. They have all fought it out, and no matter what you see here today, the kind of show, just know none of these players have won an Area Cup before. So, the chance to get into Splat World Series means so much to these players who play this game because they want to fight the best that the world has to offer. Another great opportunity, a tip of the cap to everybody who worked on making that trailer and who got this organization together, because there's a lot of languages being spoke between all of these different teams and players, and they're all going to come together for a great show here. And again, congratulations to our top 4 teams who have already got that invite.
I'm excited for these 4 to make it into this championship because it's keeping the game fresh for them. Again, like we said, some of these folks have been around for a long time, you guys. Some of them have been around since 2015 when the game first launched on the world stage. Like, some of these folks have been here for a long time. So it's so exciting to keep getting involved in things to keep your experience fresh. And I think Area Cup and getting the chance to fight an Area Cup and to fight people across the world to be best on planet Earth, you guys, like, oh, goosebumps. I want to, like, you're not the best in, like, the nation, in the world, in the, like, Earth. Let's make it even, like, to me, when you phrase it as planet Earth, that's bigger than world. I don't know why. Does that, like, bear some more weight? Maybe, I don't know. It does to me. It does in my mind when you put it that way. The best on planet Earth. Could you imagine being told that about yourself? Like, you're the best on planet Earth.
Not in a million years, Saf. Couldn't imagine it whatsoever here. I do want to grab the camera and pull it back right now, kind of honed in, microscoped on these 2 teams, PXG versus Milk Duds. Again, take out your permanent marker. These were the top 2. Many people would have told you that. There was an entire analyst desk that was telling you that, folks. Come on. These 2 teams are going to put on a great display. The first set they played, I will admit, a little bit of a dud to continue using these firework analogies right now, but this is a motivated Milk Duds team right now with a very different comp against a PXG team that's been sitting down for a little bit. They've been staying warm. We'll see if they are still hot. Gray, Goss, you, Soldier, who, by the way, has 5,600 in solo queue right now. Again, that's the highest score of anybody, period, here. So listen, these 8 players, the best that you're gonna find here in the Western scene. Saf, take it away.
Well, right off the gate, very similar composition. I like Soldier coming in with the slosher. That's pretty refreshing today, in my opinion, considering all of the pros of the world and decabs and things and whatnot. Thank goodness a slosher is here. And also you have What is that? Is that the 99? Is that the S-Blast? Is that an S-Blast I'm seeing? Hell yeah, it is. PXG holding on to that one, and the Pro in tow. You also have Slosher Goss actually getting comfortable in the center zone here and finding themselves with a lot of good points. Not really allowing any space to jump down. That's Kyo immediately getting called out. Gonna have to try again next time for that one on how you want to enter in. And with Cooler in tow, I mean, it's looking pretty good for PXG. The water level's dropping.
And look at the way that they just go fire a couple of shots there at people, then rotate back immediately. It makes it so difficult for anybody to take them. You almost have to be pre-firing at these players in order to take them down for, I mean, any extended period of time. And you know that the longer you're firing at ghosts, the quicker things are going to go poorly for you here. I mean, look at that. They had a pretty nice session there all that way through, and they only got a few points out of it. Soldier not going to be able to escape, so Kyo saying, yeah, let's go ahead and take a few more points off of it here. Some fireworks already here. Some missiles now falling on the side, and no, not okay, we are taking the zone right now. Goss doing a nice job leading the charge with the Pro.
Yeah, the missiles there, I was a little skeptical, Nine, I won't lie. The missiles were kind of spread out on each side of the zone. It didn't look like there was quite enough to really add to the paint on the zone, but apparently it was just enough because you also had some residual auxiliary paint coming out from the members of Milk Duds to try to get that covered back up there. So very small penalty to kind of get through. Milk Duds finding themselves in a good spot, especially with Crab Tank on the wings there, looking at any sort of entry point coming out from a side profile there. Kyo trying to look for something there, gets called out immediately. That's 3 members down on the side of Milk Duds. You trying to paint the zone here, helping out Goss on the side and able to take that last member out. And Kyo still not finding too much value either. PXG is looking pretty strong on this one so far.
Yep, and again, you see all you needed was one little sliver of ink for Gray to get in there on that S-Blast 91 and make you pay for it there. This time they sniff him out before things can get too out of control here. They're going to jump away to get away from the missiles here. And yeah, Jared, where are you going to fire these at, buddy? There's not a whole lot of people up to fire at, but that is going to corral the last 2 players. Surely they can close them out quickly, and they do, and they got a jump who was over on that side as well. Kyo narrowly missing that jump initially. Are they overstaying their welcome? Gets hit once there. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, go forward and try to make it happen there, but great shot there. The Crab Tank following up is going to give some pressure and a little bit of stall. But look at this. They figured out where the other 2 members are right here. They have enough forces on the map to take them out too. They can take the lead, but Saf, this could be a huge lead if they take maybe one more of these players down.
Yeah, and unfortunate for Booyah Bomb not finding too much value there. Already immediately painted over on the zone. Zone still in possession by Milk Duds. There's a lot of orange paint on there, though, and it's going to be enough for PXG to try and take it back. Ice getting called out, but it's not going to matter because 3 different members of PXG are currently down. That leaves so much room for Milk Duds to play with on the center stage here, and Q already getting comfortable on the right. Kyo trying to push up and utilize as much threat as possible, and it seems to me with the help of Jared on the missiles, that did find some value for Milk Duds here. PXG looking to try to Booyah Bomb their way in, maybe try to prevent a little bit of more paintage, especially with Tri-Stick coming out. You don't really see that very often. That's the first time Tri-Strike has left my mouth today. And it's still Booyah Bomb and Tri-Strike not quite enough to get enough paint on that zone there. PXG still looking strong to try to hold on here. Milk Duds trying to use their resources to their best advantage. Maybe Tacticooler can help with that.
Yep, nice job there, but one goes out immediately there. Kyo did win that fight from an odd position there. Where's this bubble gonna go? Is Kyo even gonna get the chance to throw it? No, puts it down just a little bit too late. Stuck in no man's land there again. Look at this, everyone going down in this corner of the map. Of course it's Gray there, hits another one. Jared just trying to fight someone there. If that was coolered up right now, I don't know that anyone's even gonna have a chance to get back to the zone. It's certainly gonna be a dive. You see them jumping here. Will they even be able to land in time to get through these missiles? 2-1, and the answer is no. What a scramble there right at the drop. And of course, when a blaster's there, you know who's usually going to end up winning that. And despite a much, much better look from Milk Duds from a comp standpoint and just a practical standpoint in the game, PXG continues doing the exact thing they've done all day, which is win games. Saf, they've only lost 1 game today, and that was to Vanguard. Vanguard's out. The only team that has taken a game from this team today is out of the tournament right now. They are looking hot.
I love a head scratcher moment like that because it's like, yeah, okay, so we're in grand finals. PXG has only lost 1 game. They lost to Vanguard. Vanguard's not even here anymore. So it's like, it's interesting when stuff like that happens because it's like, oh, so the person that Milk Duds actually just knocked out are the people that did actually take a game off of you once. Looking in on the bracket here, PXG and Milk Duds in the grand final area. But look at back, see again, like I was saying, for the FT1 Starburst, the top level folks of the world, Milk Duds lost 3-0 to PXG earlier. They got knocked down into losers. They did great in the losers finals. Now they're back up in grand finals. This is a very similar story I've seen time and time again with some of the players on Milk Duds before. So they're certainly down. We're definitely not out. There's plenty of time to try to recalibrate and assess of what we want to do. But PXG is just so incredibly strong. I mean, you have Gray. Gray arguably being like literally one of the best players to ever grace this game.
Yeah, it's not a long list. If it's it's not a long list, and he's on it.
Yeah, and it's again like, but that's what's so incredible to me. I'll say it again. I love that we can have events and tournaments that keep it fresh for these people, that keep them wanting to come back, because top level Splatoon is like what you want to watch. Area Cup, like you said, will make you fall in love with this game competitively, and just the intricacies of how complicated it is to be a top level player, and how sometimes you don't even think at all. You're just acting. You're literally you just have game sense. You have synergy with the people you're playing with. Looking at you, players of 4 years who have gone to Worlds, gone to Grands in multiple lands, like you have synergy, and it hasn't left you. To this day, even from the first time you even picked up the controller here. So I'm flabbergasted. I'm excited to see what comes next. Splat zones on ship-shaped cargo. We're sticking with zones still. We are just going to change up where the map is at here. So you have I guess what people like to say, a Sheldendorf kind of repeat, because you have that like top part, not quite bridging the gap over the zone, but I mean, gosh, it's close enough, I guess. And so with the Splat zones being on the table, can you tell that Goss hates 52 Gal? Is it clear by their badges?
Yeah, no, I actually wanted to talk a little bit about Goss here as we kind of look at the comps. No real changes from either side. I think this will be the sort of general identity of each comps that they bring here. Goss being able to switch over to this Fro Pro so quickly allows his other two AoE style players to really dive and not worry about everything falling apart behind. And of course, the commentator's curse of the first person I talk to being the first person to die is alive and well. We wield ungodly power here in the booth, but it really does make it so that your two frontline players don't have to worry as much about the wheels falling off if they move in and attack. And again, if you're just going to trade paint and you have Tenta missiles, you can pretty reliably guess you're going to have the better special at the end of that scrum.
And look at Gray. Gray immediately jumping out of there. They were completely trapped by missiles in the center zone. There's Milk Duds now taking the zones back into possession. Great use of missiles there, and to try to force your opponent away from the objective. That's 4 members of PXG. Make it 3 kind of caught on the back end there. Gray was immediately taken out, but not for very long. They're already there to respawn back in with their team. I think that, yeah, that's Kyo over on the left-hand side trying to coax some players out and have them looking over instead of forward there. And the tri-strikes can certainly maybe help out with some displacement there, but not really for long. And you still have 2 members down on the side of Milk Duds. PXG is going to try to capitalize on that as much as possible. Unfortunate though for Soldier getting caught out and leaving room for Ice to try to come back in here. That zone is going to go back to Milk Duds in a hurry.
I mean, that is an ice-only play right there. I don't mean to aggrandize the guy any more than his tournament results would already do, but a sharking Splash-O-Matic that also has Crab when everyone else on his team is dead. I mean, you talk about making something out of nothing there. This whole play, this whole flip of the zone that they got there and subsequent get out of their own spawn is all because of that. Kyo gonna fall onto Soldier's bomb right there, who again is gonna just go ham and start attacking knowing that the teammates are behind to make sure things don't go horribly for them. But right now, again, PXG just so consistent with people attacking the right spots and always making sure that they've got some sort of damage on a player, and Gray takes out another one before going down.
Yeah, and with the missiles in tow on the side of PXG, they're kind of just waiting to see, can we kind of assess where all 4 players are going to be to make this worth it. Missiles now being launched when most people are in the court area. Don't really have much paint to work with already. That's Jared going down, but it's a trade scenario. You can see Milk Duds throwing everything in the kitchen sink to try to get the zone back, and they do, but it's not too much. The bubble's going to help out with that a little bit, but if you have Goss set up on the right side there and creating some room for Soldier to play with, it's going to be super helpful and advantageous to not really allow this push to go much further than it already has, and leaving room for AoE coming in from Gray here as well. But Kyo breaking through, taking Gray's backup away. I mean, we're going to just stay in neutral here until we kind of choose to not pick fights.
Okay, is it neutral if both sides are throwing haymakers? I mean, it is like both teams are somewhat on even footing here, but like, I don't know, they aren't trading jabs right now. You see all of their AoE players moving forward right in the middle, back to back, firing at the opponent's side. Right now, these scrums are just sort of coming out to not only just the individual one-on-one, but does either side have a slightly easier time fighting the opposing comp? As you gets the tap shot against the decav, a big missed opportunity there, or maybe an opened opportunity. That door flung wide open by you there. 2-1, will we see it? And yes, the lead flips over here. All this work that Milk Duds has done, and it's slowly slipping away.
I would like to note, there was a brief moment there where Soldier was backing into a sprinkler, and what did they do? They moved away from it. They didn't break it, they moved away from it. Once again, Sprinkler coming out strong, you guys. I'm going to keep calling it out, so just so it's known to you. Soldier's going to actually take a dance in the zone here, get some paint down, but also utilize that Tacticooler as best as they can. They're going to get Kyo out of all places. I mean, I don't even know if that was a blind shot or not, but it certainly was advantageous, especially with Gray getting taken out of the fray and leaving some time for them to come back in. All four members of Milk Duds now jumped into the center stage. Kyo looking to try to see if they can get a flank here. Gray has called them out, but Gray is going to get taken down. That's going to be huge for Kyo to maintain this space here, and Zone going back into favor of Milk Duds. Q looking to try to just get as much paint down as possible. They're able to call out at least two that are in the backside there. That's going to be Milk Duds securing their spot on Zone for now.
Yeah, they secured it ever so slightly, but you can see that the placement that they got stuck in was a little odd. Kyo, despite all odds, was able to fight through, take one out, and is now behind them here. This is the pivot point. If Kyo can find one player or get them turned around for long enough that they can collapse, that might be it. Instead, Soldier's gonna do the same thing on the other side. Look at how they use their placement and where they decided to attack from to separate the forces. Just a couple ticks away. Will they even have Zone to send this into overtime? It's enough to get us there, but they're gonna need a lot to take it, and there's nothing to be had there. PXG again in the heat of the moment, finding where to attack the consistency, and I just want to keep harping on it, Sap. The frontline duo, right? When you have a Slosher and an S-Blast, look at how much flexibility and how much room for error for lack of a better term, you have when you're diving on the opponent. On the other side, you see that Kyo is moving in to try to make some of these plays there, but they don't have the same sort of natural follow-up on the other side. Ice and Jared are certainly very, very capable players, but sometimes the weapon isn't the right tool for the job, especially when the specials that you have are sometimes a little bit more stally or need to be used from a little bit of safety. That feels like it's making the difference right now. It's why some of these fights are swinging.
Yeah, and I have to give props to Kyo, though, because they didn't give up trying. That's for sure. They still were like, okay, well, that didn't work, so let me go all the way over to the right and see if I can get Gray to get out of here. Okay, well, that didn't quite... Well, actually, no, that did work, because Kyo kind of dominated that top right side there for a short time. But then it was like, okay, well, if this doesn't work, let me try to go over here. Let me try something else. Oh, I'm really out of focus. Hello. But anyways, it's like... you have to appreciate that they're still going to keep trying. And it's like, if this doesn't work, okay, well, let's try again. Okay, well, if this doesn't work, okay, let's try again. But for me, too, it's like Soldier being in the spots where they were, consistently getting on the high ground, throwing tri-strikes. They were throwing tri-strikes in a lot with Booyah Bomb. And I appreciate that kind of combo because, okay, well, Booyah Bomb is kind of easy to paint over, tri-strikes too. But when you have the plethora of both of them, that's going to make it really challenging. And I was really feeling for them kind of in those final moments there, because you could see Soldier was getting trapped in the corner on the zone by a splat bomb. And they were like, I just need to get this person on zone right away before I'm taken out, because I am in danger with this bomb being here. And also, like, I have already been called out. If that bomb is going to be thrown at me, somebody clearly knows that this is where I am. So them getting the splat on the zone, immediately helping out with their paint coverage on the zone at that. Yeah, PXG, that was smart gameplay there, textbook. set point, 9. Set point.
Yeah, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news here, but folks, we are potentially a game away from the end of Super Jump 5. We haven't even gotten to talk about the prize pool, nor did we mention first place in this tournament gets passes to Riptide, which, as always, will have like half the community at it here. A lot of fun, but I mean, some of these players haven't gotten to go to a LAN like that ever. I mean, if they've got to a LAN, it's, you know, by winning their way there via qualification. Of course, there's plane flights and other things to organize, but this is a chip off the iceberg, okay, if they are able to do it here. So a lot to play for in addition to that prize pool. We're going to Splat Zones, Barnacle, and Dime at the end, so Milk Duds is just going to keep running Splat Zones until either they win one or the tournament ends. Those are the only two options for him at this point. Zaf, this is it right now. Can Q, Ice, Jared, and Kyo find something that no one has been able to find consistently against this PXG squad? There's not going to be a comp change, we know that. And look at this, it's the Ashen Try that's coming out in addition to the Pro. So Kyo may be diving a little bit too hard with that decav that we saw earlier. This is a very interesting pick to pull out here at the very end. Ashen Try, Splat Bomb, and Splat Screen, for those of you who didn't know.
So 2 syllables, sprinkler. No, I'm just kidding. I like that Kyo went with the bucket pick here. I appreciate that they're wearing the party hat with the worms too, because they were like, okay, the time to party is now, if any, when we're on our back foot and we're looking for the reverse sweep scenario. And so far, with the opening, that is looking very promising here. Jared's got missiles online. Most of the folks at PXG are trying to look and see what they can do, one of them being taken out. We're still waiting on missiles. Now we're going to call them out with them. However, you do have Tri-Strike in tow on getting thrown onto the zone there, using 1 as a clearing tool, 2 to try to take the zone back. Not quite enough, though, for Milk Duds to try and make a statement on that one. However, sometimes you speak too soon, and you have Gray ready with the Booyah Bomb, and PXG takes the zone back. I mean, sometimes it happens.
And you talk about small windows there. One more shot and Gray is dead there. Instead, Gray gets up and Booyah Bomb. The person who was originally firing at Gray dies, and then Gray gets to throw the Booyah Bomb and then go in and take another one out. The windows are so small, these coin flip situations, determining these games, and Q loses the pencil battle. That's a lead gone. What resources do they have to push back in? That's Kyo going down here. Ice is on the crab to try to give them at least their own side of the map, and they're going to use missiles for a little displacement, but they need a lot more than displacement here. They need to find players.
Yeah, you need to find players and you need to find them fast. Screen could maybe help out with that, except you have all your folks displaced over on the right-hand side, and it was enough because that's 2 members of PXG going down. Jared feeling confident to try to push up and help assist Kyo on the side here. Ice doing the same thing. And I mean, I'm not sure where Q is at this moment, probably trying to bide their time and keep themselves further back to help out with a cooler perchance. But with Booyah Bomb coming out, Kyo had no space to back up. That's Kyo going down. Unfortunate. Q also going to have to go down. Tacticooler is going to be thrown here. And there's plenty of bombs to try to chip damage away. And folks are getting kind of stampeded upon. You can see PXG is utilizing all of their resources to the maximum to try to spread themselves out here. And spreading Melt Duds pretty thin as we're wearing down the penalty.
Yeah, wearing down the penalty, and you get the sense that these players are starting to get a little worn down too. It can be so frustrating against a team you've been fighting over and over, but just can't seem to find consistent answers. That's a slosher down, so that's something at least. You managed to take Gray out as well with a little bit of revenge here. Now, can you find anybody else? Can you get onto the opponent's side of the map? The answer appears to be no. Kyo does escape, but that's going to be a jump all the way out. Jared's stuck on the right side. Q's probably going to have to back up here very shortly before she gets jumped on there. And now Goss is up. You've lost your own side of the map. There's just no consistent stability here. The members of PXG just too strong right now.
Yeah, and you can see Kyo didn't really have much backup there over on the right-hand side. That was an immediate 2-to-1 call out there. Gray trying to push up, takes the trade with Jared. Jared not really going to find any value getting out of that trade. However, Q able to push up with Ice. This could be a flip in the script here as Kyo and Jared are going to go in on the right-hand side. Q is going to take the platform there for themselves. And bombs coming in, kind of a similar thing that we saw before. Throwing bombs over on one side, trying to force the members over to another. Tri-Strike is going to maybe open that up briefly for PXG along with the missiles, but still objective is going to be maintained by Milk Duds and the penalty now being eliminated. Oh, but that's got to hurt. An insult to injury. PXG takes it back and reinitiates the penalty.
Yeah, I mean, job done right there. Yes, Gray is going to get taken down by Q, but I just want to again point out the consistency from the identity here. You throw the triple ink strike, Gray moves forward. All right, that's apparently all it takes. I know that I'm, making it maybe a little bit simpler than it is, but it seems like every time they've needed a zone flip, that's all that it's taken, and that's not a whole lot of resources dedicated here. Again, they're gonna fire it at that side there, try to ward some people off. This time, Ice has the right tool for the job. The Crabs should be able to maybe get one player. Yes, they do, and that's a really important player that they got here. There's not gonna be any triple ink strikes for at least another few seconds here, and will they be able to steal the lead out of this? Look how far forward they're pushed. Just a few more ticks, Saf, and they might have their lead back.
Yeah, just a couple more ticks, and that is going to be it. The lead now being taken back. Tri-Strike's coming out just a moment too late. It does take the zone back into possession. You do have 2 members down on Milk Duds, so looking pretty good. And by golly, that Tacticooler is in tow and ready to go. So PXG is looking pretty good here. They're set up well on mid. Look at you getting more confident and comfortable. Gotta be watching out for that crab tank though, 9. That was a little discomforting for you, I think, and Ice had the tickets to success. However, the lead's not gonna be maintained for long as PXG comes in right at the end, not only maintaining zone hold, but also getting the picks right where it matters. PXG are your SuperJump 5 champions.
I mean, what a run. To win a tournament of this caliber, only losing 1 game. There are very few tournament runs in history, Saf, I can think of that match the level of domination that PXG showed today. It's maybe a couple Starburst runs at the North American Championships. It's that initial FT win tournament in Platinum Cup years ago where they didn't lose a single game and beat all the top teams. PXG dropping 1 game in a tournament of this caliber, it's up there. It's got to be up there with some of the best runs that you'll see. New meta, all these changes, changing things up when you need to, but for the most part, staying with the same 4 weapons and certainly the same identity each and every time. What a show from PXG. They are your SuperJump 5 champions dominantly. Again, I'm going to beat that word into the ground if I have to, but Saf, you run out of words to describe the way that they were playing.
Well, it's like you said, like this, if you want to try to chalk up on the board really memorable things, this run for PXG is going to be one of them, because I mean, you had on the other side of the bracket, you also had you have some of the best players ever in the world playing against PXG, and PXG dominantly took them in a 6-0 fashion. They've only dropped 1 game through the entire thing. I mean, you got to be feeling pretty good, and especially punching your ticket into the Splat World Series, that's going to be feeling pretty good. You're going to be going in there strong, feeling really confident, and also wondering, like, what does that mean for practice? What does that look like? Because a lot of the times, you're probably going to be practicing against the people that you will be competing against in Splat World Series. I mean, the group, the players, the player pool of the best of the best gets smaller and smaller the further that you go up. And so all the folks I think that are qualifying for this one, we're going to see a lot of intermingling, a lot of cross-pollination in scrims with these folks, because you want to try to punch your ticket to be the best of the best in the world, right? So, I mean, PXG and Milk Duds will not be seeing each other again. It's only goodbye for now.
Only goodbye for now. These teams, these players, as you've noted, will practice with each other if they've done forever and ever to continue to get better. And let's go ahead and give our role to these, not credits roll, I don't know where I was going with that. Let's go ahead and let you know the 4 teams that did qualify today, because some of you may have just joined us here at the very end. Of course, PXG, Gray, Goss, Soldier, you. They won crazy, crazy show to get this far, winning it in dominant fashion here. Accolade, aggrandize. Milk Duds, Kyo, Q, Ice, and Jared. You had Vanguard in 3rd place, Jay, Phoenix, Urza, and Reiki. And Hypernova, 4th place, Henlo, Datkid, Synapse, and Lexi. Those are your teams that will be fighting, or at least invited. We'll hope that they can all make it. They certainly earned it to the Splat World Series here. And there's another team that we should bring up here. The stats team that has been compiling this stuff in real time. Saf, you can either delve into the spreadsheets here, or you can filibuster a little bit so I can delve into it, because there's a lot of work that went into this, and there's got to be at least 1 or 2 bonkers numbers here if we dig hard enough.
Well, I'll tell you what, I can filibuster for a little bit, because one thing I absolutely adore is the fact that Hypernova was a lot of the folks that won the LAN Championship Showdown. You have literally the Florida super team, the Southern super team coming in with Hypernova. And to me, like, that's such a wonderful storyline because you had such a communal event with the LAN Championship Showdown. You had people that were fan favorited and the best of the best in their region at their LAN and got to play together. And My Little Henlo proved to be the successor of the team from Florida, from Gatorland, and I love seeing that here. Like the timing of that is immaculate. Like, oh yes, we won the regional fight. Now we're gonna go try to see if we can fight the best in the world. Like, that's gotta feel so cool and unique, and such a unique experience for Hypernova, which I like. Some of these folks have experienced a similar excitement to that, but it's just really nice to see that turn of events through this year of that happening. So I'm tickled that Hypernova has been in the spotlight like this.
All right, I've got one fun stat for you here.
Nice.
So this is a game called 9 Ask Saf to Guess the Number. All right. Can you guess how many times you on the Sniper Rider 5H died in game number 1?
Once.
0.
Okay. I was like,
Round 2! Can you guess how many times you on Sniper Rider died in game 2?
Once.
0 again!
Surely it can't be the same twice.
No, that is just... Now, admittedly, that game ended up going pretty quick, but the Robo Ramen game went the distance. That went 303. Divide 300 by 65 minutes, a little overtime, you get it. Earlier, it made the point that it's so important for your tactical provider to almost play 3 seconds ahead of what's actually about to happen in the game. If you need to move back, you got to do it before someone is forcing you back. That way, your teammates have chances to jump in and to fight. And it's also worth noting here, since we're talking about death times, Gray died 14 times in game number 1. But also had 15 kills and assists. So activity, right? Activity is the idea here. And again, because Gray goes in and does that, it allows these other players to have a cleaner time through here. Soldier, 10 kills and assists to only 7 deaths. Goss, 9 kills and assists to only 4 deaths there. Gray died more than his team combined. And that is a strategy that we have seen going all the way back to the first Splat World Cup, where we were back in Tetra land, where the Tetras would die more than the entire rest of their team combined. But that allows everybody else to follow up at the right time. And if your player is also getting basically a kill, like 1.1 kills every time they jump back in, it ends up working out for you there. So when we talk about a replicable strategy over and over and over again, it doesn't get a whole lot more replicable than that. You have a player who goes in, trades out, hits a couple other players, you dive on top and close it out.
Kind of like, could you say that this is a little bit of like a Trojan horse type scenario? Because you have Gray going in and kind of being like the initial like, hello, I'm here. And then you have everybody else inside the horse being like, again.
It's been a minute since I've either watched Troy or read the Iliad. The Trojan horse wasn't in the Iliad, but I don't recall the Trojan horse being able to direct you for 100 damage to your face. So I don't think it's quite the same. But your point, very, very well taken. The loud threat versus the quiet threat, right? I mean, what is the initial thing you have to deal with before you get to deal with the whole rest of the team? If you can't close that out quick enough, or you lose too many resources dealing with it, that's how it works. And again, it comes out in these big bombastic plays, but it's a very fundamental piece of the game that's honed over years and years and years. Great accuracy, great dodging, because make no mistake, those 14 deaths that Gray does every time, Gray would not die that many times if the members of Milk Duds weren't also incredible at the game. But again, we talk about these small margins. That's what it looks like. And unfortunately, you did die 3 times in the last game, so we didn't have a perfect set. But I mean, 3 deaths in 3 games, pretty solid no matter what weapon you're playing.
Totally. Although it's a bummer that the perfect game was just in Reach. And sometimes you get 3 deaths in the last game. But you know what? That's fine. Some of us are looking at the statistics. Some of us are like, hey, good job.
Well, speaking of good job here, I do want to give a shout out again to the stats team that's been working. They've been working since yesterday to compile some of this fun stuff. We won't have the closing analyst desk here at the end, so we wanted to at least dig up some of those fun numbers for you all at home, because I know a lot of you are statistical nuts here. Everybody loves a good stat when it comes to their game, but Saf, I think we have just about said all we have to say. I mean, I think this is the part where I toss it to you to give your socials to people, because I know that you do lots of stuff in this game and the people should know about it.
I do way too much. Just don't, if you have to know, if you must know, I am on Blue Sky, but please don't find me. Please don't find me. I don't want to be found. I am sometimes running around in the woods looking for mushrooms. Sometimes I'm planning Sea Battle, which is on July 12th. Sometimes I'm making flight and itinerary plans to go to Riptide. You never know. But if you must find me, I am on Blue Sky. I am hosting one of the hosts for Sea Battle, so you can find me there on July 12th. 9, what about you? You're going to Riptide, aren't you?
I sure am. Couldn't miss it 2 years in a row. I will be there.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, no, Riptide just entirely too fun. Wanted to, I mean, if you're interested in following what I do, you can follow me. My socials are right there below. It's at BURSTIE_. You can find me there. That's pretty much the name everywhere as well. So I just want to, again, since we're kind of now petering out towards the end here, want to thank all the staff for all the work to put this together here. IPL and the many, many people behind the scenes for all the different tournaments and series that IPL puts on, continuing to push things forward here. Anytime SuperJump is there, there's always some new wrinkle that they've added in to make it better for the players, make it better for us here in the booth, and make the viewing experience better for you at home as well. So, Saf, is there anything left to say at this point, or are we done? Someone is hammering something later in the house next to mine.
I just want to remind people that a lot of the staff and TOs and groupings of people that put these events on do not get paid for this. And that's all I want to say. Like, people do this out of the kindness of their hearts. They do it because they care. They do it because they want to make it an experience for not just players, but for viewers. And the fact that all of that can come together time and time again is really formidable. So I will be the person that says, thank your staff, thank your TOs, because they put this all together for you, the viewer, for you, the players, for us, the commentators, to get to talk at you and about you, which we love to do. So just consider the time that these folks are putting in, and the fact that these staff members have dedicated their entire weekend to put on their entire weekend and more, actually, to put on this show for you. So just don't forget that.
Yeah, we can't even make the off-color joke that they get paid in exposure, because for the most part they don't. They don't even get that. So no. Absolutely nothing except for the joy of putting on a good show and the satisfaction that comes from that. Thank you, staff, for giving. Thank you, staff, Saf. Now I'm going back and forth here. Thank you, staff, for all your work. Thank you, Saf, for joining me here in the booth. Thank you to PXG for putting on a dominant display, a well-deserved victory, prize pool, Riptide passes, and a pass over to the Splat World Series. Thank you for watching, and until next time, everybody, stay fresh.